Chapter 997. 2 Great Holy and 10 Holy Spirit Warlocks. This is the strongest underlying strength of the human race, in occupying the Zhangji plane. In addition to these Holy Spirit Warlocks and Great Holy Rank powerhouses, the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts still have Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses guarding their headquarters. It is because the human race is strong enough that the other races recognize the human race as the overlord of the universe, and rarely invade the Zhangji plane on a large scale. God Blood Plane's true blood race had been passed down from the ancient God era to the present day, but there were only 9 true ancestors. For kindred true ancestors died in the struggle. Even so, the kindred race only has 13 Holy Spirit Warlock rank true ancestors. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to produce Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. 2 Great Holy and 10 Holy Spirit Warlocks. The human race really can't be underestimated. Impeccable. I wonder how many Holy Spirit Warlocks there are in their headquarters. Damn it. We should have gone all out to fight for the heaven and earth spirit root. It's all because of Yang Feng. If it weren't for him, we would have been able to seize at least 3 of the 9 heaven and earth spirit root floating continents. In this way, the human Holy Spirit Warlocks wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Wisps of immortal might pervaded the void, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses from other races appeared and looked at the 12 human powerhouses in the void with complicated looks in their eyes. In the face of the Great Tribulation, even though many races are mortal enemies with the human race, but the other race Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can't show up. If the human race is finished, the Gamana universe's powerhouses won't let the powerhouses of other races off. The other race's Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will be killed, because the other party doesn't need so many powerhouses to divide up the resources. The brilliant Great Holy scanned the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of other races who slowly emerged and said flatly, "We are responsible for sealing the rift. You are responsible for destroying the invaders." Okay, no problem. In the void, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses cast various secret methods and blasted towards the huge rift. Flames, hailstones, gales, lightning bolts, dragon breaths, meteorites, resplendent divine lights, and all sorts of immortal auras bombarded the Tier 3 hives. The Tier 3 hives activated powerful barriers, which forcibly resisted the attacks of the Holy Spirit Warlocks inch by inch and squeezed their way outside. The heavily damaged Tier 3 hives flew back to the Gamana universe through the universe rift, while the damaged Tier 3 hives squeezed out of the universe rift inch by inch. The Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Holy, the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Star Imperial Court, suddenly flew out and silently recited incantations. A huge astrolabe that seemed to occupy a world and was engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly flew out, and dazzling star runes suddenly flew out and entered the huge cosmic rift. The incomparably huge universe fissures were enveloped by the incomparably resplendent star runes and sealed by the star runes. The Tier 3 hives slammed into the star rune seal, but they did not budge. The huge astrolabe continuously extracted star force from the world of warlocks and reinforced the frightening seal. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, the Star Dynasty's astrology and sealing spells are ranked first. The sealing spells cast by the Star Dynasty's Holy Spirit Warlocks can even seal Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Of course, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses won't just stand in place and let the Star Dynasty's powerhouses seal them. Standing loftily in the void, the tricolor Great Holy and the brilliant Great Holy watched the human Holy Spirit Warlocks fight. They are mainly responsible for deterring the other race Holy Spirit Warlocks and protecting the human Holy Spirit Warlocks. When they encounter danger, they are to be rescued. Every Holy Spirit Warlock is the essence of the human race, a genius among geniuses, a powerhouse who can only be born after consuming countless resources. The death of any one of them is a heavy blow to the human race as a whole. Submit to me, otherwise die. A peerlessly terrifying and seemingly eternal voice suddenly gushed out from the crack in the universe. A profound, mysterious, abstruse, and fearsome god-eye, which seems to contain a universe, suddenly emerged from the other end of the universe rift. In an instant, a great fear surged in the hearts of all the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses present. Every Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse has gone through countless tempering and countless battles, and has climbed to the top step by step. None of them is weak. Their mind has been tempered countless times, and they are not afraid of any mind spells. But at this moment, great fear welled up in the hearts of all the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses involuntarily. Like a mouse seeing a cat, or a frog being locked on by a viper, they felt their blood run cold. So scary. That's the God Eyes Eternal. In the conference hall of the Human Supreme Council's chairman, when Yang Feng saw the hair-raising God Eye through the screen, he trembled all over. His instinct tells him that at this time, in front of the God Eyes Eternal, he is still just an ant, just a little stronger than other existences. The Taboo Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the other quasi-holy step powerhouses of the 6 Warlock dynasties stared at the God Eyes Eternal, and they trembled all over. Each of the 7 quasi-holy step powerhouses present is a pinnacle elite of human warlocks, a pinnacle quasi-holy step powerhouse. Even so, they still stared at the God Eyes Eternal, and they trembled all over. This is the instinctive fear of inferior life forms when encountering superior life forms. Just like when an ordinary person encounters a terrifying dragon might, no matter how strong their will is, their body will involuntarily feel fear. The Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Star Imperial Court, emerged with countless mysterious and dazzling starlight. Star charts suddenly appeared above the heads of the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, and dazzling star force poured into the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks, and wisps of immortal breath erupted and dispelled the fear. The astrolabe shone brightly, and countless runes flew out and continued to seal the rift inch by inch. The Gamana Universe's powerhouses piloted the Tier 3 hives and attacked frantically, shaking the seal. Ants go to hell. An indifferent, majestic voice full of killing intent came from the rift, and a black beam of light that seems to fill the world shot out from the God Eyes Eternal's eye on the other side of the rift. The black beam of light crossed the distance of a universe. In its wake, the Tier 3 hives and the Gamana Universe's powerhouses inside were absorbed and transformed into the power of the black beam of light that slammed into the star seal. Struck by the black beam, the seals of the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks, the Gauze Star Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, broke. Crack! The saint-level secret treasure, the Starry Sea Plate, cracked inch by inch and completely shattered. Countless magic shields appeared around the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy, and protective secret treasures suddenly flew out and blocked in front of them. The black beam of light erased the magic shields and protective secret treasures of the 2 human Holy Spirit Warlocks, and they disappeared from this universe. The face of the Star Monarch turned pale. She clenched her hands and she cried out, "Star Gauze Holy, Kunman Star Holy!" When Yang Feng saw the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy die, he couldn't help but feel flustered. They died. 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks died just like that. So this is an Eternal. Impossible. How can they be so strong? If an Eternal can cross a universe, they can easily kill a Holy Spirit Warlock. Who is their opponent? Who can stop them? The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of the world of Warlocks are still in a deep sleep and have yet to wake up. The most powerful existences are Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. If the Gamana Universe's Eternal can cross a universe and slaughter the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the world of Warlocks, the world of Warlocks cannot compete with them. Seeing that the situation is far from reassuring, the other race Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the universe rift cast secret methods to conceal their figures and breath, and then disappeared. Many superior races only rely on a single Holy Spirit Warlock for protection. If that Holy Spirit Warlock is killed, the whole race will decline. The brilliant Great Holy's face flickered, and he shouted, "Don't panic. Even an Eternal Sovereign cannot cross a universe and easily kill a Holy Spirit Warlock. He must pay a heavy price for such an attack. There won't be a second attack. This is the truth that the Time King told me himself. Don't panic, everyone. We just didn't expect that the Divine Eyes Eternal would be willing to pay such a huge price to launch an attack. If he launches such an attack again, I can block it with the primordial star dragon turtle shield. The tricolor great holy flicked his wrist, and a primordial star dragon turtle shield engraved with countless runes and exuding wisps of Empyrean-grade fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. The primordial star dragon turtle shield is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the plentiful treasures, great holy refined from the corpse of a warlock emperor rank primordial star dragon turtle. In terms of defensive power, it is ranked in the top 10 in the world of warlocks. At this moment, 10 Tier 4 hives suddenly flew out of the universe rift like meteors and disappeared from the universe rift while the other race Holy Spirit warlocks hid in the dark. A level 5 god nest with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, which looked like a star, slammed into the huge crack created by the divine eyes of Eternal, got stuck in the crack, and squeezed out inch by inch. Chapter 998. Boom. Along with a loud noise, the huge Tier 5 hive slammed into the rift and got stuck, with only a small part of the rift exposed. A wisp of Empyrean might slowly seeped out of the rift. One after another, the Type 4 hives flew out, and a total of 9 Type 4 hives squeezed out of the cosmic rift. Originally, in this collision between universes, the Tier 3 hives flying out was already the limit. However, the Eye of Eternity had braved the danger of backlash and forcefully shattered the crack between the two universes, expanding it once again, allowing the Tier 4 hive to barely fly out. A dignified look in his eyes, the brilliant great holy flickered with a flick of his wrist, and the God Slayer white jade sword suddenly appeared in his hand and slashed down without hesitation. A white saber ray that seemed capable of severing all things descended from the sky and slashed at a Tier 4 hive that looked like a star. Suddenly, the Tier 4 hive glowed brightly, and layers of protective barriers appeared. When the white sword ray slashed into the Tier 4 hive's protective shields, it shattered them one by one. A white beam shot out from the Tier 5 hive and entered the Tier 4 hive. A huge diamond wall suddenly emerged and formed a huge shield that blocked the Tier 4 hive. Boom! The white sword ray slashed the diamond wall to pieces, and then left a 10,000-meter long and 10-meter deep sword mark on the Tier 4 hive, before collapsing and disappearing. The Tier 3 hives that flew out of the Tier 5 hive pounced on the damaged Tier 4 hive. Countless stones fluttered and shone brightly on the Tier 4 hive, and they quickly repaired the damage inflicted by the God Slayer white jade sword. Crack! Many cracks appeared on the God Slayer white jade sword in the brilliant great holy's hand. Clearly it can't withstand such fearsome attacks for long. The brilliant great holy looked at the 9 Tier 4 hives, and the Tier 3 hives pouring out, and his pupils constricted. Damn it, even the attack of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure can't insta-kill them. This is going to be difficult. The faces of the human Holy Spirit warlocks present turned unsightly as they watched the Tier 3 hives suddenly appear. As soon as the Tier 3 hives appeared, they connected with the Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives, forming a battle fortress. The strength of the Gamana universe's powerhouses is increasing at every moment, making people tremble with fear. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they continue to strengthen their companions, fighting steadily and surely, leaving no flaws. Tricolor Great Sage sighed and said, "It seems that we can't solve it in a short time." The brilliant Great Sage also nodded slightly. Originally, the human race dispatched so many Holy Spirit warlocks in order to seal the universe rift as soon as possible, and win more time for the universe to recover. If there were no accidents, the crack in the universe would have been sealed by them. However, the Divine Eyes Eternal is a powerhouse who has experienced several universe-devouring wars. Disregarding the backlash, he forcibly smashed the seal of the human race in one fell swoop, and sent a steady stream of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Now 10 Tier 4 hives containing the Gamana universe's Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses have been scattered all over the universe. 9 Tier 4 hives as well as countless Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1 hives have gathered in the central starfield. Even if you use Empyrean-grade secret treasures, it will be difficult to eradicate them all. The brilliant Great Sage looked back and said, "In the universe war, we are not the only ones fighting. Instead, everyone must participate in the war, and make sacrifices in order to grasp the chance of survival. In the rear, a 10,000-kilometer-long time battleship, a taboo throne containing the corpses of countless extraordinary life forms, a transcendent mountain floating with countless transcendent gods, a star palace surrounded by countless stars, a boundless sea of death, and a secret treasure mountain formed from countless secret treasures flew over from afar. The time battleship, the taboo throne, the transcendent mountain, the star palace, the sea of death, and the secret treasure mountain are the strongest weapons of the 6 warlock imperial dynasties. Once the time battleship is activated, except for powerhouses blessed with special runes, the flow of time of everyone within an area of 100,000 kilometers will slow down by 1 to 3 times, while the flow of time of powerhouses blessed with special runes will accelerate by 1 to 3 times. Once the taboo throne is activated, it will strengthen the bloodline of bloodline warlocks on one side, within an area of 100,000 kilometers in radius. Additionally, after killing an enemy, the enemy's bloodline, soul, and power will be extracted to strengthen the bloodline of bloodline warlocks on one side, heal injuries, and evolve the bloodline of bloodline warlocks on one side. Once the transcendent mountain is activated, countless transcendent gods suppressed by the transcendent mountain will emerge and bless the transcendent mountain with the power of various transcendent gods. At the same time, once an enemy is killed, they will be suppressed by the transcendent mountain and become nutrients for the transcendent mountain. The star palace, like a perpetual motion machine, will absorb star force from the universe's stars at all times to heal the injuries of the star warlocks on one side, strengthen their bodies, and bless them with star shields. At the same time, it can also take the initiative to attack the enemy. Once the Sea of Death is activated, the area within an area of 100,000 kilometers in radius will become a terrifying Sea of Death. In the Sea of Death, the enemy will be eroded by the Sea of Death at all times, and the power of their attacks will be reduced by more than 50%. Moreover, once the enemy dies, their soul, flesh, and blood will be devoured by the Sea of Death. The Secret Treasure Mountain, on the other hand, is full of all kinds of brilliant and mystical secret treasures. Whether it is offense, defense, strengthening, killing, sealing, and so on, they can all be activated through special secret treasures. The universe collision was too sudden. In order to seal the rift as soon as possible, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses rushed to the scene at the fastest speed possible. The humans have already formed an elite army. They assembled troops at the first possible moment and dispatched 6 elite troops. The strongest weapons of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts are suspended in the void. With the 6 strongest war weapons as the center, all kinds of war weapons flew out, forming one battle group after another, completely enveloping this star field. Shortly after the elite troops of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts appeared, a level 5 mobile fortified stronghold that looks like a mechanical star suddenly flew out and occupied a corner of the battlefield. As one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng enjoys great rights, but he also bears great obligations. Time Warship, Taboo Throne, Transcendent Mountain, Star Palace, Sea of Death, and Secret Treasure Mountain. The humans are really serious. What's that? Those are the troops directly under the 7th chairman of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng. They look so weak. That's natural, although Yang Feng is a genius. Although Yang Feng once fought the Fiend Emperor to a draw, but his foundation is too shallow after all. How can his troops compare to the rest of the human elite troops? The other race powerhouses hiding in the dark glanced at the level 5 mobile fortified stronghold with ridicule in their eyes. After the humans finished their preparations, elite troops flew out from the weapons of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts and attacked the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The weakest elite soldiers dispatched by the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts possess Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. At the same time, the secret treasures of the elite soldiers resonated with each other. Each 100-person team possesses Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. In the Universe War, Moonlight Warlocks are cannon fodder. However, the Moonlight Warlock rank is the minimum requirement to participate in the Universe War. If you don't possess Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, then in the Universe War, as long as a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse casts a large area of effect mind spell, the mind of those without Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base will be eroded, and they will defect on the spot. Tier 1 hives and Tier 2 hives suddenly appeared, and countless Gamana Universe's powerhouses flew out and engaged the elite troops of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The human Holy Spirit Warlocks and the Gamana Universe's Holy Spirit Warlocks maintained a strange tacit understanding, allowing the elite troops to fight each other. Only in that incomparably cruel slaughter would the elites who survived the slaughter on the battlefield be born. Besides, they will also receive the favor of the universe. At the same time, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are fighting on a large scale, which means that both sides are going to go all out. Whether it is the human race or the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, they are not willing to let the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses go all out. On the human side, there are still countless other races coveting the status of the human race, while the Gamana Universe's side is alone. Both sides have their own apprehensions. 3 million strengthened dazzling light units flew out from the level 5 stronghold and flew towards the battlefield under the command of hundreds of dazzling rulers. This is the battle demon sect's Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion. I'll deal with them. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, the Gamana Universe's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses rode a Tier 2 hive and 15 Tier 1 hives towards the swarm of dazzling light units. Rays of light flashed faintly, and one Boyan expert after another, covered in thick layers of stone armor, suddenly flew out. The bigger the Boyan powerhouses are, the stronger they are. Each Boyan powerhouse is more than 10 meters tall and is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. The 50-meter rank is the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. The 100-meter rank is the Bright World Warlock rank. The 300-meter rank is the Infinity Warlock rank, and the 1000-meter rank is the Warlock Monarch rank. Chapter 999. Go to Hell. The 1,000-meter tall Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, holding a 3,000-meter long bone club forged from the bones of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, sent an overbearing breath barreling towards the dazzling light units. In an instant, a huge club phantom covering an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, containing the essence of power, barreled towards the dazzling light units. The 1,000 dazzling light units acting as arrowheads suddenly resonated, shone brightly, formed a semicircular energy shield, and barreled towards the huge club phantom. Boom! The huge rod shadow smashed the semicircular shield into pieces with a single strike. The 1,000 dazzling light units were suddenly sent flying by the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse for tens of kilometers. How is this possible? How come not a single one was destroyed? After sending 1,000 dazzling light units flying, the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse's eyes filled with shock. As an advanced Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, he can manipulate the elemental force of heaven and earth and stimulate the essence of power. With a single strike, he can blast a dozen-plus Infinity Warlocks into mincemeat. Even if 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlocks join forces, but when faced with an all-out strike from the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be seriously injured, and at least dozens will die. Yet the 1,000 dazzling light units were only sent flying for tens of kilometers, and their outer armor wasn't even broken. This naturally filled the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse with shock. The 3 million dazzling light units, which have been modified and strengthened by the level 6 stronghold, can already be called level 6 battle robots. Thanks to the resonance of the hundreds of dazzling rulers, the 3 million dazzling light units opened the shoulders of the 3 million dazzling light units and revealed Rhombus primary artilleries. In the next instant, countless beams of light descended from the skies, shooting towards the Tier 2 hive, the 15 Tier 1 hives, and the horde of Boyan tribe experts. No, don't. The countenance of the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse changed dramatically, and he issued an earth-shattering roar. Curled up into a ball, countless runes appeared on his body, and he operated the essence of earth, and layers of diamond armor emerged. In an instant, the endless beams of light engulfed the Boyan powerhouse. the Tier 2 hive, and the 15 Tier 1 hives. When the light disappeared, only 6 of the 15 Tier 1 hives remained in the starry sky. The Tier 2 hive was also badly damaged, with a small part destroyed. Almost all of the Boyan powerhouses released by the hives have been swept away, leaving only the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse curled up into a ball and frantically condensing a diamond armor. What's that? That's Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion. How can it be so powerful? What's going on? When did Yangfeng's Mechanical Golem Legion become so powerful? When did the other race Holy Warlocks hide in the shadows? When the other race Holy Spirit Warlocks hiding in the dark saw this scene, shock filled their hearts. When faced with the Gamana universe, even a Monarch rank Warlock rank powerhouse, he or she holy, the Holy rank powerhouse to Monarch rank. Even a quasi-Holy Step powerhouse alone would have to retreat in the face of the Gamana universe's legion. With a volley of Yang Fengshi's dazzling light units, most of the legion was destroyed. This kind of combat power can be rated as heaven-defying. In terms of destructive power alone, it even surpasses that of some weak Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. After the attack, the dazzling light units retracted their main artilleries, turned into a torrent of steel, and rushed towards the Tier 2 hives and the Tier 1 hives. The power of the dazzling light units' main artilleries can run through the immortal body of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. But at the same time, it takes 10 minutes to recharge. In other words, every 10 minutes, the Mechanical Legion can unleash an attack with destructive power comparable to that of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Boom! Besieged by 100,000 dazzling light units, the Tier 2 hives forced their way into the hives and self-detonated. The fearsome explosion finally destroyed 1,000 dazzling light units. As if triggering a chain reaction, the remaining Tier 1 hives exploded one by one and turned into resplendent fireworks. The 10,000 dazzling light units besieged the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The diamond armor of the Boyan Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, who barely escaped, was destroyed inch by inch and finally shattered. In the joint conference hall, the Star Monarch looked at the dazzling light units with shock in her beautiful eyes, and she praised sincerely. What a powerful mechanical marionette legion! In many ways, it can already be compared to the Golem Legion of the Golem dynasty. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a speck of light entered the Star Monarch's hand and reported the price of the 10 Dominator-class battle robots to the Star Monarch. Star Monarch, are you interested in buying them? I can give you a preferential price. Although the 6th generation dazzling light units are extremely powerful, but the cost of manufacturing them has increased geometrically. Many of Yangfeng's munitions factories on various celestial bodies have stopped production due to a lack of resources. With Yangfeng's current resources, he can produce more than 100 billion third-generation battle robots in a day. However, they could only produce about 10,000 level 6 main battle robots. This is the terrifying gap in production. Of course, in actual combat, 100 billion third-generation battle robots are no match for 16,000 sixth-generation battle robots. Yang Feng currently uses all his resources to produce Ruler Series battle robots and 6th-generation battle robots, but he still feels a lack of resources. The Star Monarch glanced at the order list and said decisively, "Okay, I'll order 3 million dazzling light units first." The Star Imperial Court has countless powerful secret treasures, among which there is no lack that can display the might of a Holy Spirit Warlock. However, such secret treasures require a large number of warlocks to operate. In cruel battles, it won't be that easy to replenish the number of elite warlocks who died. At the time, every human warlock force in the Zhangji Plain will hold a moonlight ceremony once it produces a moonlight warlock. This is because it is difficult to produce transcendent warlocks above the moonlight warlock rank. The resources required to cultivate a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse are 100,000 times cheaper than to produce a dazzling light unit with Bright World Warlock rank combat power. This is where the advantage of Shizu technology lies. Of course, mechanical creations also have their limits. They lack a soul. At the time, their battle prowess was comparable to that of a warlock emperor. They don't even have the concept of an eternal sovereign. If they encounter a force with an eternal sovereign, they will definitely be defeated. The Star Monarch knows that the Shizu battle robots Yangfeng manufactured must have a back door. However, as long as she uses the Shizu battle robots as cannon fodder, there won't be any problems. The Taboo Monarch uttered with a smile. I'll also order 9 million. Yangfeng replied. No problem. The other 4 chairmen kept silent and took a deep look at Yangfeng. The Magic Note Monarch suddenly smiled and said, Yangfeng, your mechanical golems are very interesting. I'll order 10 million dazzling light units. The Death Monarch uttered flatly. Yangfeng, I'll order 8 million dazzling light units. The Thunder Leopard Monarch uttered with a smile. I'll order 10 million dazzling light units. The Dragon God Monarch uttered with a smile. I'll order 15 million dazzling light units. No problem. I'll deliver the mechanical golems you ordered as soon as possible. Yangfeng smiled and spoke very gently. After this battle, Yangfeng's battle robots displayed Holy Spirit Warlock rank destructive power. The Magic Note Monarch and the other chairman finally began to look at Yangfeng in the eye. Prior to this, the Magic Note Monarch and the other chairman only regarded Yangfeng as someone who borrowed the power of the brilliant Great Holy. Although he has good potential, but he is somewhat of a fox exploiting a tiger's might. In the Battle Demon sect, only the brilliant Great Sage was taken seriously by the Magic Note King and other powerhouses. In the eyes of the Magic Note Monarch and them, the underlying strength of the Battle Demon sect is not worth mentioning. At the Time Monarch made things difficult for Yangfeng because he looked down on Yangfeng and didn't regard him as an existence on the same level as them. Now that the dazzling light units have displayed terrifying battle prowess, the Magic Note Monarch and the other pinnacle powerhouses finally regard Yangfeng as an overlord, an existence on an equal footing with them. After the Gamana universe's powerhouses suffered a loss, they immediately adjusted their tactics. 1 Tier 3 hive, 10 Tier 2 hives, and 58 Tier 1 hives formed a defensive line to block Yangfeng's mechanical legion. The two sides fought in the void, and the sound of explosions rang incessantly. Yangfeng operated the fate algorithm and felt that his universe's favor is increasing. Yangfeng gazed at the starry battlefield with a dignified look in his eyes. According to the current situation, the world of warlocks should be able to resist this wave of offensive from the Gamana universe. However, many of the human Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are bound to be pinned down here, unable to leave. The 9 Tier 4 hives in the central starfield must have Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe. With enough powerhouses and low-level hives strengthening them, each of the 9 Tier 4 hives can display great Holy Step battle prowess. Under this fearsome threat, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the world of warlocks naturally have to gather here. Otherwise, once the main force of the Gamana universe breaks through the central starfield, it will be a catastrophe for the entire universe. As for the 10 Tier 4 hives that have broken through and scattered in the universe, these powerhouses are unable to take care of them. Chapter 1000. The Zhangji Plains Continent, the fifth floor of the underground world. Endless darkness shrouded the underground world. Demonic qi, resentment and death qi lingered, and countless low-level demonic creatures wandered in the darkness. In a very ordinary mountain range, there is a vast palace opened up by a spell. In the center of the palace, there sits a tall, handsome young man with snow-white skin. On a step below the palace, there are 18 Hellion powerhouses of different appearances, each of whom exudes Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power. Below the 18 Warlock Monarch rank Hellion powerhouses, there are 108 Infinity Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses. Sir Heaven Holy, the main forces of the human race have been drawn to the Universe Rift and are fighting the Gamana universe's powerhouses. 2 human Holy Spirit Warlocks have died. With a flash of light, a large-eyed fiendish demon with a huge eye that took up 2/3 of its entire face flew into the hall, knelt on the ground, and respectfully reported to the handsome man in the center of the hall. The Heaven Saint opened his eyes. His eyes were crimson and flashed with a blood-red light. His killing intent surged as he said coldly, "Very good, everyone. Now that the main forces of the human race are pinned down by the Gamana universe, it is the best time for us Hellions to realize our long-cherished wish. Let's go hunt the humans together. Kill the humans! Kill the humans!" Bursts of cheers erupted in the mountain range. Hellions are a cannibal race descended from the 5 Hellion ancestral bloodlines, created by the Taboo Lord. They are the mortal enemies of the human race. Hellions have been hunted and hunted by human warlocks for countless years, and have been on the verge of extinction several times. Naturally, Hellions are full of hatred for the human race. One after another, orders were passed down from the mountain range. On the 5th floor of the Zhangji Plains continent's underground world, countless Hellions, freaks, dark evil gods, devil insects, and other freaks suddenly rioted and attacked the 4th floor of the continent's underground world like an avalanche. After the human warlocks from the core world appeared, the freaks from the underground world retreated from the 3rd and 4th floors, ceding a large area of territory to the human warlocks. Because they know that with the return of the human main force, only death will await them if they stay on the 3rd and 4th floors, and they will become the prey of human warlocks. Taking advantage of the fact that the human race's main force was pinned down in the central starfield, the underworld's devil race immediately launched a retaliation against the human race. In the command center on the 2nd floor of the underground world, the countenance of a warlock changed dramatically, and he shouted, "The filthy demonic creatures in the underground world launched an attack. The other party has a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Damn it! How could this be? This is terrible." In the command center, all the warlocks clearly saw the newly built warlock towers on the 4th floor of the underground world being submerged by the endless demonic creatures. In addition to the Hellions' 18 warlock monarch rank Hellions, the other races gathered a total of 34 warlock monarch rank powerhouses and launched an offensive against the humans. Under the siege of the 52 warlock monarch rank Hellions, the 3 human cities on the 4th floor of the underground world fell almost instantly, and countless human warlocks died. "Sir Yellow Rock Monarch, what should we do now?" In the command center, an Infinity Warlock asked the burly warlock monarch Yellow Rock Monarch with an unswerving expression. The Yellow Rock Monarch is the supreme leader of the human race stationed in the Zhangji Plains Eastern World's underground world, and he is responsible for suppressing the freaks in the underground world. "Pass down my order. All human warlocks on the 3rd floor of the underground world are to evacuate immediately and retreat to the 2nd floor. Enter the highest level of combat." The Yellow Rock Monarch hesitated for a while, and then his eyes shimmered with unswerving determination, and he said, "Send a request to the Supreme Council. We need reinforcements." "Yes, sir." The Infinity Warlock responded quickly. On the 3rd floor of the underground world, the light of teleportation shone, and the human warlocks guarding the 3rd floor abandoned their strongholds and frantically evacuated to the 2nd floor. After the freak main force that emerged from the underground world captured the 3 cities on the 4th floor, they divided a part of their forces to sweep the human warlocks on the 4th floor, while the main force poured into the 3rd floor like an avalanche. The main force of the demons charged straight in, directly attacking the connection between the 2nd and 3rd layer of the underground world. The countless low-level freaks divided into groups and attacked the human warlock towers erected on the 3rd floor. Although they received the order to evacuate, but because they were in a hurry, many human warlocks still stayed in their warlock towers and relied on their warlock towers to resist the freak attacks. As cities fell, the freak main force finally arrived at the passage connecting the 2nd and 3rd floors of the underground world. Although there are passages leading to the 2nd floor of the underground world in other human cities, but those passages are very small, and once you pass through them, you will fall into a trap set up by the humans. The passage connecting the 2nd and 3rd floors of the underground world is very spacious, which is conducive to the deployment of large armies. As long as this passage is breached, the freak main force can pour into the 2nd floor of the underground world. Because of this, even though the humans have set up layers of defense here, but every time the freak army attacks the surface world, they will attack through the passage. When the virtually endless freak army arrived at the passage, a sea of low-level demonic creatures poured into it as cannon fodder. In the passage, human clans' warlock towers shone brightly. Flames, hailstones, earth spikes, lightning, and all kinds of terrifying spells bombarded the low-level demonic creatures, turning them into ashes. Damn humans! Die, all of you! A warlock monarch rank freak revealed his true form and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall freak with a huge wolf-tooth club in hand. Every time he brandished the huge wolf-tooth club, a human warlock tower would be smashed to pieces. A myriad beast freak rank freak stimulated the evil dragon bloodline inside him, turned into a 1,000-meter-tall evil dragon, and sprayed a large amount of evil fire that can incinerate everything and burned human warlock towers to ashes. The 52 warlock monarch rank freaks displayed fearsome power and destroyed the human warlock towers above the line of defense. Retreat! Retreat! In the underground world, there is only one warlock monarch rank powerhouse, the Yellow Rock Monarch standing guard. Unable to resist the 52 warlock monarch rank freaks, the human warlocks could only abandon the warlock towers they spent countless resources to build and retreat to the second floor of the underground world. The countless freaks poured into the second floor of the underground world. As soon as the freak army entered the second floor of the underground world, they were illuminated by the sunlight everywhere, and their strength was weakened by more than 50%. Meteor rain, ice seal, blade storm, and other large-scale meteorological spells were unleashed from the warlock towers on the second floor of the underground world one after another and barreled towards the freak army. The low-level monsters serving as cannon fodder were easily killed under the bombardment of large-scale meteorological spells. At the same time, many Starry Sky warlock rank freaks with weaker defenses were insta-killed as well. Under the bombardment of large-scale meteorological spells, the originally boundless sea of hundreds of millions of freaks was reduced to less than 2,000 freaks at the Moonlight Warlock rank and above. The second floor of the underground world has been transformed into the home field of the humans. In such an environment, the might of human meteorological spells can be exerted by 120%. At the same time, freaks and other dark life forms will be weakened by more than 50%. Even if 100 warlock monarch rank freaks come to the second floor of the underground world, they will only be suppressed and killed by human warlocks. As for the sea of freak cannon fodder, it can't withstand a single blow from human warlocks. A bunch of wastes who only know how to use their talents. No matter how many of them there are, they can't withstand a single blow. In the command center, the Yellow Rock Monarch stared at the freaks, heaved a sigh of relief, and showed a smile of disdain. Each of the Warlock Monarch rank freaks is stronger than the Yellow Rock Monarch. But with the help of the Warlock Towers and various barriers on the second floor of the underground world, the Yellow Rock Monarch can suppress the 52 Warlock Monarch rank freaks. This is the result of human warlocks' continuous research and development of various secret treasures to the pinnacle. At this moment, a 10,000-meter-tall giant shimmering with bright gold light stepped into the air, crossed the distorted space with a step, appeared 10,000 kilometers away, arrived above the artificial sun, erupted with Holy Spirit Warlock rank might, and slammed a fist into the artificial sun. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the artificial sun was shattered by the Heaven Holy's punch. Damn it! Holy Spirit Warlock! How can there be a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse here? When the Yellow Rock Monarch saw the artificial sun destroyed by the Heaven Holy's punch, his eyes shimmered with despair. Each Holy Spirit Warlock is the guardian of a race, and possesses heaven-defying battle prowess. Each of them is a fearsome existence, who can reverse the situation of a battle by themselves. They are fearsome existences, who can reverse the situation of a local universe war by themselves. Great Merit Steel. Activate the Great Merit Steel. The Yellow Rock Monarch roared, and countless rays of light shone. And the Great Merit Steel buried by the Great Cloud Dynasty's first Emperor Chu Yun suddenly flew out, and suppressed the Heaven Holy. Chapter 1001. As soon as the Great Merit Steel flew out, countless runes shone, and the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and other effects suddenly appeared and pressed towards the heaven holy. The Great Merit Stele is a treasure refined by the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, using 30 stars, and a holy grade secret treasure as the core. It contains the frightening star power of 30 stars. It has infinite power, and is extremely mysterious. Break! Tiansheng punched the Great Merit Stele again and again. His punches contain the power of the ultimacy, causing the Great Merit Stele to tremble continuously. Every time the heaven holy punched, the magic shields of several warlock towers on the second floor of the underground world collapsed, and their power was extracted to the limit. Kill them all! Eyes shot with blood, the 52 warlock monarch rank evil gods roared, and attacked the surrounding warlock towers. Most of the power of the warlock towers has been extracted and poured into the Great Merit Stele in the sky. The remaining power of the warlock towers is not enough to contend against the evil gods. As the evil gods blasted the warlock towers apart, the power of the Great Merit Stele in the sky weakened continuously. From the passageway connecting the two underworlds, countless freaks poured out in a steady stream and madly attacked the warlock towers. The Great Merit Stele in the sky was forcibly blocked by Tiansheng. The defensive barrier that enveloped the entire second floor of the underground world was weakened by more than 80%. Besieged by the 52 warlock monarch rank evil gods, the remaining human warlock towers were blasted apart one after another. There was a flash of helplessness in the eyes of the Yellow Rock monarch, and he sighed slowly. Damn it, we don't have enough manpower. If there was a Holy Spirit warlock standing guard here, these damn freaks would all die here. If there was a Holy Spirit warlock here to block the Heaven Holy, then the Great Merit Stele would be responsible for weakening the power of the Heaven Holy and the other race freaks. If the Heaven Holy were to continue pestering here, he would definitely be suppressed. But now the main forces of the human race are concentrated in the central starfield. The Holy Spirit warlocks of the 6 warlock imperial courts are guarding the branch floating continents above the heaven and earth spirit root. That was the foundation of the 6 great warlock dynasties. It couldn't be lost. It is difficult to transfer other Holy Spirit warlocks to support him in a short time. In the vast universe, in addition to the 6 warlock dynasties, there are also powerful human warlock groups guarded by Holy Spirit warlocks. However, since these warlock groups have not joined the Human Supreme Council, the Human Supreme Council cannot dispatch Holy Spirit warlocks to support them. The Sky Sage of the Empty God Tower, the Cloud Sage of the Sky Cloud Tower, and the Void Flower Sage of the Void Garden had all joined the Human Supreme Council. However, even if the Human Supreme Council wanted to mobilize them, they could only use a negotiating tone and ask the other party's opinion. Only warlock emperors are qualified to order Holy Spirit warlocks. Otherwise, even a great Holy Step powerhouse is not qualified to order a Holy Spirit warlock. Rumble! With an earth-shattering sound, the Great Merit Stele in the void shattered. At the moment when the Great Merit Stele was smashed, the 9-11-story tall warlock towers exploded. The defensive barrier that enveloped the second layer of the Eastern World's underground world instantly shattered, and the devil creatures recovered their full strength. Retreat! The Yellow Rock monarch issued a cold order to retreat, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Along with flashes of light, the human warlocks on the second layer of the underground world cast various life-saving spells, disappeared and fled. Many of the warlock towers, which cost countless resources to build, were activated by human warlocks, triggering all kinds of strange phenomena above the warlock towers. The human warlock towers turned into strange existences that can devour the life of the devil creatures and kill all life forms that get close to them. That terrifying demon flood swept through the human race's main stronghold in the underground world like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Demon Suppression City is a human city leading to the underground world. At this time, countless humans are fleeing from the Demon Suppression City by various means of transportation. Suddenly the earth trembled. A terrifying black pillar of light shot out from the ground. Like a demonic creature that could devour everything, it destroyed the entire Demon Suppressing City. Just like that, the Demon Suppressing City which had a population of a few million, became history. A terrifying giant hole with a diameter of 300 kilometers was revealed, and countless demons, devil insects, and other monsters from the underground world crazily poured in, spreading in all directions like a plague. Humans! Those are humans! Kill them! Eat them all! These damn humans! Voices full of resentment came from the hellions and freaks. The hellions, devil insects, freaks, and other freaks of all shapes and sizes hunted the remaining humans in the surroundings. The eyes of a warlock monarch-ranked giant god hellion flickered with madness, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, and he uttered each syllable. Sir Heaven Holy, what should we do now? Should we take this opportunity to capture the human base, the core world? The Heaven Holy smiled wildly and said, No, let's do as you please. Then we'll turn more humans into our compatriots. Hellions are highly contagious freaks. So long as a human eats their flesh and blood, they will be infected, eroded, and transformed into hellions according to their physique. Of course, to transform into an advanced warlock, you must feed them the flesh and blood of hellions of the same or higher level. However, this was not a problem for the monstrous demon clan. The warlock monarch-ranked giant god hellion roared with excitement in his eyes. Little ones, it's time to party. Do as you please in this human world. Have fun to your heart's content. The orderly hellion army issued heaven-shaking cheers, and then countless hellions turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. The Heaven Holy glanced at the hellion army with indifference in his eyes, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The headquarters of the Human Supreme Council. The Star Monarch uttered with an unsightly expression. The hellions actually hit a Holy Spirit warlock-ranked powerhouse in the underground world. These damn maggots are really far-sighted. To rise in revolt at this time. The gap between the underlying strength of the hellions and the humans is terrifying. If they rise in revolt at any other time, the humans can easily suppress them. With the power of the human race, it won't be a problem for them to clean up all the freaks in the underground world. However, there is no end to the freaks in the underground world. Coupled with the fact that the humans didn't expect that there is a hellion Holy Spirit warlock hiding in the underground world, the situation has spiraled out of control. The magic note monarch uttered coldly. Since the hellions have emerged from the underground world, then we must go all out to annihilate them. If we ignore them, in less than 7 days, there will only be hellions left in the Zhangji plain. Chairman Taboo Monarch, we just discovered that 10 Tier 4 hives have infiltrated these locations. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a map appeared in front of everyone. When the Death Monarch saw the map, his face fell, his eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, Damn Transcendent Monarch, damn hellions, they must be colluding. In the star chart, 6 of the 10 Tier 4 hives are stationed outside the branch floating continents of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, monitoring the movements of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The 4 Tier 4 hives formed a fearsome mobile force roaming the heaven and earth spirit route, ready to ambush reinforcements at any time. Each of the 4 Tier 4 hives is comparable to a great holy step powerhouse in terms of battle prowess. When the 4 Tier 4 hives join forces, they can seriously injure or even quell a Holy Spirit warlock within a short period of time. At this time, the heaven and earth spirit route has grown to a height of 1 million kilometers, and the distance between the 9 branches is more than 100 million kilometers. However, for the Tier 4 hives, if they can use spatial jump, 100 million kilometers is nothing. Even if they can't use spatial jump, they only need to fly at full speed for less than 30 minutes to cover 100 million kilometers. When the 10 Tier 4 hives were set up in that place, they immediately made things difficult for the humans. In particular, when the main forces of the human race were set up in the central starfield. Only after understanding the strength of the human race can the Gamana universe's powerhouses make such a targeted arrangement. The Taboo Monarch suddenly uttered, The sky holy, the cloud holy, the void flower holy, the wind holy, the oddity holy, and the thunder holy all refused our request to fight. They are only willing to defend their branch floating continents and confront the Tier 4 hives. After the establishment of the Human Supreme Council, the 6 warlock imperial courts and Yangfeng each occupied one of the 9 branch floating continents. The remaining 2 were divided among the 6 forces. The Wind Holy, the Oddity Holy, and the Thunder Holy were the forces that joined the Human Supreme Council later on. The forces subordinated to them naturally have to obey the orders of the Human Supreme Council. However, the Holy Spirit Warlocks are an exception, Yangfeng said suddenly. I'll suppress these hellions. The taboo monarch frowned and reminded kindly, Yangfeng, are you sure? Among those hellions, there is a transcendent holy. He is a transcendent holy, an existence comparable to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Yangfeng responded, I can suppress those hellions. But the premise is that you guarantee that the 10 Tier 4 hives won't attack my mechanical legion. The magic note monarch uttered with a smile. I can guarantee that. Yangfeng, as long as you suppress those hellions. Even if I have to use the magic note imperial court's underlying strength, I can guarantee that the Tier 4 hives won't threaten your retreat. Chapter 1002. The Death Monarch uttered. The Death Imperial Court can also guarantee it. The human 6 warlock imperial courts have profound underlying strength. If they go all out, they may be able to destroy the Tier 4 hive. Of course, the price they have to pay will be painful even for the 6 warlock imperial courts. After all, it's not yet time for the decisive battle. If the 6 warlock imperial courts use up all their underlying strength, the other forces eyeing them covetously might pounce on them at any time and tear them to pieces. The taboo monarch pondered for a while, and then said, Yangfeng, I'll leave the hellions to you. We won't let the Tier 4 hives sneak attack your main force. With a wave of Yangfeng's hand, a mechanical avatar appeared in the venue, and then its body collapsed and turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. From the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root branch floating continent occupied by the Battle Demon sect, a star-like Judge-class interstellar battleship suddenly flew out. Each adjudicator battlestar has a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. Looking like a mechanical planet, it is covered in countless muzzles. Surrounding the Judge-class interstellar battleships were 32 Star Sector-class interstellar battleships, interstellar carriers, and interstellar cruisers, forming a huge fleet. As soon as the huge interstellar fleet appeared, it flew towards the direction where the monster race army was wreaking havoc. They're out. The 4 Tier 4 hives cruising around the Heaven and Earth Spirit Route suddenly blurred, entered a spatial gate, and made a spatial jump. The magic note monarch smiled coldly. You damn other races, you look down on us humans too much. From the branch floating continent occupied by the magic note imperial court, a completely transparent holy grade secret treasure spatial net flew out. The spatial net merged with the void and formed a sharp net. When the 4 Tier 4 hives collided with the spatial net, their outer armor was cut to pieces, and countless fragments scattered about. The 4 Tier 4 hives suddenly activated, and countless strange tentacles extended out to repair themselves. At the same time, they stabbed backwards in an attempt to open the passage they came from. But to no avail. That space has been sealed. I told you not to look down on the aboriginals of this universe. Didn't you agree to the spatial jump plan? One thought after another was transmitted to the Tier 4 hive. Spatial jump was the most common mode of movement used by the Tier 4 hive. Using spatial jump, the Tier 4 hive could traverse a distance of 1 billion kilometers in an instant. Of course, there are risks in using a spatial jump. Once disturbed, ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks will be torn to pieces by a spatial storm. Let's leave this place. A Tier 4 hive extended countless tentacles that pierced into the void and opened a spatial gate in the void. The Tier 4 hive flew into the space gate and escaped from here. The other 3 Tier 4 hives also opened spatial gates and flew to other locations. The cracks in space were filled with danger, and the slightest carelessness could destroy even a Tier 4 hive. How cautious! A soft sigh echoed in the area before disappearing. Rippling Light City was a large city of human clan, with a population of up to 10 million people. It was rich in rippling light stones, which were extremely beneficial to light attribute warlocks' cultivation. with an infinity warlock guarding it. At this time, the rippling light city was surrounded by countless Hellions, who besieged the city like a tide. Above the rippling light city, the warlock towers radiated resplendent light and formed a defensive barrier that enveloped the city. All kinds of light attribute meteorological spells blasted out from the 9 warlock towers in the center of the rippling light city, and the surroundings of the rippling light city were filled with purifying light. Amidst a series of miserable screams, the low-level fiendish demons and various low-level magical creatures turned into ashes one after another, disappearing without a trace. In the face of human meteorological spells, the demonic sea tactic cannot withstand a single blow. Only demonic creatures above the Moonlight Warlock rank could resist the large area of effect purifying light. Go to hell! A Pantheon Hellion monarch with the god of thunder bloodline descended from the sky, rode a 10,000-meter-long lightning dragon, and slammed into the barrier of the rippling light city like a meteor. Boom! With a loud noise, the barrier of the rippling light city collapsed, and the 9 warlock towers at the core shattered. No! Damn it! No! When the human warlocks inside the rippling light city saw that the barrier of the rippling light city was broken by such a fearsome method, their countenance changed dramatically, and their morale plummeted to the limit. Along with flashes of light, the human warlocks who were working together to resist the attack of the Hellions used various spells to flee in different directions. Without the complete defense system formed by the warlock towers of the rippling light city, the human warlocks knew that they could not resist the siege of the Hellion army. From all directions, countless low-level fiendish demons and monsters surged towards them like a tide. Low-level Hellions can be transformed by corrupting humans. If the high-level Hellions are not destroyed, then it doesn't matter how many low-level Hellions are killed. It's over. When the infinity warlocks of the rippling light city saw the barrier break, their eyes shimmered with despair. The Pantheon Hellion monarch said with a ferocious smile, "Kill them. Haha, kill those damn humans. Let's start a fun hunt." With ferocious smiles on their faces, countless Hellions rushed towards the rippling light city. In the rippling light city, the faces of the countless low-level warlocks who are spying on the battlefield surged with despair. In that instant, a rain of white light fell from the sky, bombarding the bodies of the low-level fiendish demons and low-level demonic creatures. The nearly endless low-level Hellions and demonic creatures were instantly devoured by the white rain of light, and even their skin and bones were purified. The fearsome white rain of light not only accurately attacked the low-level Hellions and demonic creatures, but also locked onto the Hellions above the Moonlight Warlock rank. The 300 Hellions at the Moonlight Warlock rank, or above gathered here exploded, and disappeared one by one. Damn it, who's there? The eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch flashed with anger. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked into the distance. Those ant-like low-level fiendish demons could be easily replenished by killing as many of them as they could. But the Hellions above the Moonlight Warlock rank aren't so easy to get. This involves the issue of conversion rate. Unless it's one of the 5 Hellion ancestors, those who are converted into transcendent rank Hellions may collapse. In other words, after converting about 100 human warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank, it is possible to get a Hellion above the Moonlight Warlock rank. The 300 Hellions above the Moonlight Warlock rank are the result of the Pantheon Hellion monarch's tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort. In the eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch, 10,000 kilometers away, the Adjudicator Battlestar shone brightly and sprayed a rain of light that massacred a large number of low-level Hellions like pesticides. The Adjudicator Battlestar has a range of tens of millions of kilometers, although the power of its attacks will weaken with distance, but it is more than enough to kill the low-level Hellions. That's the Battle Demon Sect's Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion, the trifling Battle Demon Sect, just borrowing the name of the brilliant Great Holy, dares to deal with our race. What a reckless fool! The eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch shimmered fiercely, and he flew towards the Adjudicator Battlestar. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and ripples spread in all directions. The Hellion monarchs and Warlock monarch rank freaks, who are wantonly slaughtering humans, received voice transmissions from the Pantheon Hellion Monarch. The Warlock Monarch rank Hellion Monarchs and Warlock Monarch rank Freaks flew towards the Adjudicator Battlestar. Do I really look so weak? Yang Feng looked at the 52 Warlock Monarch rank Hellions converging on him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. If it was the powerhouses of the 6 Warlock dynasties, the Hellion Monarchs would retreat, not daring to provoke them. However, in the eyes of everyone, Yang Feng's Battle Demon sect has always been unworthy of its name. It relies entirely on the strength of the brilliant Great Holy. Since the brilliant Great Holy isn't here, the Battle Demon sect is nothing to be afraid of in the eyes of the Hellion Monarchs. After all, among the 52 Warlock Monarch rank Hellion Monarchs and Freaks, there are 5 quasi-holy step powerhouses. Since you've come to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Feng smiled and willed, and the doors of the battle stars opened, and a swarm of dazzling light units flew towards the Warlock Monarch rank Hellion Monarchs like a tide. Under the command of 1,000 dazzling rulers, the 5 million dazzling light units blocked in front of the 13 Hellion Monarchs. The dazzling light units resonated wildly, extended their artillery, shone brightly, and turned into a torrent of light that engulfed the 13 Hellion Monarchs in an instant. After the light disappeared, the traces of the 13 Hellion Monarchs were erased. How is this possible? How can those golems be so strong? When did the Battle Demon sect's golems become so terrifying? When the remaining 39 Warlock Monarch rank Hellion Monarchs saw this scene, they were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Even a quasi-holy step powerhouse can't kill a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse so easily. But now the 13 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses were insta-killed, which filled the remaining Hellion Monarchs with a chill. Chapter 1003. After the attack, the dazzling light units retracted their main artilleries, formed battle formations, and flew towards the remaining 39 Hellion Warlock Monarchs. Tens of thousands of Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses flew over from all directions. Among the tens of thousands of powerful fiendish demons, there were 1,000-meter-long fiendish dragons, 1,000-meter-tall giants, peerlessly beautiful fiendish fairies, fiendish demons that had been converted from the blood tribe, and spatial fiendish demons that were proficient in spatial development. Each kind of Hellion exudes fearsome auras. If a Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion falls into a level 8 or level 9 plane, it can easily transform all life forms in the plane into low-level Hellions, and turn that plane into a hell. The tens of thousands of Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses have just flown over, when the frigates next to the Adjudicator Battlestar shone brightly and rained beams of light into the Hellion swarm. Thanks to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank computing power of the level 6 optical computer, only a few thousand of the tens of thousands of Moonlight Warlock rank and above Hellion powerhouses were blasted apart. Of the Moonlight Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses, except for the undead Hellion powerhouses, all the other Hellion powerhouses were killed. The frigate quickly adjusted its firepower and barreled towards the Glorious Sun Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses, and the Glorious Sun Warlock rank Hellion powerhouses were blasted apart and turned into countless fragments that scattered about. A unit of the dazzling light units suddenly split off and flew towards the Hellion Transcendent rank powerhouses, and then broke into the ranks of the Hellion Transcendent rank powerhouses. Go to hell! The eyes of a 1,000-meter-long Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon flashed fiercely, and it opened its maw and belched a fearsome dragon breath, barreling towards a dozen-plus dazzling light units. The fearsome dragon breath enveloped an area of 1,000 meters in radius, and engulfed the dozen-plus dazzling light units. A fearsome wind pressure suddenly erupted from the dragon breath, and a dozen-plus dazzling light units that are still burning flew out of the dragon breath, and slashed at the Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon with their blades. Along with flashes of bloody light, the Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon was cut into countless pieces, and then enveloped by the artillery fire that fell from the sky and purified them, leaving only a Hellion core behind. The Infinity Warlock rank Hellions didn't care about the dazzling light units. As a result, the Infinity Warlock rank Hellions suffered heavy casualties. Only 30-plus Hellions with special bloodlines and supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess, by far surpassed those of the same rank escaped. The eyes of an Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion shimmered with fear, and he cried out, "Infinity Warlock! Damn it! These golems possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. How is this possible? Apart from the Golem Lord, how can anyone produce a large number of Infinity Warlock rank golems?" Strengthened by the resonance of the Dazzling Ruler, each of the Dazzling Light units can exert intermediate Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess at this time. Before the Great Tribulation, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were already known as almighty powerhouses in the world of warlocks. In any force, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are already first-rate upper echelons. Even now, when the Great Tribulation broke out, Hellions can only transfer hundreds of Infinity Warlock rank Hellions. Against millions of Infinity Warlock rank 6th generation battle robots, they can't withstand a single blow. The Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion has just roared, when 10 dazzling light units appeared in front of him and slashed out with their blades, and blade afterimages invisible to the naked eye sliced the Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion into countless pieces in an instant. The life force of the True Blood Hellion is extremely tenacious. After being chopped into countless pieces, the countless pieces still quickly converged along the contaminated core True Blood. 3 dazzling light units fired their rhombus main artilleries, and 3 beams slammed into the Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion, and vaporized the Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. A 1,000-meter tall troll Hellion monarch with purple skin roared wildly, "Everyone run!" With a flash of green light, the angel Empress Mycelia suddenly appeared in front of the troll Hellion monarch and slashed at him with her sword. The face of the troll Hellion monarch fell. Countless runes appeared all over him, and he cast a strengthening spell and formed an armor shield. Boom! With a loud bang, the troll Hellion monarch was sent flying into the swarm of dazzling light units by Mycelia's sword strike. The countless dazzling light units turned into a torrent of steel that engulfed the troll Hellion monarch. Green afterimages flickered on the battlefield. Mycelia operated the essence of speed, appeared in front of the 29 Hellion monarchs in an instant, and slashed out with her sword, forcing the 29 Hellion monarchs to cast various defensive spells. The dazzling light units took this opportunity to rush forward and devour the 29 Hellion monarchs. Mycelia's figure fluttered, and she flew into the air. Standing loftily in the void, she looked at the 29 Hellion monarchs, struggling in the mechanical sea with delight in her beautiful eyes. 4 rays of light flashed, and Alexia and the other 3 Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels flew behind Mycelia as her guards. Although the number of angels under Yang Feng's command exceeds 10 million, but there are only 4 Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels, Alexia. In the mechanical sea formed by the countless dazzling light units, a 10,000-meter-long quasi-holy steppe rock dragon, covered in diamond armor, suddenly flew out, and light of petrification spread from its body in all directions. Enveloped by the light of petrification, the outer armor of the dazzling light units, approaching the rock dragon quasi-holy, began to petrify rapidly. The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon has already begun to go all out. By burning its life origin force, it stimulated this terrifying power. Even the Infinity Warlock rank energy shields of the dazzling light units can't resist it. Screw off. Mycelia chuckled, then suddenly appeared above the quasi-holy steppe rock dragon, and slashed at the quasi-holy steppe rock dragon with a sword containing the essence of power. The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon extended a claw and slammed it into the giant sword. Boom! The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon was blasted into the midst of the dazzling light units by Mycelia's attack. The countless dazzling light units slashed at the quasi-holy steppe rock dragon with their blades, and covered it in wounds. The quasi-holy steppe rock dragon struggled and petrified the dazzling light units one after another, but the wounds on its body grew more and more numerous, and its aura grew weaker and weaker. No! Amidst a miserable scream, an evil god Hellion King was directly chopped into pieces by the dazzling light units and blasted apart. Before long, a 10,000-meter-long star-sea boa Hellion monarch, was chopped into pieces and then purified by the dazzling light units. One by one, the demon kings struggled in the terrifying mechanical sea of dazzling light entities and were killed one by one. Each of these Hellion monarchs once ran amok in the Zhangji Plain and killed more than 10 million humans. It was only because they were powerful, secretive, and elusive that the human race had no way to kill them. But now the Hellion monarchs, who can be called great enemies of the human race, died at Yangfeng's hands. From the Human Supreme Council's headquarters, the Death Monarch watched all of this through a spell, and his heart filled with shock. So strong. These golems are really strong. The beautiful eyes of the Star Monarch flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered unhurriedly, Yangfeng's mechanical legion is already comparable to that of the Golem Lord. The only weakness is that there are no Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems. The Magic Note Monarch uttered flatly, how can it be so easy to manufacture Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems? If we could manufacture Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems in batches, back then, the Puppet Lord wouldn't have been crazy enough to create a monster like the living puppet. No matter which universe it is, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are pinnacle powerhouses. At the time, even the Shizu could not manufacture Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots in batches. In theory, if you have 100 million Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, you may be able to contend against an eternal sovereign using a special secret treasure. However, in any universe, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will not exceed 100,000. At the time, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots possessed by the Shizu were evolved from Ruler Series battle robots that could evolve. At the time, when the Shizu dominated a universe, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots they possessed was only 276. The Death Monarch uttered unhurriedly, if it wasn't for the Great Tribulation, this era would be Yangfeng's era. He may be able to become the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race in this era. What a pity. The other 5 monarchs nodded and looked at Yangfeng with a complicated shade in their eyes. During the Great Tribulation, all kinds of monsters emerged one after another. Apart from the Demon Emperor, 2 or 3 other terrifying monsters with extraordinary battle prowess, who had once been invincible for an era, had also been born. Although Yangfeng is strong, but the Death Monarch and them are still not optimistic that he can reach the top. Still not making a move? What on earth is he waiting for? Sitting inside the Adjudicator rank space armor, Yangfeng locked onto a position through the scanner and looked coldly at the Heaven Holy hiding in the distance. Chapter 1004. The Heaven Holy is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. He alone possesses the terrifying battle prowess to reverse the situation. The 52 Warlock Monarch rank Hellions and Freaks added together aren't as terrifying as the Heaven Holy. Only by using the Great Merit Steel, Warlock Towers, and other special large secret treasures to unite their power can they contend against the Heaven Holy. Battle Demon Sex Yangfeng, 7th Chairman of the Human Supreme Council, I will remember you. The Heaven Holy stared at Yangfeng's fleet with killing intent in his eyes, but he didn't attack. The Zhangji Plain's White Oak Mountain Range is a desolate mountain range lacking in life magic energy. The mountain range is filled with demonic chi that erodes everything in the surroundings. Even if an Infinity Warlock enters it, they will be eroded and turned into a freak if they are careless. Since there are no treasures that can be used in the White Oak Mountain Range, there are naturally no warlocks in the vicinity. In front of the White Oak Demon Mountain Range, the void distorted slightly and 3 figures silently walked out of the void. The 3 figures belonged to a peerlessly handsome undead fiendish demon expert with snow-white skin and a devilishly beautiful demonic aura. It was an expert of the myriad beast demon race with 3 heads, a dragon, a lion and a tiger. There is an archdevil Hellion powerhouse shrouded in demonic chi, looking like a huge source of demonic chi. Each of the 3 Hellion powerhouses exudes immortal breath. They are the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the Hellion race. The undying Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is called Jiao. The myriad beast Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is called Three Heads, and the Archdevil Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is called Poti. The reason why Hellions continue to rise from the ashes under the siege of the human race, in addition to the protection of those in power, is that the three Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions are still alive. As long as the three Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions are still alive, the Hellions will never be wiped out. That was because with their power, they could easily contaminate countless living beings and directly transform them into demons. Zhao stared at the White Oak Mountain range with a flash of madness on his handsome face, and he muttered in a low voice, "It's finally time. The long-cherished wish of our clan can finally be fulfilled. I will cut off all communications in this area and deceive the humans." However, with the reaction speed of the humans, they would only be able to fool them for an hour at most. If only the Demon God King was still here. With his cooperation, we have enough time to kill that damn old man below. Face gloomy, Potdu spread the fingers of a hand, and eyeballs suddenly flew to the surroundings of the White Oak Mountain range, and released strange fluctuations of power that spread in all directions. The peculiar energy fluctuation coming from the White Oak Devil Mountain range was replaced by the strange energy fluctuation. Three Heads' body swayed slightly, and he transformed into a 10,000-meter-long giant beast with dragon, lion, and tiger heads on his head. His body was covered in golden scales, and he had 36 pairs of dragon claws, lion claws, tiger claws, and so on. He had dragon wings and a tiger tail. As soon as the terrifying beast appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers, which blasted towards the White Oak Devil Mountain range. Demons, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Do you want to be suppressed as well? A human bellow came from the depths of the White Oak Devil Mountain range, and countless runes shone and formed a huge semicircular boundary in the void. Boom! When the huge meteor slammed into the semicircular barrier, a fearsome force set off ripples on the semicircular barrier. A fearsome storm spread in all directions. With a ferocious smile, Potdu's body fluttered, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall transcendent holy, with 4 heads and 8 arms wielding all kinds of heavy weapons. The terrifying demon saint took a step forward and appeared in front of the semicircular barrier. He brandished his terrifying heavy weapon and bombarded the semicircular barrier. Each of Materdu's attacks contained the terrifying power to shatter a grade 8 plane. The terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions, giving rise to violent hurricanes. Gancha, the main forces of the humans are pinned down in the central starfield to deal with the invasion of the Gamana universe. The rest of the forces are pinned down outside to wipe out the bait we scattered. The humans have no reinforcements to send you. It's not too late for you to take the forces of your race and escape from here. Otherwise, once we break through the boundary, your race will all die here. Zhao smiled ferociously and pointed with a finger, and countless runes appeared and formed a magic mirror in the void. A 100-meter-tall magic pillar slammed into the semicircular boundary and eroded it. Under the siege of the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, the semicircular boundary trembled, but it still didn't collapse. In the deepest part of the White Oak Devil Mountain range, in a 12-story tall warlock tower, there stands a male Holy Spirit Warlock dressed in a silver warlock robe and exuding a mysterious aura. He is Gancha. Damn it! These damn demons, they're really scheming. Gancha stared at the 3 Hellions outside with anxiety in his eyes. In a one-on-one fight, Gancha isn't afraid of any Hellion. But in a 3-on-1 fight, Gancha has no chance of winning. Even with the support of a warlock tower, he can only hold on a little longer at most. If Gancha exhausts his strength while holding on, he may even be killed by the 3 Hellions. It is extremely difficult for human Holy Spirit Warlocks to be killed by powerhouses of the same rank. But at the same time, many Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have died at the hands of powerhouses of the same rank for various reasons. A gloomy expression on his face, Gancha uttered frigidly, "The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts? Have you still not contacted the people of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts?" A warlock reported with a pale face, "Sir, Our surroundings have been completely blocked. We cannot contact the people of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. Gonsha suddenly asked, "What is the current situation of that thing?" Another warlock said respectfully, "That thing has completely lost its soul fluctuations 1,500 years ago." Gonsha uttered decisively, "In that case, let's withdraw." After a dozen-plus breaths of time, in the deepest part of the White Oak Mountain range, a mountain suddenly rose from the ground, countless runes appeared, and rose into the sky. The 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions stared coldly at the mountain peak, showing no intention of going to chase after him. The 3 rays of light flickered slightly, and directly entered the huge hole left behind by the mountain after it flew away. Within the enormous hole was a pitch-black door that was inscribed with countless profound runes. Wisps of demonic chi diffused from the mysterious runes. "This is the seal of the Star Lord. It's really mysterious. Unfortunately, due to the erosion of time, even Eternal Sovereign's spells will be obliterated. The seal of the Star Lord doesn't have much power left." Gonsha smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and twisted black gas enveloped the mysterious runes. The mysterious runes erupted with dazzling starlight and smashed the strange gas. However, the amount of the strange black gas was far from decreasing, while the dazzling starlight became dimmer and dimmer, and eventually collapsed and disappeared. When the starlight completely disappeared, the runes also collapsed, and the black door also collapsed and disappeared. Behind the black door was a terrifying expert that was 100 meters tall. His entire body was covered in a layer of dragon scales, and his entire body was covered in the characteristics of beasts. He gave off a domineering and overbearing aura. "Ancestor." As soon as 3 Heads saw the corpse without any soul fluctuations, his eyes flashed with excitement. With a shout, he took out a small bottle and slapped it towards the corpse. A nearly endless torrent of blood formed from the deprivation of tens of billions of lives, swept towards the corpse along with countless souls. The corpse was immersed in a sea of blood. As if a black hole, it devoured the countless souls. After devouring the blood and souls, the corpse suddenly emitted a strange, weak soul ripple. It slowly opened its eyes, and a trace of the terrifying aura of a half-step emperor slowly spread out. The myriad beast's Hellion ancestor showed a gratified smile and said, 3 Heads, you unlocked my seal, well done. Come and help me." "Yes, ancestor." 3 Heads strode excitedly to the side of the myriad beast's Hellion ancestor, and helped him up. The myriad beast's Hellion ancestor glanced at the archdevil Hellion ancestor, and said indifferently, "Pot, you come and help me as well. I know that you just resurrected, ancestor, and are very hungry. I don't want to be your delicacy. I'm sorry, but please allow me to leave." Pot's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he suddenly blurred and disappeared. "What a cunning little thing." The myriad beast's Hellion ancestor showed a ferocious smile, and ejected a sharp bone spur from his chest, which pierced through 3 Heads' body, stabbed into his Hellion core, and shattered his resistance. At the same time, sharp spikes pierced into 3 Heads' body and frantically absorbed his power. 3 Heads' eyes shimmered with grief, indignation, and unwillingness, and he shouted, "Ancestor, why? Why do you want to kill me?" 3 Heads is loyal and devoted to the myriad beast's Hellion ancestor. It never occurred to him that the myriad beast's Hellion ancestor would kill him. "It's very simple. I'm not that fool myriad beasts. I'm the undying Hellion ancestor." The myriad beast's Hellion ancestor's body suddenly twisted, and he changed into a handsome undying Hellion powerhouse, who revealed a derisive smile at 3 Heads. Chapter 1005. 3 Heads roared madly. "Zhao, you lied to me." Zhao's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he smiled contemptuously. "Idiot." The 3 Heads were quickly devoured by the undying Hellion ancestor. When the undying Hellion ancestor absorbed the 3 Heads, he exuded wisps of fearsome power. The Gamana universe is attacking. The 8 warlock dynasties are emerging. The Time Lord's prophecy has come true. As expected of the strongest warlock emperors of the human race, such a distant prophecy can come true. This is the best of times, and also the worst of times. If it was in this era, I might also be able to break the bloodline shackles and promote to a warlock emperor. The eyes of the undying Hellion ancestor flickered brightly, and he revealed a ferocious smile. The 5 Hellion ancestors are the strongest weapons created by the second Warlock dynasty's taboo lord. Their fleshly bodies are at the Warlock Emperor rank, which gives them a great advantage. But no matter how they practice cultivation, the limit is the quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse. They can't break through and promote to the Warlock Emperor rank. When the 5 Hellion ancestors are used by the taboo lord as props, they can even defeat Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. But after they become independent, they are only quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses. Even if the 5 of them join forces, they won't be able to survive against a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The 5 Hellion ancestors have used countless secret methods to prolong their lifespans to this day, in hopes of breaking the bloodline shackles and promoting to a Warlock Emperor. Otherwise, their soul will decay and they will die. There was a flash of madness in the eyes of the undying Hellion ancestor, and he uttered with a smile. The battle demon Sex Yang Feng occupied a branch floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root. What a waste. For such a treasure to fall into the hands of a good-for-nothing like him. It's like casting pearls before swine. Let's end him. The undying Hellion ancestor devoured the Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellion 3 heads. At the same time, he absorbed the memories of the myriad beasts' Hellion powerhouse and turned them into his. Zhao replied respectfully, "Yes, ancestor. Zhao, this is your reward." The immortal fiendish demon ancestor smiled and flicked his finger. A drop of pitch-black blood that emitted countless twisted shadows suddenly flew out and floated in front of Zhao. "Thank you, old ancestor, for your reward." Zhao looked at the pitch-black, twisted drop of blood. His eyes burst out with brilliant light, and he received the drop of blood with excitement. That drop of blood was a drop of true demon blood that the undying demon ancestor had spent countless resources to condense. That drop of blood could increase Zhao's chances of breaking through to the Great Sage realm by 5%. Zhao had spent countless efforts to resurrect the immortal Hellion ancestor, just for this drop of Hellion true blood. Go! 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared from where they stood. The area 100,000 kilometers in radius around the heaven and earth spirit root branch floating continent occupied by Yangfeng is covered with 100-meter diameter reconnaissance satellites. Any expert that approached within a radius of 100,000 miles of the battle demon Sex branch floating continent would be discovered by the satellites. Warning! Warning! Ahead is the headquarters of the battle demon sect. Anyone who enters this airspace without permission will be regarded as an enemy of the battle demon sect and will be destroyed. In the outermost space, a reconnaissance satellite suddenly issued a warning sound towards the empty sky. The other party ignored the warning and can be regarded as an enemy. Now let's annihilate the enemy. In an instant, a dense rain of light shot out from the armed satellites barreling towards the void. As expected of the chairman of the 7th Council, you really have some skill. To be able to discover my whereabouts, that's amazing. A black, twisted fog suddenly emerged in the void, and the undying Hellion ancestor suddenly appeared. Looking at the dense rain of light, he revealed a smile. When the dense rain of light slammed into the distorted mist, the rays were immediately distorted and blasted in all directions. Boom! Boom! The surrounding armed satellites were blasted by the rays fired by the undying Hellion ancestor and exploded. You discovered me. Then there's no need for me to hide anymore. The undying Hellion ancestor smiled ferociously, and an intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath spread in all directions without concealing it. The undying Hellion ancestor himself is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. But since he woke up from the seal, his strength has weakened to the extreme. If he hadn't devoured the Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellion 3 heads, he might not even be as strong as an Infinity Warlock when he just woke up. The undying Hellion ancestor's figure fluttered, and he turned into a black ray flying towards the branch floating continent occupied by Yangfeng. Along the way, countless reconnaissance satellites exploded. Someone attacked my headquarters. Yangfeng received the news immediately. Alarmed, he willed. and the scene of the two Hellions breaking into the branch floating continent appeared on the bridge of the Adjudicator battleship. Combat Power Assessment, 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions. What should I do now? Should I kill them all? Or return to suppress the 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions? Yang Feng frowned, and took a deep look at the Hellion Warlock monarchs who are still struggling. After all, Hellion Warlock monarchs are old freaks who have lived for more than tens of thousands of years. They are ferocious and possess endless life-saving secret methods. Even in the terrifying mechanical sea of dazzling light entities, they were still struggling bitterly. At this time, there are still 3 quasi-holy step and 5 pinnacle warlock monarch rank Hellion monarchs in the mechanical sea. Yang Feng glanced at the Hellion monarchs and said with a cold smile, "It's a rare opportunity. Let's wipe out these damn Hellion monarchs. You or do it kill them." As the number 1 expert under Yang Feng's command, sure you won't act lightly. Originally, Yang Feng planned to let her take action when dealing with the Heaven Holy. But now, in order to kill the Hellion monarchs, he can only let her take action in advance. Sure you responded with a sweet smile. "Yes, big brother." With a flash of light, sure you appeared behind a 5,000-meter-long quasi-holy step Hellion with 6 giant snake heads and a fist containing the essence of power barreling towards the Hellion. In an instant, the surrounding space seems to collapse. Shrouded by the essence of power, it seems like everything will collapse and be destroyed. The 6 quasi-holy demons ignored the attacks of the rest of the dazzling light units and turned their heads in a very strange manner. They opened their mouths and shot out 6 rays of freezing, petrifying, weakening, darkness, corrosion, and poison toward Shiryu. The white jade-like fist smashed the 6 kinds of light rays that could destroy a world, and then slammed into the quasi-holy level fiend, directly blasting it into pieces. Mykelia took a deep look at Shiryu, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with strong fluctuations of competitiveness. "Big sister Shiryu, you've become stronger again." Ever since they met, Mykelia has been filled with a competitive spirit toward Shiryu. Among the women around Yang Feng, Shiryu is the one who gives her the greatest sense of threat. Mykelia's gaze swept past Alexia and the other 3 blazing angels, and her beautiful eyes creased. "It seems that I have to train a few more guards." The Angel Empress herself possesses astonishing battle prowess. However, she has an even more powerful ability, which is to enhance the battle prowess of her angels and form an angel battle formation. The more angel guards around the Angel Empress, the stronger they are, and the stronger the angel battle formation formed by the Angel Empress will be. Since her birth, Mykelia has been far stronger than other powerhouses of the same rank, and has almost never encountered any setbacks. After encountering Shiryu and the Fiend Empress, she finally began to attach importance to her second innate ability. Mykelia ordered proudly, "Form the angel battle formation." "Yes, Your Majesty. It is our honor to be able to serve Your Majesty." The eyes of Alexia and the other 3 Warlock Monarch rank blazing angels shimmered with excitement, and they turned into 4 streams of light and entered Mykelia's back. A pair of pitch-black wings unfolded on Mykelia's back. There are 4 pitch-black feathers on the pair of pitch-black wings, each of which exudes fearsome fluctuations of power. The figures of Alexia and the other 3 can be vaguely seen. Mykelia's figure fluttered, and she appeared above a quasi-holy step multi-armed Hellion monarch, with 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding a fierce and overbearing aura, and slashed at the multi-armed Hellion monarch with a sword. "You damn little bitch." Eyes shot with blood, the multi-armed Hellion monarch brandished a sword, a spear, a sword, a wolf-tooth club, a hammer, and a giant axe, and slammed them towards Mykelia. Boom! Mykelia's sword strike containing the essence of power slammed the multi-armed Hellion monarch into the swarm of dazzling light units. In that instant, a pitch-black sword ray containing the terrifying essence of darkness stabbed into the multi-armed Hellion King's body and sliced the multi-armed Hellion King into pieces. Countless rays of light shone, and the dazzling light units took this opportunity to open fire at the moment the multi-armed Hellion monarch was chopped into pieces, purifying all the pieces of the multi-armed Hellion monarch, leaving nothing behind. With Shiryu and Mykelia going all out, It took only 5 minutes for Yangfeng to wipe out the remaining Hellion monarchs. As if dead, the Heaven Holy hid in the void motionless, letting the Hellion monarchs be wiped out by Yangfeng. After Yangfeng wiped out the Hellion monarchs, he recalled all the battle robots and began to return. Watching Yangfeng's fleet disappear, the Heaven Holy frowned and mused. Doesn't he know that 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank Hellions have arrived at his base? Chapter 1006. With 2 flashes of light, the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks, the undying Hellion ancestor and Zhao, forcibly broke into the branch floating continent where the Battle Demon sect is located. Gold Lake. As long as I devour the Gold Lake's water, I will be able to restore my full strength. Before those old farts wake up, this world is my world. The undying Hellion ancestor took a deep look at the Gold Lake in the center of the branch floating continent, and his eyes shimmered with greed. At the time, the undying Hellion ancestor was indeed sealed by the Star Lord, although he used a secret method to feign death, and survived until the modern era. But he is now very weak, and no longer possesses the might of a quasi-Empyrean. As long as he devours the Gold Lake, the undying Hellion ancestor will be able to quickly restore his quasi-Empyrean rank strength. Enemy detected. Enemy rank, Holy Spirit Warlock. Activate the Divine Judgment System. Within the branch floating continent, a mechanical tower suddenly shone brightly and frantically devoured the elemental force of the branch floating continent. In an instant, the branch floating continent, which was originally filled with rich elemental force, became extremely sparse, and became a super-large magic band domain. Within the super-large magic band domain, ordinary elemental warlocks will lose more than 90% of their fighting strength in an instant. Even the remaining Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses will lose a lot of their fighting strength. The spells of Transcendent rank powerhouses above the Infinity Warlock rank possess the power to topple mountains and overturn seas and destroy stars. It is because they use the power of spells to control the elemental force of heaven and earth that they can exert such fearsome power. With the sparse elemental force, the power of their spells will be reduced by more than 90%. Under the command of 1,000 dazzling dominators, 5 million dazzling light units suddenly flew out and turned into a mechanical ocean that could devour everything, flying toward the immortal Hellion ancestor and Zhao, the 2 terrifying Hellions. Magic Band Domain, plus the mechanical golem army. The guards of the Battle Demon sect's headquarters didn't let me down. The immortal Hellion ancestor was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. With a wicked smile, he operated the speed ultimacy and turned into a black shadow that appeared in front of the dazzling light unit legion. He spread his fingers, and a terrifying world of darkness that could erode and destroy everything suddenly appeared. Like a terrifying beast that could devour everything, it swallowed all 200,000 dazzling light units in one gulp. The power of each Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is comparable to that of a world. Even in the Magic Band domain, they can still use their power to launch all kinds of incredible extraordinary attacks. The world of darkness appeared, then collapsed and shrank. After distorting slightly, countless rays of light shone, and it exploded in an instant. The 200,000 dazzling light units forcibly flew out of the world of darkness, their outer armor covered with traces of corrosion. What a powerful mechanical puppet! It seemed that it would not be so easy to capture them all in one go, especially in this place where the elemental essence is thin. The undying Hellion ancestor praised. His figure turned into an afterimage, shuttling back and forth among the dazzling light units. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dazzling light units exploded one after another, turning into piles of scrap metal that fell from the sky to the ground. The undying Hellion ancestor operated the essence of speed to the extreme. Thanks to the resonance of the dazzling ruler, the dazzling light unit's combat strength and various performance have been upgraded to the Infinity Warlock rank. Yet, they still can't even touch the corner of the undying Hellion ancestor's clothes. Zhao turned into a black stream of light and plunged into the crowd of dazzling light units and destroyed them. Compared to the undying Hellion ancestor who operated the essence of speed, Jal is several times slower. The attacks of the dazzling light units that hit him from time to time, but they can't even break his magic shield. Only this much. Sure enough, apart from the brilliant Great Holy, no one in the Battle Demon sect can threaten me. The undying Hellion ancestor easily pierced through the crowd of dazzling light units and raised the corners of his mouth into a contemptuous smile. Of the 9 branch floating continents separated from the heaven and earth spirit root, the other 8 are guarded by human Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. As strong as the undying Hellion ancestor is, he is not willing to rashly attack a branch floating continent guarded by a Holy Spirit Warlock. If he is careless, he will be in danger of being suppressed. With a flash of light, the undying Hellion ancestor flew straight towards the Gold Lake. For the undying Hellion ancestor, after absorbing the power of the Gold Lake and restoring quasi-Empyrean step strength, he can run amok in the world of warlocks. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock with an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, he will have a 30% to 40% chance of killing the other party. Analysis complete. Operation mode analysis complete. Around the Gold Lake, countless mechanical towers flashed, the surrounding space distorted, and a sturdy spatial cage suddenly appeared and locked the undying Hellion ancestor. Boom! When the undying Hellion ancestor slammed into the spatial cage, it shook violently. To be able to lock me, you have some skill, but this is it. The undying Hellion ancestor smiled ferociously, operated the essence of power, and slammed a fist into the spatial cage. A fearsome force erupted in an instant and blasted the spatial cage apart. Charging complete. God Annihilation Artillery Fire. Suddenly, 10 resplendent beams of light shot out from every corner of the floating continent and shot towards the undying Hellion ancestor, completely sealing off his escape routes. The spatial cage has just been smashed by the undying Hellion ancestor, and the surrounding space is in chaos. Even though the undying Hellion ancestor is proficient in the essence of space, he cannot escape. Damn it! For the first time, the undying Hellion ancestor's countenance changed. Runes appeared all over him, and he turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant covered in black dragon scales. 9 rhombus crystals suddenly emerged, suspended in the void, and formed a rhombus boundary that protected the undying Hellion ancestor. The secret method 9 rhombus boundary is the strongest defensive boundary the undying Hellion ancestor has mastered. In his heyday, he even used this defensive secret method to resist the all-out blow of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The 10 bright beams slammed into the 9 rhombus boundary in an instant, and a destructive force tore the 9 rhombus boundary apart and blasted the fleshly body of the undying Hellion ancestor into pieces. After the fleshly body of the undying Hellion ancestor was blasted into pieces, light flickered, and then the fleshly body of the undying Hellion ancestor suddenly fused back together. Since the undying Hellion ancestor is known as undying, he naturally possesses all kinds of incredible undying abilities. In terms of combat power, he is at the bottom of the 5 Hellion ancestors. But in terms of life-saving means, he is indeed the leader of the 5 Hellion ancestors. However, the price of instant rebirth is that the breath of the undying Hellion ancestor weakened a lot, and it dropped from the pinnacle intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm to the junior intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Boom! 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 Along with 10 heaven-shaking thunderclaps, 10 lightning bolts suddenly shot out from the Warlock towers and slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor, who has just been reborn. When the lightning bolts slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor, they turned him into charcoal. A black beam shot from afar, slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor, and blasted the body of the undying Hellion ancestor into dust. Suddenly, a strong life force erupted from the dust, and the dust condensed and formed the body of the undying Hellion ancestor again. The body of the undying Hellion ancestor has just formed, when a white beam shot out again, slammed into the body of the undying Hellion ancestor, and blasted the body of the undying Hellion ancestor into countless pieces again. A mechanical tower fired a pillar of white flame, enveloped the fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor's fleshly body, and then burned and refined them. Countless warlock towers shone brightly, and formed a spatial cage that sealed the fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor's body in a space. The pieces of the undying Hellion ancestor's body continued to turn to ashes as they were burned by the flames. Then, they rapidly regenerated to resist the burning of the flames. Ancestor! Zhao's face fell, and his figure fluttered. He abandoned the undying Hellion ancestor, turned into a stream of light, and flew away from the branch-floating continent. In the fleet, Yang Feng frowned and said unhurriedly, "This guy is so decisive. Otherwise, I would have been able to keep 2 Holy Spirit warlocks. Unfortunately, the divine judgment system has just been established and is not yet complete. Otherwise, it would not be a problem to suppress the 2 Holy Spirit warlocks." After the level 6 stronghold was upgraded, Yang Feng spent countless resources to deploy the divine judgment system on one of his most important bases, the branch-floating continent. However, as the ultimate defense system of the Shizu, the resources required to fully deploy the divine judgment system are astronomical. If Yang Feng hadn't plundered a large amount of resources in the Gamana universe, it would have been impossible to deploy the divine judgment system so quickly. On the branch-floating continent, there was a flash of light, and 100 seal rulers suddenly appeared. A beam of light blasted out from afar and slammed into the pieces of the undying Hellion ancestor's body, blasting them into pieces. The 100 seal rulers unleashed seal light, suppressed the body fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor, and sealed them into 100 black crystals. Chapter 1007. The magic crystals of the undying Hellion ancestor sealed by the sealed ruler trembled, and finally exhausted all their power, and came to a standstill. Zhao flew out of the branch-floating continent occupied by the battle demon sect, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. He has no intention of fighting Yang Feng's fleet, which is on its way back. When Yang Feng saw Zhao escape decisively, his eyes shimmered with vigilance. These Holy Spirit warlocks are all cunning old foxes. It won't be easy to kill one of them. Zhao is a Holy Spirit warlock rank Undying Hellion, with fearsome battle prowess. He alone can easily destroy a world, and change the course of a universe war. However, when Zhao saw that Yang Feng's base is so tightly guarded that it can even suppress the Undying Hellion ancestor, he lost the will to fight Yang Feng, and chose to escape. If the Hellion Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses weren't so vigilant, they would have been killed by human warlocks long ago. Zhao escaped. In other words, the Undying Hellion ancestor was suppressed? Doesn't the battle demon sect only have one brilliant great holy? How come he's so scary? The heavenly saint was hiding in an extremely secret space. Through a spell, he saw Zhao fleeing alone in a sorry state. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. After the Undying Hellion ancestor devoured the Holy Spirit Warlock 3 heads, his strength recovered to the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Moreover, with his quasi-Empyrean rank combat sense, and the various essences he has mastered, even advanced Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses may not be his opponent. For such a fearsome powerhouse to be suppressed by Yang Feng made the Heaven Holy's heart shudder. That's a monster who once fought the Fiend Emperor to a draw for you. A powerhouse favored by the universe. The Heaven Holy's heart shook, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. That's the Hellion Zhao. Where's the Undying Hellion ancestor? Didn't they enter the battle demon sect's branch-floating continent together? Zhao fled alone in a sorry state. In that case, was the Undying Hellion ancestor suppressed? How could the Undying Hellion ancestor be suppressed? He possesses Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength, and he is a cunning person. When he sees that the situation is bad, he will definitely choose to escape. How could it be suppressed? To think that the Undying Demon Ancestor would be suppressed. What trump card does the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters have? When the human powerhouses, the powerhouses of the 7 superior races, and the old freaks hiding in the Zhangji Plain, who were paying attention to what was happening on the battlefield saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. and began to pay attention to the emerging human warlock group known as the Battle Demon Sect. Since the beginning of the Great Tribulation, powerful forces have emerged in the world of warlocks. Even Great Cloud Dynasty had silently disappeared. Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, by family, had fallen from a first-rate warlock group to a second-rate one. The 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty can no longer be ranked among the human race forces. It is for this reason that the Battle Demon Sect is considered to be a warlock group that only relies on the protection of the brilliant Great Holy. However, after the undying Hellion ancestor was quelled by Yang Feng, the Battle Demonic Sect became the focus of all forces in the world of warlocks. An ordinary Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse can already become the guardian of a race and shelter that race from becoming a superior race in the universe. Even a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse will maintain some respect for a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. The Undying Hellion Ancestor is a Quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. Even though his strength has been weakened to the extreme, he is still far stronger than ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses like the Heaven Holy. They are still far stronger than ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses like the Heaven Holy. Moreover, they possess undying properties, making them a most troublesome enemy. Since such a terrifying powerhouse like the Undying Hellion Ancestor was quelled by Yang Feng, the killing intent hidden in the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters makes everyone shudder. The Undying Hellion Ancestor is really a waste. He is known as the 5 Hellion Ancestors. I didn't expect him to be so useless. As soon as he was born, he was quelled by Yang Feng. A cold voice came from the communication channels of the 10 Tier 4 hives. Another voice sounded. The Undying Hellion Ancestor is not a simple character. He was just a little careless and impatient to restore his strength. He didn't take Yang Feng seriously, which is why he failed. Sure enough, none of these universe children are easy to deal with. Another voice full of regret sounded. The Undying Hellion Ancestor wanted to take advantage of this good opportunity to restore his Quasi-Empyrean step strength and dominate the universe. Unfortunately, he failed. Another voice sounded. We should retreat. The underlying strength of the 6 warlock dynasties is unfathomable. If we stay here, we'll be in danger. Okay. Agreed. Voices sounded one after another, and the 10 Tier 4 hives shone, turned into 10 streams of light, and flew towards the depths of the universe. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, the Taboo Monarch and others frowned when they saw the 10 Tier 4 hives disappear. The Taboo Monarch and the other 5 monarchs have already communicated and completed the exchange of interests. They decided to use part of their underlying strength to deal a heavy blow to, or even quell the 10 Tier 4 hives. However, the 10 Tier 4 hives suddenly disappeared at this time, making the Taboo Monarch and them feel like they have punched empty air. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, the eyes of the robot Yang Feng left behind flickered with electronic light, and it walked up to the 6 monarchs. When the Taboo Monarch saw Yang Feng appear, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she asked, Yang Feng, you quelled the Undying Hellion Ancestor, right? All eyes focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng replied calmly, Yes, I quelled the Undying Hellion Ancestor. Amazing. Sure enough, the underlying strength of the Battle Demon Sect really shouldn't be underestimated. Yang Feng, as expected of a universe child doted on by the universe, his speed of progress is really scary. The eyes of the 6 monarchs shimmered with shock. With the underlying strength of the 6 warlock dynasties, it is very easy for them to defeat the recently resurrected Undying Hellion Ancestor. However, it is very difficult to quell the Undying Hellion Ancestor. For the Battle Demon Sect to be able to quell the Undying Hellion Ancestor so easily, it naturally shocked them. The Taboo Monarch uttered with some anticipation, Can you give the Undying Hellion Ancestor to the Taboo Imperial Court? Of course. We won't let you hand over the Undying Hellion Ancestor for free. You can tell us what treasures you want. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a list of resources flew into the Taboo Monarch's hand. How many resources do you have on this list? The taboo monarch took a closer look, and then lightly swiped the list of resources, saying, "We have all of these resources. We don't have anything else. We are willing to pay these resources in exchange for the undying Hellion ancestor." Yang Feng took a closer look, and then showed a satisfied smile and uttered, "Deal." The resources promised by the taboo monarch are enough for Yang Feng to build a level 6 optical computer network with great holy step computing power. At the same time, he also got a primary material for refining an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, which is one of the top materials needed to refine a level 7 stronghold. Yang Feng pointed to the Tier 5 hive and asked, "What do we do with that big fellow?" The Tier 5 hive is stuck in a universe rift. Most of it is in the Gamana universe, but a small part is in the world of warlocks. Even if only a small part is in the world of warlocks, but it is still very frightening. This means that the universe rift cannot be sealed, and a steady stream of Gamana universe's powerhouses can enter the world of warlocks through the space rift, where the Tier 5 hive is located. The taboo monarch frowned slightly and sighed slowly. Although we can destroy the Tier 5 hive and seal the universe rift by force, but the price we have to pay is too great. The other monarchs nodded. Each of the 6 warlock imperial courts is a terrifying force that once dominated the world of warlocks. At their peak, they even suppressed warlock emperor rank powerhouses. Their underlying strength is very deep. The Tier 5 hive is only partially stuck in the world of warlocks. As long as the 6 warlock imperial courts are willing to pay a high enough price, they can destroy it. But in the world of warlocks, there are countless powerful races. Some races have even been hiding in the dark since the Eternal Sovereign era, in order to wait for the arrival of this era. If the human race stupidly exhausts its strength in such an era, then once the Great Tribulation passes, it will be reduced from being the overlord of the universe to being a slave race. The ancient gods, who had once dominated the universe, had been seized by the human clan. They had been overthrown and beaten into the dust. They had been hunted to the point where they had almost disappeared, and had been forced to hide in the depths of the universe. In this universe war, except for the human race and the 7 superior races, the other race powerhouses only took action a little, with the intention of preserving their strength. Moreover, the loss of 2 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses is a heavy blow to the human race as a whole. Naturally, no one is willing to go all out. The loss of 2 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses is a heavy blow to any race. It should be noted that in the world of warlocks, many superior races only have 1 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse guarding them. The taboo monarch uttered, "We can build a defensive line next to the universe rift to prevent the Gamana universe's powerhouses from spreading. At the same time, by fighting the Gamana universe's powerhouses, we can grow rapidly and gain more favor from the universe." The other monarchs pondered for a while, and then agreed to the taboo monarch's proposal. In order for 2 universes to devour each other, they must devour a large number of life forms and souls of the other universe. The Gamana universe's powerhouses continuously send people into the world of warlocks to slaughter all life forms. This is to speed up the process of universe devouring. Chapter 1008. The faster the universe devouring process is, the more advantageous it is for the Gamana universe. After all, the Gamana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns. If there was no universe barrier, an eternal sovereign true body that came to the world of warlocks could suppress everyone in the world of warlocks by themselves. Of course, if the Gamana universe's powerhouses enter the world of warlocks, they will also face the danger of being killed by other warlocks. This will allow them to obtain more universe favor and evolve rapidly. However, this is a risk that must be taken in order to speed up the universe devouring process. After the chairman of the 7 councils finished their discussion, they issued orders, mobilized countless resources, built bases in the central starfield, and fought the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The 7 superior races and many ambitious powerhouses of the world of warlocks also built bases in the central starfield. They often enter the central starfield to fight the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Yangfeng's mechanical legion is like a fish in water on the battlefield. Every time it is dispatched, it can annihilate a large number of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have also sent countless geniuses to fight on the interstellar battlefield in the central starfield. Numerous powerful geniuses stood out in the interstellar battlefield. Yi Yuanyang, Jiang Lang, Regina, Wu Meiying, Buliantian, Yin Maoan, and many other publicly acknowledged geniuses all shone with dazzling brilliance. The Taboo Imperial Court's Imperial Palace. Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and a seal crystal coffin containing dozens of the undying Hellion ancestors' magic crystals flew into the Taboo Monarch's hand. Taboo Monarch, this is the undying Hellion ancestor. After quelling the undying Hellion ancestor, Yang Feng studied the undying Hellion ancestor in the light of eternity plane for 20 years. After obtaining a lot of data, he took out the undying Hellion ancestor and handed it to the Taboo Monarch. The Taboo Monarch opened the seal crystal coffin, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger, and a gray ray entered the undying Hellion ancestor's magic crystals. The quasi-Empyrean rank breath of the undying Hellion ancestor slowly spread from the magic crystals. The Taboo Monarch revealed a look of satisfaction in her eyes, stared at Yang Feng, and said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, you are already a quasi-holy step powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you're already preparing to condense an immortal body, right?" Yang Feng replied calmly, "That's right. I've already reached the stage of forming an immortal body." The Taboo Monarch's eyes flickered as she softly said, "Immortal body." An immortal body is the hallmark of a Holy Spirit Warlock. Any Holy Spirit Warlock has an immortal body. By relying on the various extraordinary powers derived from the immortal body, they can easily suppress quasi-holy step powerhouses. Warlocks who can form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step are geniuses among geniuses, peerless geniuses with Warlock Emperor rank potential. The Taboo Monarch uttered with a smile, "Yang Feng, if you're still confused about the path you're walking on, then don't worry. You can head to one of the eternal ruins of the Taboo dynasty. That was the ruin left behind by the dream deity heart of the absolute beginning era. There was a wall of reflection there. The wall of reflection should be of great benefit to you. Do you want to go there now?" Yang Feng said, "Let's go." The Taboo Monarch took out a crystal card and pointed it at Yang Feng. A resplendent light shone on Yang Feng, and in the next moment, Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Yang Feng felt a force tearing the space around him. His vision blurred, and then he appeared in a world full of life magic energy and elemental particles. Yang Feng's tremendous soul force swept in all directions, but just as it spread out 1,000 meters, its power was exhausted. Yang Feng praised, as expected of an eternal sovereign relic site, with Yang Feng's quasi-holy step strength, he can even cover a celestial body 10 times the size of Earth with a sweep of his soul force. But on this celestial body, his soul force can only cover 1,000 meters. Clearly, there's something special about this celestial body. A magnificent, tremendous, and mysterious force spread from afar. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the source of the force. After flying for 10,000 kilometers, an exquisite palace complex exuding a mysterious aura appeared in front of Yang Feng. Each of the palaces in the palace complex is made of extremely rare materials. If the palace complex is demolished, Yang Feng can manufacture 100,000 ruler series battle robots. At the center of the palace complex was a huge spiritual wall that was over 100,000 meters tall. The huge spiritual wall was engraved with countless mysterious runes. Circles of strange and incomparably powerful ripples spread out in all directions with the huge spirit wall as the core. When Yang Feng flew to within 1,000 kilometers of the spiritual wall, he suddenly felt the elemental force in heaven and earth become chaotic, and a tremendous attractive force came from the earth. Yang Feng could have extracted the power of the small world inside him to continue flying and contend against the force of the earth. This is the terror of warlocks who formed a small world inside them. No matter what kind of environment they are in, They can erupt with terrifying battle prowess. However, Yang Feng's heart only stirred slightly, and he landed on the ground and strode towards the wall of reflection. 67 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Is this the underlying strength of the taboo imperial court? How fearsome! As expected of a warlock imperial court that was once invincible in an era. As soon as Yang Feng arrived near the wall of reflection, he saw 67 powerhouses sitting in different places, each of them exuding pinnacle warlock monarch rank life force. He couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. In the core world, among the sea monarch and holy lists, there are only 67 warlock monarch rank powerhouses on the monarch list. However, the number of pinnacle warlock monarch and quasi-holy step powerhouses around the wall of reflection is as high as 67. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the underlying strength of the taboo imperial court is. It is because of their astonishing underlying strength that the 6 warlock imperial courts possess unfathomable strength. As representatives of the 6 warlock imperial courts, except for the taboo monarch and the star monarch, the other 4 chairmen of the Supreme Council looked down on Yang Feng, who only has a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base. In fact, in terms of underlying strength, even though Yang Feng has upgraded the Shizu's technology to the pinnacle, there is still a big gap between him and the 6 warlock imperial courts. Unless he can build the level 7 stronghold, the ultimate weapon of the Shizu, he won't be able to contend against the 6 warlock imperial courts. A handsome male infinity warlock with a medium build and an extraordinary temperament came over and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Jiang Feng. Are you the Battle Demon Sect Master Yang Feng?" Yang Feng replied, "Yes, I am Yang Feng. Yang Feng, the Battle Demon Sect Master Yang Feng. It's the legendary Battle Demon Sect Master Yang Feng, who is most likely to promote to a warlock emperor. Is it him who suppressed the undying Hellion ancestor of the 5 Hellion ancestors?" When the warlock monarchs sitting around the wall of reflection heard Yang Feng's name, they opened their eyes, and gazes full of curiosity focused on Yang Feng. At this time, Yang Feng is no longer an ordinary nobody, but a true powerhouse at the pinnacle of the world of warlocks. Although the taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs are geniuses among geniuses, but they have to admit that Yang Feng has already surpassed them. Sect Master Yang Feng. This wall of reflection is a relic left behind by the eternal sovereign dream god heart. It has integrated with the celestial body and possesses all kinds of mysterious powers. One of the most powerful powers is the ability to reflect oneself and illuminate the way forward for you. The area within a radius of 10,000 meters of the wall of reflection is the scope of the wall of reflection. Once you enter there, your consciousness will be brought into a fantasy world, where you will be subjected to a trial by fire and various tests. The closer you are to the wall of reflection, the more difficult the test will be. If you feel that it's dangerous, please stop moving forward. After all, everything that happens in the fantasy world will be reflected on your body. The intensity of the wall of reflection ranges from 10,000 meters to 9,000 meters, and then every 1,000 meters will be a different level of intensity. From 1,000 meters to 100 meters, every 100 meters will be a different level of intensity. Within 100 meters, every 10 meters will be a different level of intensity. If you can get within 100 meters of the wall of reflection, then congratulations. You will already know the path you are going to take, and you can form an immortal body. Jiang Feng introduced. Yang Feng nodded and looked at the wall of reflection. Of the 67 warlock monarchs who have advanced to the taboo imperial court, 47 are distributed within 4,000 meters to 3,000 meters. The 17 are distributed within 3,000 meters to 2,000 meters. The other 3 were scattered within a range of 2 to 1,000 meters. The warlock monarchs in the range of 4,000 to 3,000 meters are pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses, while the 17 warlock monarchs in the range of 3,000 to 2,000 meters are quasi-holy step powerhouses. In other words, the taboo imperial court has 20 quasi-holy step powerhouses hidden in this plane alone. The three quasi-holy step powerhouses within 2,000 meters to 1,000 meters have their eyes closed, paying no attention to the outside world. Immersed in their own world, they exuded fearsome breaths. After Yang Feng finished his observation, when he stepped within 10,000 meters of the wall of reflection, his vision blurred, and he appeared in an empty space. In front of Yang Feng stands an expressionless warlock dressed in a silver warlock robe. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, "The small world inside me has disappeared, and so have all the secret treasures. In that case, I can only rely on my own strength. Does this mean that I want to deal with the enemy with pure strength?" Chapter 1009. With the small world and the secret treasures inside him gone, Yang Feng's fighting strength dropped by more than 5 times. The silver-robed warlock took a deep look at Yang Feng, then erupted with advanced warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power, took a step forward, and sent an attack containing the essence of power barreling towards Yang Feng. "Even if I don't have a secret treasure, I'm not someone an ordinary warlock monarch can provoke." Yang Feng smiled, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he sent a fist containing the essence of power blasting the silver-robed warlock to pieces. After killing the silver-robed warlock, light flashed, and 3 silver-robed warlocks suddenly appeared in this space. The figures of the 3 silver-robed warlocks fluttered, and they rushed towards Yang Feng from 3 different directions, operated the essence of power, and barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a fearsome Devour Sun suddenly emerged. As if a black hole, it swept towards the 3 silver-robed warlocks and swallowed them. As soon as the Devour Force erupted, the 3 silver-robed warlocks were swallowed. Even without forming an immortal body, Yang Feng has already stepped into the ranks of the quasi-holy step powerhouses. The 3 advanced warlock monarch rank powerhouses are not his opponent. When the 3 advanced warlock monarch rank silver-robed warlocks disappeared, a pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward, and a Devour Sun suddenly appeared and devoured the pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Every time he devoured a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, Yang Feng clearly sensed a powerful force gushing out from inside him. In the dreamland space, pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses appeared one after another, and then were devoured by Yang Feng. Mysterious forces poured into his body one after another, and he gradually gained enlightenment. After devouring 108 pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses in a row, a quasi-holy step powerhouse suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. As soon as the quasi-holy step powerhouse appeared, a Devour Sun suddenly appeared and devoured the quasi-holy step powerhouse. Next, a stronger quasi-holy step powerhouse appeared, and then was devoured by Yang Feng in an instant. What a fast speed! 2,500 meters, no, 2,300 meters. He really deserves to be a half-step saint. When the warlock monarchs staying next to the wall of reflection saw that Yang Feng easily crossed the 2,300-meter distance, their eyes flashed with admiration. The area between 3,000 and 2,000 meters from the wall of reflection was the area for half-saints. Only first-rate experts among half-saints could set foot in this area. Most of the human race's half-saints relied on their own secret treasures. In front of the wall of reflection, all external forces would be stripped away. Only the extremely powerful half-saints could step within 3 kilometers of the wall of reflection. 1,900 meters, he stepped into 1,900 meters. The legend of him being able to contend against the Demon Emperor is indeed true. 1,900 meters. This means that he is a peerless genius on the same level as O Sheng, Wei Yang and Luo Yi. When Yang Feng stepped 1,900 meters into the wall of reflection, the 3 powerhouses closest to the wall of reflection finally retracted their minds. Their eyes regained their vigor, and they looked in Yang Feng's direction with narrowed eyes. The leader of the group was a half-saint with disheveled hair. Every single strand of his hair was like a venomous snake. He frowned slightly and said, "Who's he?" "A handsome quasi-holy Wei Yang, who looks to be about 21 or 22 years old, with a ponytail, an unearthly temperament, and a handsome face," uttered with a smile. Boss O, he's the battle demon Sex Yang Feng, one of the human race's 7 chairmen. The extremely beautiful Luo Yi, who has long black hair and is dressed in a green warlock robe, asked curiously. The battle demon Sex Yang Feng? Isn't he a supreme infinity warlock? How can he come to the wall of reflection? Wei Yang uttered with a smile. Your information is too outdated. He is now a quasi-holy step powerhouse, and not long ago, he fought the quasi-holy step fiend emperor to a draw. Oh Sheng's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Oh Sheng is the strongest quasi-holy step powerhouse of the taboo imperial court. If the taboo monarch doesn't wield an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, she will be slightly weaker than him. Oh Sheng is an ascetic-type warlock who wholeheartedly practices cultivation to improve his strength. He is the quasi-holy step powerhouse of the taboo imperial court, most likely to promote to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. He once fought the Fiend Emperor, and suffered a crushing defeat. He only escaped with his life, by relying on escape secret methods. The Fiend Emperor's strength left a deep impression on Oh Sheng. For Yang Feng to be able to fight the Fiend Emperor to a draw, this is simply unimaginable. Wei Yang continued. Not long ago, the undying Hellion ancestor broke into the battle demon Sex headquarters, and was suppressed. Reportedly, the undying Hellion ancestor has already devoured a Holy Spirit warlock rank Hellion, and his strength has recovered to the intermediate Holy Spirit warlock realm. Oh Sheng took a deep look at Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with jealousy, and he sighed faintly. That's a universe child for you. Every great era will give birth to countless geniuses that make people despair. The Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng are such geniuses that make people despair. Luo Yi took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered unhurriedly. He should be here to form an immortal body. However, it's not that easy to form an immortal body. Oh Sheng and Wei Yang nodded in agreement. It is extremely difficult to form an immortal body, let alone in the quasi-holy step. The 6 monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts are outstanding human quasi-holies, but none of them has formed an immortal body. With a blank look in his eyes, Yang Feng walked step by step like a walking corpse, and finally stopped at the boundary of 1,000 meters. In the dreamland space, a powerhouse identical to Yang Feng, exuding quasi-holy step fluctuations of power, has appeared in front of Yang Feng. Is my greatest enemy myself? Interesting. How much of my power can this wall of reflection replicate? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge Devour Sun suddenly emerged and swept towards his clone. On the other side, a Devour Sun emerged from the clone, and entangled with Yang Feng's Devour Sunday. 2 fearsome Devour forces intertwined in the void and devoured elemental particles, and all other forces. Yang Feng's clone's control over the Devour force is clearly more tyrannical. The Devour Sun he manipulated engulfed Yang Feng's Devour Sun inch by inch, and became even more fearsome. A dignified shade in his eyes, countless runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he operated the eternal imperishable body, and a torrent of time emerged around him. Yang Feng's body fluttered. Under the effect of time acceleration, his speed suddenly increased tenfold, and he shot to the side. With a blur of light, the clone, also shrouded in a river of time, appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye, and sent an attack containing the essences of space, power, and devour barreling towards Yang Feng with overbearing killing intent. Yang Feng's eyes turned red, and he frantically operated the eternal imperishable body, integrated the 3 essences, and sent a fist barreling towards the clone. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, Yang Feng's true body was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. With a thought, he disappeared from this world. In the outside world, Yang Feng's true body also spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes regained their luster, and he gasped for breath and sat cross-legged on the ground like the other powerhouses. Wisps of pure life magic energy diffused from the wall of reflection, and nourished Yang Feng's true body. Seeing this scene, Oh Sheng and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Feng had easily broken through the 1,000-meter boundary, it would have been a big blow to them. It turns out that it can be done like this. Yang Feng closed his eyes, and the optical computer network with great holy step computing power inside him began to quickly analyze. Equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse analyzing the battle for him, he quickly understood his shortcomings. The cultivation base and the essences grasped by the clone are no different from those of Yang Feng's true body. However, the clone's use of power is more than 5 times that of Yang Feng's true body. Yang Feng originally thought that his control of power was already perfect, but the clone made him realize that his power was far from enough. With the help of the optical computer network, with great holy step computing power, Yang Feng analyzed the clone's action pattern and control of power, and the clone grew stronger by the second. A drop of the extremely precious life gold liquid suddenly flew out and entered Yang Feng's mouth. In a flash, terrifying wisps of formidable life force erupted and healed all of his injuries. Yang Feng opened his eyes at once, took a deep look at the wall of reflection, operated a secret method, communicated with the wall of reflection, and entered the mysterious space at once. I'm here again. Yang Feng looked at the clone that appeared again with a scorching shade in his eyes. His figure fluttered, and he took the initiative to greet the clone. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Feng spewed out another mouthful of blood and regained his consciousness. Not long after, Yang Feng finished analyzing the clone and entered the fantasy again. Wei Yang looked at Yang Feng practicing cultivation frantically and sighed with emotion. He's really going all out. Osheng uttered coldly. It's no use. If you want to break through this barrier, you must analyze the clone's action pattern, improve your control of power, and finally defeat the clone with your own strength. Such reckless and unplanned attacks are just a waste of resources. Chapter 10:10. Osheng's words have just fallen. When Yang Feng took a step forward, crossed the 1,000-meter boundary, and staggered towards the 900-meter boundary. When Osheng saw this, his eyes almost popped out, and he cried out, losing his composure. How is this possible? How can he defeat his copy so quickly? Osheng has been in front of the wall of reflection for 300 years. During these 300 years, he has been fighting against his copy almost all the time, although his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, but he has not been able to advance any further. For Yang Feng to defeat his copy so quickly is simply heaven-defying. Wei Yang smiled bitterly, his eyes shimmered with envy, and he said slowly, Universe children really can't be viewed with common sense. There was a flash of envy in Luo Yun's beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly. This is too fast. If Yang Feng had stayed here for a year or two before breaking through, Osheng and the other two could understand. But in less than a day, he has already broken through the 1,000-meter boundary, which is simply heaven-defying. Of course, this is also related to the great holy step computing power of the level 6 optical computer network inside Yang Feng. A great saint-level powerhouse can deduce all kinds of incomparably powerful magic techniques with a single thought. Many of the mysterious, profound, and unimaginably powerful secret methods of human warlocks were deduced by high-ranked warlocks. Great holy step powerhouses are omniscient and omnipotent existences. When a great holy step powerhouse comes to a celestial body like the Earth, they can easily become an omniscient and omnipotent god and grasp the affairs of the entire celestial body. The nearly omniscient and omnipotent ability relies on their terrifying computing power. With the help of the level 6 Great Holy Step Optical Computer Network, Yang Feng is equivalent to a Great Holy Step powerhouse, analyzing various laws for him at all times. His progress is naturally terrifying. It should be noted that even in the 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, the imperial princes and princesses of the Warlock Emperors don't have a Great Holy Step powerhouse accompanying them and analyzing various laws for them day and night. Even in the prosperous and resplendent 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, Great Holy Step powerhouses are the pinnacle powerhouses. The human Warlock Emperors have great respect for their Great Holy Step subordinates and regard them as their right-hand men. Great Holy Step powerhouses are naturally far from being the opponents of the 8 Warlock Emperors. But as long as they prepare some special secret treasures, they can barely escape from the 8 warlock emperors. Among the 8 warlock emperors, only the Golem Lord went crazy in his later years and transformed the 5 great holies that followed him into living golems. The great sages of the human race in the Puppet Dynasty also left the Puppet Dynasty because of this matter. This greatly weakened the Golem Dynasty, leaving only the Golem Lord and his living golem army. Not long after, the news of the puppet master's death came. Yang Feng, who possesses part of the consciousness of a great holy step powerhouse, naturally makes rapid progress. When Yang Feng arrived at the 900-meter boundary, he stopped his footsteps. In the dreamland space, a person suddenly appeared. It is another copy of Yang Feng. Yang Feng's copy, who is shrouded in distorted space, stared at Yang Feng indifferently and waved his hand. A fearsome spatial rift appeared in front of Yang Feng's true body and cut him in two. Spatial blade. Yang Feng's face fell. He operated the eternal imperishable body, and his body recovered quickly. Suddenly, he erupted and attacked his copy. A cold look in his eyes. Yang Feng's copy operated the essence of space, and the space within a radius of 1,000 meters around him distorted. When Yang Feng's various attacks slammed into the distorted and disordered space, they were guided to unknown mysterious spaces. Strange and mysterious spatial blades shot from all directions, slashed at Yang Feng, and cut open numerous cracks on his body. Yang Feng has already operated the eternal imperishable body and launched the essence of time. Surrounded by a torrent of time, his speed increased by more than 10 times. But he is still riddled with scars from the strange spatial attacks. Countless more scars appeared on Yang Feng's true body, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. At the same time, he recovered his vigor in an instant. After Yang Feng opened his eyes, they filled with joy. This is the way to promote the essence of space to the limit. This is also the way to transform the immortal body into the spatial immortal body. The wall of reflection. As expected of an eternal sovereign's relic, it's really amazing. Yang Feng's copy in the dreamland space has promoted the essence of space to the limit. His control over the essence of space is more than 10 times that of Yang Feng's true body. If Yang Feng wants to deduce the essence of space in the future, he will no longer be confused about the way forward. Yang Feng sat on the ground, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. The great holy step optical computer inside him operated frantically and deduced the mysteries of the essence of space. Although Yang Feng could use the essence of space before, but his grasp of it is very shallow. Moreover, he doesn't have a powerhouse proficient in the essence of space as his subordinates. Now that the copy in the wall of reflection is equivalent to Yang Feng's best teacher, he is naturally excited. In fact, the wall of reflection is one of the most important underlying assets of the Taboo Imperial Court, and it is not open to the public. As one of the closest allies of the Taboo Imperial Court, Yang Feng got the opportunity to enter the wall of reflection. The mystical and mysterious relic sites of the eternal sovereigns and warlock emperors form the underlying assets of the 6 warlock imperial courts, allowing them to produce experts one after another. The essence of space is extremely mysterious. Yang Feng sat in front of the wall of reflection for half a year. Half a year later, the countless runes in Yang Feng's eyes disappeared, and he recovered his vigor. He stood up and communicated with the wall of reflection. He's finally here. Yang Feng finally started the challenge. I bet that he will fail this time. I bet that he will fail this time. When Yang Feng moved, the warlock monarchs in the wall of reflection became excited, and their eyes focused on Yang Feng. The wall of reflection emits pure life magic energy, which is of great benefit to the fleshly body and soul of the warlock monarchs. This is why they have gathered here, and won't leave easily. An important reason why the number of warlock monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts in the outside world is that the pinnacle powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts practice cultivation in secret realms, like the wall of reflection. Unless it is a last resort, few powerhouses will leave their place of cultivation. When warlock monarch and holy spirit warlock rank powerhouses enter closed-door cultivation and study essences, Hundreds or thousands of years will pass just like that. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Great Tribulation, these powerhouses wouldn't easily appear in front of the public. The reason why the era of the 8 warlock imperial courts was filled with geniuses and powerhouses was that old freaks emerged one after another. The reason why powerhouses who have been cultivating in seclusion emerged one after another and competed for the opportunity to become Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The reason why the rest of the eras were relatively peaceful is that powerhouses above the Warlock Monarch rank hid in secret realms and practice cultivation, unwilling to participate in the affairs of the outside world. After a quarter of an hour, countless wounds appeared on Yangfeng's body, and blood splashed about and sprinkled on the ground. He failed. Sure enough, he failed. How can it be so easy to break through in half a year? The Warlock Monarchs stared at Yangfeng with regret in their eyes. Under the regretful gazes of the Warlock Monarchs, distorted space appeared around Yangfeng, as if a spatial gate to another world was torn open. Countless mysterious spatial runes suddenly appeared and engraved on Yangfeng's body. The numerous wounds healed in an instant. Yangfeng crossed the 900-meter boundary with a step and walked towards the 800-meter boundary. He broke through. He broke through. He mastered the essence of space. What a fearsome fellow. The eyes of the Warlock Monarchs flashed with astonishment, and they cried out. In the taboo imperial court, quasi-holy step powerhouses, who could break through the 900-meter boundary, as long as they didn't die and didn't stop practicing cultivation, they have basically advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. The 900-meter boundary, also known as the Holy Boundary, has blocked countless supreme geniuses of the taboo imperial court. Now that Yangfeng broke through the Holy Boundary, it means that there is no suspense in his promotion to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. Each Holy Spirit Warlock is the guardian of a race. Each of the 67 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses here is a peerless genius of the taboo imperial court. But none of them can steadily advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. Osheng, on the other hand, has the greatest possibility of advancing to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Osheng stared at Yangfeng and revealed a bitter smile. People really can't be compared. Wei Yang smiled bitterly, a complicated look in his eyes. Universe children are naturally not existences that we mortals can compare to. Yangfeng stopped at the 800-meter boundary, and a clone of Yangfeng surrounded by a river of time and exuding the essence of time appeared in the illusion. The essence of time. The opponent this time is a clone of the essence of time. That's great. When Yangfeng saw the clone of time shrouded in the essence of time, his eyes revealed a gleam of excitement. This is the first time that Yangfeng has met an opponent proficient in the essence of time. Such an opponent is his best teacher. Yangfeng took a step forward. A river of time revolved around him, and the flow of time accelerated tenfold, and he flew towards his clone. Chapter 10:11. Stop. Yangfeng's clone looked at Yangfeng's true body flying towards him and uttered calmly. In an instant, a torrent of time surged, and Yangfeng felt time suddenly stagnate. His whole body became motionless, and all the power inside him was sealed. His body became motionless at a time fragment. Yangfeng's clone took a leisurely step, appeared in front of Yangfeng's true body, and stabbed at Yangfeng's heart. If Yangfeng hadn't used the essence of time, his heart would have been dug out by his clone without him feeling anything. Even though he was shrouded by the essence of time, Yangfeng still felt that he couldn't mobilize a trace of power. He watched helplessly as the clone stabbed into his heart and dug it out. In front of the wall of reflection, Yangfeng's chest suddenly burst open. A large amount of blood spilled on the ground, and his heart flew out. Before Yangfeng's heart fell to the ground, his eyes regained their luster, and the heart flew back into his chest and quickly healed itself. Every quasi-holy step warlock is an extraordinary existence, so it is normal for their hearts to heal automatically. Time stop. What an amazing essence of time. When Yangfeng's eyes regained their luster, he showed a smile at once. Time stop is an advanced application of the essence of time. Of course, With Yang Feng's current strength, he can operate the essence of time to stop the time of existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank. However, he doesn't have the power to stop the time of transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Existences above the Moonlight Warlock rank are essentially transcendent rank existences. There is only a gap in strength between them and Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, but there is no essential difference. Only Holy Spirit Warlocks surpass Moonlight Warlocks in essence. For Yang Feng's clone to operate the essence of time, to stop the time of Yang Feng's true body, his mastery of the essence of time is simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. To be able to stop the time of powerhouses of the same rank, I'm afraid that the Time Lord was no more than this. As expected of a treasure left by an eternal sovereign, it's really mysterious. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the Great Holy Step optical computer network quickly deduced the mysteries of the essence of time. Yang Feng sat down cross-legged again. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Yang Feng's eyes regained their luster, and he communicated with the wall of reflection and entered the dreamland space. He's finally starting to challenge again. Do you think he can succeed? It's hard to guess. Such a monster can't be predicted with common sense. The Taboo Imperial Court's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses revealed excitement in their eyes. After a quarter of an hour, a fearsome torrent of time erupted from Yang Feng, and wisps of time aura revolved around him. This is the power of time. He has grasped the law of time. No, it's the profound of time. He actually grasped the profound of time. What a monster! The eyes of the Taboo Imperial Court's Warlock Monarchs shimmered with astonishment, and they exclaimed, "The profound of time was one of the most difficult profound to comprehend in this world." Counting from the establishment of the First Warlock Dynasty era, the number of human experts who grasped the essence of time was less than 100. On average, in 10,000 years, no one had been able to grasp the profound meaning of time. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the first Warlock Emperor, the Time Lord, has grasped the profound meaning of time. The other 7 Warlock Emperors are all amazing and invincible figures, but at most they have grasped the law of time. None of them has grasped the profound meaning of time. The profound meaning of time, the profound meaning of space, and the profound meaning of fate. If he can grasp the most mysterious profound meaning of fate, there will be a glimmer of hope for him to promote to an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng, he may become the first eternal sovereign of the human race. The Taboo Imperial Court's Warlock Monarchs commented, and looked at Yang Feng with a scorching shade in their eyes. Human warlocks have mastered many relic sites of eternal sovereigns. From the information left by those eternal sovereigns, it has been inferred that if a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wants to promote to an eternal sovereign, in addition to mastering one kind of essence, they must also master the essence of time, the essence of space, and the essence of fate. Only then can they promote to an eternal sovereign and have an immortal soul. However, among the 3 essences, there are often peerless geniuses who comprehend the essence of space. However, the essence of time and the essence of fate are too abstruse, and it is difficult for ordinary people to master them. It was because of his special physique that the Time Lord was able to master the essence of time and promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with the essence of time as his foundation. Of the 3 essences, Yang Feng has already mastered the essence of time and the essence of space. At present, he is the most promising human warlock genius to advance to an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng took a step forward, broke through the 800-meter boundary, walked towards the 700-meter boundary, and then stopped at the 700-meter boundary. In the dreamland space, another copy of Yang Feng appeared. Yang Feng's clone seems to have turned into a huge black hole that devoured everything, light and matter. With Yang Feng's quasi-holy step strength, he can only sense the existence of the copy by relying on his extraordinary perception. He can't see the copy, nor can he use soul force to perceive it. Yang Feng's copy moved slightly, and a black hole that can devour everything barreled towards Yang Feng's true body with hair-raising might. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. A river of time emerged around him, accelerated the flow of time by 20 times, and he fled frantically towards the outside. The black hole formed by the copy shone in Yang Feng's direction, and a fearsome devour force erupted and enveloped Yang Feng's true body in an instant. Under the pull of the fearsome devour force, Yang Feng was pulled towards the fearsome black hole inch by inch. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the black hole formed by the copy. A variety of powerful single-target offensive spells barreled towards the black hole like a tide. Countless rays of light shone in the void. The terrifying black hole slightly expanded and easily devoured the countless single-target offensive spells, not setting off the slightest ripple. Yang Feng's mind stirred, and he cut off the connection with the wall of reflection and left the dreamland. The essence of devour of the copy is extremely terrifying. Once he is devoured by the black hole formed by the copy, even Yang Feng's true body may be killed. In the world of warlocks, there are many strange phenomena. The dream world's dream existences can interfere with things in the real world. At the same time, after the copy devours Yang Feng's true body, it may even transform from a fantasy life form into a real existence. Amazing! This is the path to the limit of the essence of devour. That's amazing! As soon as Yang Feng regained consciousness, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The essence of devour is the path Yang Feng created himself. Without an Empyrean-grade secret method to refer to, he can only explore step by step. The appearance of the copy once again revealed the essence of devour to him. Yang Feng sat on the ground, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he began to use his great holy step computing power to analyze the mysteries of the essence of devour. Time elapsed, and 10 years passed in a flash. Yang Feng stood up and communicated with the wall of reflection. Do you think he can pass? He should be able to. When Yang Feng moved, the other warlock monarchs opened their eyes, stared at him, and commented. In the fantasy world, the two black holes intertwined and tore at each other. The power between the two black holes was in a stalemate. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the eyes of Yang Feng's true body, and he deduced and made his essence of devour more powerful and perfect. Under the attack of Yang Feng's devour black hole, the devour black hole formed by the clone collapsed inch by inch, and wisps of pure power poured into Yang Feng from the clone. After a stalemate, the power of the copy collapsed. Suddenly, an almost endless power containing countless knowledge and mysteries poured into Yang Feng's body. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, a huge crack appeared on the wall of reflection, and then it split in the next moment. What's going on? The wall of reflection has cracked? That's a treasure left by an eternal sovereign. Stunned, the warlock monarchs of the Taboo Imperial Dynasty looked at the cracked wall of reflection, unable to believe their eyes. As a treasure left by an eternal sovereign, the wall of reflection is extremely mysterious. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if they don't go all out and use an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, they won't be able to cause any damage to the wall of reflection. Now that the wall of reflection has cracked, the warlock monarchs of the Taboo Imperial Dynasty are dumbfounded and shocked. Cyan streams of air flew out of the wall of reflection and entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng's body, as if it had turned into a fearsome black hole, continuously absorbed the green streams of air. Every time he devoured a green stream of air, Yang Feng's breath became stronger by a fraction. The celestial body where the wall of reflection is located cracked inch by inch. Mountains crumbled, tsunamis rose, and gales swept by. This is a scene of the end of the world. Chapter 10:12. Damn it! What's going on? It seems that this celestial body is finished. Faced with the doomsday scene of the celestial body shattering, the warlock monarchs of the Taboo Imperial Court didn't panic. Instead, powerful magic shields appeared around them. When the lava and rocks slammed into the warlock monarchs of the Taboo Imperial Court, they were easily ricocheted, unable to harm them at all. Each warlock monarch rank warlock is tyrannical in strength. They can easily destroy a world by themselves. Unless it's the explosion of a grade 4 plane or above, only then can they be harmed. The world where the wall of reflection is located isn't a complete grade 4 plane, but a celestial secret realm. The explosion of such a celestial secret realm can't harm human warlock monarch rank warlocks at all. The warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court focused their gazes on Yang Feng with dignified looks in their eyes. A steady stream of green streams poured into Yang Feng from the wall of reflection, and countless mysterious runes appeared around him. The eyes of the powerhouses of the taboo imperial court shimmered with envy. They are aware that Yang Feng has gained tremendous benefits from the wall of reflection. However, no one went to disturb him. If they disturbed Yang Feng's advancement under these circumstances, they would become mortal enemies. Even with the protection of the taboo imperial court, Yang Feng won't let the matter rest. A fearsome spatial force emerged from Yang Feng, and a spatial gate that looks like it's formed from countless spatial gates suddenly emerged. Ripples of time set off around the spatial gate, and a torrent of time suddenly emerged and surrounded the spatial gate. Black stars strangely appeared, and in the center of the black stars was a terrifying black hole. That terrifying black hole seemed to completely devour time and space with every breath it took, as if it could even easily devour a universe. Outside of the black star, there was an incomparably huge star that seemed to be able to suppress everything. When the four visions emerged, they turned into countless runes that entered Yang Feng's body inch by inch. Wisps of immortal might slowly diffused from Yang Feng. Immortal body. This is an immortal body. He actually formed an immortal body. Damn it, he's forming an immortal body. Condensing an immortal body at the half-saint realm is truly too heaven-defying. The taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs stared at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. Osheng looked at Yang Feng, who was exuding wisps of immortal aura midair. His eyes shimmered with bitterness, and he sighed faintly. This is a true genius, a darling of the universe. You really don't give people a way out. As the #1 warlock monarch genius of the taboo imperial court, Osheng once fought against the fiend emperor and escaped unscathed. However, no matter how hard Osheng tried, he was unable to cross that boundary and condense an immortal body at the half-sage realm. The experts who had condensed the immortal body in the semi-sage realm were the true monstrous geniuses with boundless potential. At the time, the 8 warlock emperors competed with the quasi-holy steppe powerhouses, who formed an immortal body. After defeating the quasi-holy steppe powerhouses who formed an immortal body one by one, they finally ascended the throne and became warlock emperors, invincible in an era. Osheng, Wei Yang, and Luo Yi are all quasi-holy steppe powerhouses who have condensed a small world inside them. Even among quasi-holy steppe powerhouses, they are at the top. However, the gap between them and quasi-holy steppe powerhouses like the Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng, who have condensed an immortal body, is hopeless. Wei Yang also smiled bitterly. Some people are born to make others despair. Luo Yi sighed faintly. This is the era of Yang Feng in them. Let's find a way to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Only in this way can we have a glimmer of hope during the Great Tribulation. Osheng, Wei Yang, and Luo Yi are currently the 3 powerhouses of the Taboo Imperial Court most hopeful to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Osheng in particular has a deep foundation. If he attacks the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at this time, he has a 30% chance of advancing to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Osheng has been sitting in front of the wall of reflection for hundreds of years, because he wants to condense an immortal body in the quasi-holy steppe. Now that he sees that Yang Feng has condensed an immortal body in less than 50 years, he is extremely depressed. After the countless anomalies turned into runes and entered Yang Feng's body, he opened his eyes, and his eyes shone like stars, and wisps of holy might slowly diffused from them. Holy Spirit Warlock rank might. His soul is still in the quasi-holy steppe, but he has condensed an immortal body. This is the holy might emitted by an immortal body. He really succeeded. Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng, from the Taboo Imperial Court's warlock monarchs. They all know that if Yang Feng doesn't die, he will advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. This is my immortal body, space-time devour body. Awesome. Any power Upanishad I can use now is 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, with the immortal body providing me with a steady stream of power, I can use many powerful secret treasures and secret methods. With a thought, Yang Feng scanned his immortal body and felt that it contains terrifying power and endless mysteries, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. Originally, after comprehending the essence of time, Yang Feng didn't have the confidence to defeat a powerhouse favored by the universe's dark side like the Fiend Emperor in a one-on-one fight. But now, he has full confidence to fight the Fiend Emperor. With a flash of light, Osheng's group of 3 appeared in front of Yang Feng. Osheng took the initiative to speak. Hello Yang Feng, I am Osheng from the Taboo Imperial Court. This is Wei Yang and Luo Yi. Can we be friends? Yang Feng smiled slightly and said apologetically, Of course not. By the way, I accidentally destroyed the wall of reflection. I'm sorry. If it was an enemy, Yang Feng wouldn't feel any psychological burden. But the Taboo Imperial Court and the Battle Demon Sect are the closest allies. The Wall of Reflection is a part of the Taboo Imperial Court's underlying strength. Now that it was destroyed by Yang Feng, he naturally feels embarrassed. Wei Yang responded with a warm smile. We are not responsible for this. You should talk to the Taboo Monarch. However, I don't think she would mind. After all, we are the closest allies. Since Yang Feng has formed the immortal body, there is no doubt that he will advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. Coupled with the Battle Demon Sect's deep underlying strength, it can even suppress the undying Hellion ancestor. The Taboo Imperial Court will naturally take the initiative to befriend such a powerhouse. If an ordinary rogue cultivator dared to destroy the Taboo Imperial Court's Wall of Reflection, the Taboo Imperial Court won't let the matter rest. Even if it mobilizes a great holy step powerhouse, the rogue cultivator will be suppressed and killed. Osheng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and pinnacle quasi-holy rank life force slowly spread from him, and he said, Yang Feng, I want to swap pointers with you. Can I? Yang Feng replied with a smile. Okay. Wei Yang waved his hand, and a huge spatial gate appeared. Let's go. Let's go to the Glory Realm. Osheng, Yang Feng, and the other warlock monarchs of the Taboo Imperial Court turned into streams of light and entered the huge spatial gate. The Taboo Imperial Court's headquarters, the Royal Palace. Sitting in a garden, the Taboo Monarch logged into the weave leisurely and surfed freely. All kinds of mystical extraordinary plants were blooming with bright flowers, and wisps of pure creature mana flew out of those flowers and entered the Taboo King's body, increasing her cultivation base at every moment. Suddenly, the Taboo Monarch frowned and sighed faintly. The Wall of Reflection was destroyed, and Yang Feng formed the immortal body. This is bad news and good news. An enigmatic ray shimmered in the Taboo Monarch's beautiful eyes, and she picked up a document, scanned it, and sighed. Immortal body, formed the immortal body in the quasi-holy step. He's really the strongest genius of the human race at present. Only the hidden freaks of those few forces can contend against him. Moreover, those forces have finally released the monsters they've been nurturing. The Zhangji Plains human race has given birth to a total of 8 warlock dynasties. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, many powerful warlock groups have been born, and there is no lack of warlock groups guarded by great holy step powerhouses. Some warlock groups even fought against the 8 warlock emperors, but were eventually defeated. However, some of those warlock groups were wiped out by the 8 warlock emperors, while others hid in the deepest part of the universe to reproduce. Most of the 8 warlock emperors have extraordinary bearing. As long as there isn't a blood feud, they naturally won't take the initiative to go to the depths of the universe with their true bodies. This allowed those warlock groups to escape a calamity. Moreover, in the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, countless geniuses were born, established their own warlock groups, and then hid in the depths of the universe when the dynasties collapsed. The Human Supreme Council, headed by the 6 warlock dynasties, has gathered about half of the power of the universe's humans, while the remaining half is scattered throughout the vast universe. The human warlock groups naturally want to obtain the hegemony of the Zhangji plane. After countless selections and spending countless resources, they cultivated extremely terrifying geniuses. In addition, the Star Imperial Court, the Undying Imperial Court, and the other 4 warlock dynasties have spent countless resources to cultivate the geniuses they unearthed. This is the top secret of each warlock dynasty. The taboo monarch has vaguely obtained some information. There was a flash of excitement in the taboo monarch's beautiful eyes, and she smiled and turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Osheng wants to swap pointers with Yang Feng? Interesting. Let's see how strong Yang Feng, who formed the immortal body, is. Chapter 10:13. The Glory Realm is a special secret realm. It is extremely vast, equivalent to a small world. In the Glory Realm, there are mysterious runes engraved everywhere. Even if great holy step powerhouses fight, they won't be able to destroy this world. There is a crystal city floating above the Glory Realm. Inside the crystal city, infinity warlock rank powerhouses, and above of the taboo imperial court, are looking down with expectant looks on their faces. The floating crystal city, which covers an area of thousands of hectares, is the spectator stand of the Glory Realm. No matter how fierce the fighting in the Glory Realm is, it won't affect the spectator stand. Will Osheng challenge Yang Feng this time? I heard that Yang Feng has formed an immortal body. Osheng is bound to lose this time. It's hard to say. Yang Feng has just formed an immortal body, so he may not be able to exert the power of the immortal body. Osheng still has a chance to win. In other words, you're optimistic about Osheng? No, I'm still more optimistic about Yang Feng. However, I think that Osheng should be able to force Yang Feng to use his true ability. Is that so? I think so too. After all, Osheng is the #1 quasi-holy in the taboo imperial court. Even if he is not Yang Feng's opponent, he should be able to force him to use his true ability. In the Crystal Palace, the taboo imperial court's powerhouses are discussing spiritedly. No one believes that Osheng will win. However, they were looking forward to Osheng breaking out and forcing Yang Feng to use his true abilities, letting them experience the terror of the immortal body. Her Majesty is here. Her Majesty is here. A voice suddenly sounded. In the Crystal Palace, gazes focused on the entrance, and everyone became quiet. Accompanied by 4 beautiful warlocks, the taboo monarch strode in, a fragrance wafting from her. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the infinity warlock rank powerhouses in the Crystal Palace saw the taboo monarch, they bowed slightly and saluted her. The warlock monarch rank powerhouses put their hands on their chest and saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Although the taboo monarch is the monarch of the taboo imperial court, but warlock monarch rank powerhouses don't have to kneel to her. The taboo king nodded slightly and walked to the edge of the Crystal Palace. She stood beside Wei Yang and Luo Yi and looked down. Wei Yang, Luo Yi, Osheng, and the taboo monarch are the 4 powerhouses of the taboo imperial court most likely to advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. The taboo monarch had the highest status among the 4, while the other 3 were only slightly inferior to her. If Osheng and the other 2 can advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm, then their status will be higher than that of the taboo monarch. The taboo emperor was like a sect master of a large sect. She was in charge of all sorts of miscellaneous matters in the taboo dynasty. The Holy Spirit warlocks of the taboo imperial court are basically in closed-door cultivation, or traveling the universe. They are not willing to attend to mundane affairs. Even in the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, it was the infinity warlock and warlock monarch rank powerhouses who truly managed the warlock dynasties. Since the Holy Spirit warlock and warlock emperor rank powerhouses are pursuing the mysteries of the universe, they will only appear on the most important matters. 99% of the other matters are handled by the infinity warlock and warlock monarch rank powerhouses. Therefore, no matter the era, the infinity warlock and warlock monarch rank powerhouses are in the upper echelon of warlocks and wield great power. In the center of the Glory Realm, there are 2 people, Osheng and Yang Feng. Osheng said calmly. Yang Feng, you have formed an immortal body. I will go all out. But I hope you understand that I don't have any hatred for you. If I offend you in any way, please be lenient and don't hurt my soul. Yang Feng, who has formed an immortal body, has become a pinnacle quasi-holy powerhouse. Osheng is well aware that he is not Yang Feng's opponent. He just wants to compare notes with Yang Feng and see the gap between him and Yang Feng. He doesn't want to be misunderstood and killed by Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Osheng, don't worry, go ahead. I will be lenient. Then be careful. Osheng barked, and countless runes appeared all over him. The bloodline force inside him boiled, and countless runes emerged. In an instant, Osheng transformed into a 100-meter-long primordial black dragon, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and exuding primordial breath. The primordial black dragon is extremely powerful, and it feeds on archgods. Every day, it would devour 10,000 ancient gods. It was ferocious beyond compare. The primordial dragon flames are even more terrifying. The dragon flames spewed by the great holy steppe primordial black dragon can even burn the fleshly body of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse to ashes. After Osheng transformed into a primordial black dragon, he opened his maw and belched dragon flames that seem capable of suppressing, incinerating, and purifying everything swept towards Yang Feng in an instant. In an instant, the temperature within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius rose by more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, and flames rose in many places. The dragon flames spewed by the primordial black dragon, Osheng transformed, into are extremely powerful. They are a natural fusion of the essence of power and the essence of fire. Although the primordial black dragon flames condensed to the extreme and didn't leak any power, but they still resonated with the surrounding fire elemental particles and turned the surroundings into a sea of fire. If this was an ordinary world, Osheng's attack would be able to turn the world into a sea of fire and burn all life forms in the world to death. Mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the surrounding space twisted and distorted. When the primordial black dragon's dragon flames slammed into the distorted space, it burned and destroyed the distorted space, and then swept towards Yang Feng. One after another, as if there is no end to the distorted space appeared around Yang Feng. The primordial black dragon's dragon flames destroyed hundreds of distorted spaces in a row, and then were channeled into a void. Yang Feng stabbed with his hand into an empty space. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably terrifying power erupted. Streaks of incomparably terrifying sharp blades shot out from the body of the black dragon that Osheng had transformed into, spreading in all directions. A large amount of blood spilled from the black dragon Osheng transformed into, causing him to issue an earth-shaking wail. His huge body shook slightly, and then he fell to the ground. That's it. Osheng was defeated just like that? Yang Feng is actually this strong. That's too heaven-defying. That's incredible. The many powerhouses present inhaled a breath of cold air and stared at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. Osheng is the #1 expert among the taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs. If the taboo monarch doesn't use an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, she may not be his opponent. Osheng had once fought against the demon emperor and managed to escape unscathed. For such a fearsome powerhouse to be defeated by Yang Feng in one move is simply unbelievable. Amazing. Yang Feng, you're really strong. I'm going to use a secret treasure. Be careful. The eyes of the black dragon that Osheng had transformed into were crimson. Spatial ripples appeared around him, and a holy-grade secret treasure, the Holy Dragon Pearl, exuding mysterious dragon might, suddenly emerged and flew into his mouth. In an instant, the injuries of the primordial black dragon, Osheng transformed into healed completely. At the same time, it shrunk to about 50 meters in size, and wisps of holy might slowly diffused from the primordial black dragon. Yang Feng glanced at Osheng. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he said flatly, "With the help of the Holy Dragon Ball, you transformed your body into an existence similar to an immortal body. This must be a great burden on your body. You can't even last 3 minutes in such a high-intensity battle. That's right. Even with the help of the Holy Dragon Ball, there is still a huge gap between my immortal body and a true immortal body. However, in this way, I will have the power to fight you head-on. Sheng's eyes flashed with scorching flames, and he suddenly erupted. His body blurred, and he appeared above Yang Feng and sent a claw shrouded in the essence of power and the essence of fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Existences favored by the universe like the primordial black dragon can innately manipulate the essence of power and the essence of fire and fuse the two essences. This is the terrifying power of heaven and earth variants. Even if they don't cultivate the eternal imperishable body, they can instinctively use the power of fusing essences. Stop. Yang Feng glanced at Sheng and uttered flatly. A torrent of time instantly enveloped Sheng. In an instant, he felt as if his thoughts and actions were frozen, and his speed became more than 10 times slower. He could not circulate his power freely at all, and every inch of his movements became as slow as a snail. Time stop. It's really difficult to work against powerhouses who have formed an immortal body. At most, it can only slow down the other party's speed. Yang Feng looked at Sheng, who has become as slow as a snail in his eyes, and his eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He appeared behind Sheng and punched him in the back. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, Sheng fell from the sky like a meteor and blasted open a huge hole in the ground. Sheng spewed out a large mouthful of blood and the holy dragon ball, and his aura became extremely weak. He lost. Sheng, he lost this time. So strong. Yang Feng is really strong. He formed an immortal body. Yang Feng is the first human quasi-holy to form an immortal body. I'm afraid that he is already the #1 human warlock monarch rank powerhouse. In the Crystal Palace, when the Taboo Imperial Court's warlocks saw Sheng spit out the Holy Dragon Ball, they revealed complicated looks in their eyes. Chapter 10:14. Black light flickered, and Sheng recovered his human form. He looked at Yang Feng with a complicated expression inside. I lost. A complicated expression on his face, Sheng asked. Yang Feng, how much of your strength did you use when you fought me? Yang Feng replied, 70% power. In fact, after forming the immortal body, Yang Feng only used 50% of his power to deal with Sheng. However, he was also an idiot, so he naturally had to give Sheng some face. Sheng shook his head with a complicated expression and said with a smile, 70%? In that case, you only use 40 to 50% of your strength to deal with me. What a terrifying fellow. Come on, let's go get a drink. Yang Feng also said straightforwardly, okay. Sheng, Wei Yang and Luo Yi, these peerless geniuses of the Taboo Imperial Court, have hopes of promoting to Holy Spirit warlocks in the future and becoming powerful existences similar to the guardians of their race. The more friends he had, the better. After all, even if it is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, who is invincible in the world and suppresses countless planes, they won't ignore a Holy Spirit warlock. In the Celestial Spring Pavilion, the best hotel in the Taboo Dynasty headquarters, Sheng, Wei Yang, Luo Yi, and the warlock monarchs around the Wall of Reflection gathered together, drank wine, and chatted about the local conditions and customs of various planes, as well as the obstacles encountered in cultivation. Each of the Taboo Imperial Court's warlock monarchs around the Wall of Reflection occupies at least 30+ planes and controls tremendous resources. It was an eye-opener for Yang Feng to be well informed. After 3 rounds of drinking, Sheng said, Yang Feng, you have formed an immortal body. What are your plans for the next step? Yang Feng said with a smile, I plan to go into seclusion to consolidate my cultivation base. In fact, Yang Feng has already made plans. The next step is to sneak into the Gamana universe's Blasteel race and find a way to steal their core technology. In the Gamana universe, the development of the Blasteel race is similar to that of the Shizu, but they take the path of a fusion of mechanical technology and life technology. The Blasteel race's Blasteel Lord is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. If he can get all of the Blasteel race's core technology, Yangfeng's Shizu technology will advance by leaps and bounds. Similarly, if the Blasteel powerhouse can get Shizu technology from Yangfeng, then the Blasteel race's technology can evolve by leaps and bounds, and may even make a breakthrough and bring the Blasteel race to the next level. Oshing asked, "Are you interested in challenging the Eternal Ancient Road?" As soon as this statement came out, the warlock monarchs stopped chatting and focused their gazes on Yangfeng. The Eternal Ancient Road was an extremely treacherous star path, filled with countless ferocious transcendent life forms. Many extraordinary creatures were failed products of the war weapons created by the Eternals, and they were thrown into the Eternal Road. The Eternal Ancient Road is full of dangers. If Infinity Warlocks enter it, they will die without a doubt. They are only food at the bottom of the food chain. If a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse enters it, they will most likely die. Even if Holy Spirit Warlock and Great Holy Step powerhouses enter, they will be in great danger. The Eternal Ancient Road was a terrifying star path that human warlocks had never conquered. Even when the human 8 warlock emperors were at their peak, they didn't lead troops to attack the Eternal Ancient Road and clean up the ferocious existences inside. In the world of warlocks, many Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses fought on the Eternal Ancient Road in search of opportunities to evolve. In the deepest part of the Eternal Ancient Road, legend has it that there are hidden opportunities and mysteries for promoting to eternal sovereigns. According to history, the Eternals known to people have gone to the deepest part of the Eternal Road and left something behind. The Eternal Road is also known as the Emperor Road. Except for heaven and earth variants like the Primal Chaos Mother Spider, who are born as Warlock Emperors. Any Warlock Emperor has gone to the Eternal Road to temper themselves, fight the extraordinary life forms left behind by Eternals, fight supreme geniuses of the same rank, and fight all kinds of fearsome existences, temper their path, and finally promote to a Warlock Emperor. Yangfeng shook his head and said, "With my current strength, I'm still too weak. After I promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock, I'll go to the Eternal Road." Yangfeng's greatest strength is that he knows his limits. Although he has formed an immortal body, but he can only contend against the weakest Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. Holy Spirit Warlocks are also divided into grades. The most powerful Holy Spirit Warlocks even have the strength to kill Yangfeng at this time. However, in the Eternal Road, even great Holy Step powerhouses are in danger of dying. He has no interest in venturing into the Eternal Road at this time. Oshing said, "Yangfeng, when you're interested in venturing into the Eternal Road, let's go together." The Eternal Road is full of dangers. Since quasi-Holy Step powerhouses naturally have to enter in teams, otherwise they may die inside. After the banquet, Yangfeng returned to the Battle Demon Sex base. The universe's favor has been cleared. The power I absorbed from the Wall of Reflection this time should be the power of the universe's favor. When Yangfeng operated the fate algorithm, he immediately sensed that more than 99% of the universe's favor has disappeared, and he realized that the power he obtained from the Wall of Reflection should be related to the universe's favor. The Wall of Reflection contains the power of an eternal sovereign's dream god heart. That kind of power could reflect one's own body and deduce one's path forward. It was extremely miraculous. Yangfeng's essence of devour has reached a terrifying realm, and he triggered the Wall of Reflection's mechanism, which allowed him to completely devour the mystical power contained in the Wall of Reflection. Of course, without enough universe's favor, with Yangfeng's current cultivation base in the essence of devour, the probability of triggering the Wall of Reflection's mechanism is very small. Universe's favor seems useless, but in fact, it can bring out all kinds of small probability events to the limit and turn them into certain events. For top powerhouses, universe's favor is an extremely precious existence. With a thought, Yangfeng immersed himself in the weave. It's been 2 years. The Wall of Reflection is located in a special secret realm. The flow of time in the secret realm is 10:1 compared to the Zhangji plane. 10 years in the Wall of Reflection is only 1 year in this universe. Yang Feng carefully browsed the information recorded in the weave. However, in the past 2 years, geniuses have emerged like cabbages. During the 2 years Yang Feng has been in seclusion, countless hidden geniuses have emerged like cabbages. Bu Liantian and Yin Maoan, who used to be in the top 10 on the core world's infinity list, have been easily defeated. Young geniuses from the 6 warlock dynasties have stepped on these geniuses and set foot in the top 10 on the infinity list. The new Dawn dynasty, which has inherited the legacy of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, has formed an alliance with several powerful warlock groups scattered in the universe that were defeated by the 6 warlock dynasties. The alliance is called the Dawn Alliance. The master of the new Dawn dynasty is said to be a supreme god avatar of the 8th warlock emperor, the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord was a warlock emperor of the 8th warlock dynasty. Although he wasn't among the strongest warlock emperors, but he was still a genuine warlock emperor rank powerhouse. His god avatar also possesses terrifying battle prowess. Due to the prestige of the Dawn Lord, many warlock groups in the Human Supreme Council left the council and sided with the Dawn Alliance. The 3 warlock dynasties of the Western world were the first to leave the Human Supreme Council and side with the Dawn Alliance. Before the rise of the Dawn Lord, the entire Sangji Plain was a world of Eastern warlocks. With his peerless talent, the Dawn Lord defeated an era's worth of warlock geniuses from the Eastern world, recruited countless experts, and founded the Dawn dynasty. The Dawn Lord was a genius born in the Western world. In his prime, he was relatively fair to the Eastern world and the Western world, and was slightly biased towards the Western world. It was during this period that the Western world achieved a golden age of development and rose to the same level as the Eastern world. The Dawn Lord's reputation among human warlocks in the Western world was more than 100 times that of the other 7 warlock emperors. Since the Dawn Lord returned, virtually the entire Western world naturally submitted to the Dawn Alliance. As soon as the Dawn Alliance returned, it obtained a large amount of land from the Western world in the Sangji Plain. At the same time, the Dawn Alliance put forward a request for the 9 branch continents of the Heaven and Earth Spirit route occupied by the Human Supreme Council. The Dawn Alliance didn't object to the 6 branch continents occupied by the 6 warlock dynasties. However, they requested that at least 2 of the remaining 3 branch floating continents be taken away. The Human Supreme Council opposed the Dawn Alliance and declared that the territory of the Sangji Plain's western world occupied by the Dawn Alliance belonged to the Human Supreme Council. If it wasn't for the Gamana universe's powerhouses eyeing covetously from the sidelines, and many other races coveting the status of the human race. If it wasn't for the Gamana universe's powerhouses and the other races coveting the position of the human race, the Human Supreme Council and the Dawn Alliance would have immediately fought over the leadership of the human race. Each of the gold lakes on the Heaven and Earth Spirit root branch floating continent breeds the embryonic form of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Moreover, the gold lakes have the power to restore Holy Spirit warlocks and are expanding at all times. They are enough to become the headquarters of a powerful force, which naturally makes people envious. Yang Feng is glad that he was decisive enough at the time to pretend to be from the Golem dynasty and snatch a branch continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit root. It is because of this that he was able to resurrect the brilliant Great Holy and obtain great benefits from the branch continent. If Yang Feng hadn't snatched a branch continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit root, he would never have become a chairman of the Human Supreme Council and obtained great power. With a flash of light, the Star Monarch's image suddenly appeared, and she looked at Yang Feng with bright eyes and said, "Yang Feng, you're back. Very well. Please come to the headquarters of the Supreme Council Alliance." Chapter 10:15. The headquarters of the Human Supreme Council. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the chairman's office. At this time, there are already 6 chairmen sitting in the seats of the 6 chairmen. "Yang Feng, you're here." As soon as they saw Yang Feng, the 6 chairmen greeted him. In the past 2 years, the Mechanical Legion sold by Yang Feng has wiped out countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe. The Gamana universe's powerhouses tried to spread to other places several times, but they were stopped by the Mechanical Legion sold by Yang Feng. This made the 6th chairman pay more attention to Yang Feng. The taboo monarch uttered. The Light of Dawn Alliance once again asked us for the branch floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root. What do you think? A gloomy expression on his face, the magic note monarch uttered coldly. We can't give it to them. The branch floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root is a core interest of the Human Supreme Council. We can't retreat. When necessary, we can open the central starfield and mobilize our forces to fight them. The Death Monarch uttered coldly. That's right, the heaven and earth spirit root can't be given to them. Otherwise, there will be no need for the Human Supreme Council to exist. After the Human Supreme Council was established, it recruited many warlock groups guarded by Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses and placed their headquarters on the other 2 branch floating continents. These warlock groups can enjoy such treatment only because they joined the Human Supreme Council. If the Light of Dawn Alliance takes away the other 2 branch floating continents, the Human Supreme Council will suffer a huge blow. In the world of warlocks, in the context of the Great Tribulation, what people like to follow the most is naturally the strong. As long as the Human Supreme Council lowers its head once, the Light of Dawn Alliance's challenge will follow. At the same time, the other powerful races will regard the Human Supreme Council as weak and easy to bully, and take the initiative to attack them. The other chairman nodded, and agreed with the Death Monarch and the Magic Note Monarch. The Human Supreme Chairman would rather let the Gamana universe's powerhouses fight in this universe than allow their core interests to be damaged. After the Gamana universe's powerhouses enter this universe, the other powerful races will naturally be forced to fight the Gamana universe's powerhouses for the sake of the continuation of their race. The main reason why the 6 dynasties of the human race wanted to seal the crack of the universe in the Central Star region was because they wanted to delay the devouring of the universe and take the opportunity to harvest a large number of the universe's blessings to cultivate their own geniuses. If necessary, they would definitely transfer all of their elites away from that line of defense. The internal wars of the human race were extremely tragic, and the losers all ended up in miserable states. The chairman of the Human Supreme Council would definitely not allow themselves to be on the losing side. The Scorching Sun Sage of the Light of Dawn Alliance requests an audience with the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council. An incomparably domineering voice descended from the sky, a terrifying great saint-level power that seemed to suppress the world and crush the 4 corners of the world descended from the sky, crushing down below. Great Sage. The Dawn Alliance also has a great saint expert. In the Human Supreme Council, the faces of all the chairmen of the human race changed slightly, and they had a grim look in their eyes. Holy Spirit warlocks are the protectors of a race. Great Holy Step powerhouses are pinnacle existences among Holy Spirit warlocks. Great Holy Step powerhouses can even kill some weak Holy Spirit warlocks and assassinate Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Every great Holy Step powerhouse is an existence that should not be underestimated. With flashes of light, Yang Feng and the other 6 chairmen appeared in the void and looked into the distance. In the sky, 9 sun-like great sun golden crows are pulling a sun chariot. Each of the 9 great sun golden crows possesses Warlock Monarch rank power, looking like suns. The 9 great sun golden crows look like 9 suns hanging in the sky, and the temperature within a radius of 10,000 kilometers soared by more than 100 degrees Celsius. If it wasn't for the powerful barrier of the human city down below, all the ordinary people below the level, 1 warlock rank would have died. Next to the sun chariot, 9 western gold dragons are pulling a luxurious litter. 16 beautiful infinity warlock rank blazing angels are standing aside with solemn expressions. Sitting in the luxurious litter is a tall, handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking like a supreme monarch. Sitting in the litter, the man looks arrogantly at the chairman of the Human Supreme Council. At this moment, 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power rose from the city. Shan Yunxing walked out of the void and faced the blazing sun Great Holy. With a dignified look in his eyes, he asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Blazing Sun Great Holy, may I ask what brings you here? Although Shan Yunxing is a pinnacle Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, but there is still a huge gap between him and a Great Holy Step powerhouse. But the Human Supreme Council's headquarters is also covered with countless barriers and hidden trump cards. With the 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks joining forces, coupled with the various trump cards of the headquarters, even a Great Holy Step powerhouse has some assurance that they can seriously injure or even suppress them. I'm naturally here for the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root branch floating continent. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Root is a peerless treasure born in the Zhangji Plain. It is the key to resisting the Gamana universe in the future. As a part of the human race, the Light of Dawn Alliance naturally has the right to occupy a few branch floating continents. As long as you cede the 2 branch floating continents to the Light of Dawn Alliance, then we are willing to send 2 Great Holy, 5 Holy Spirit Warlocks, and a main force to the Central Starfield to fight together with you against the Gamana universe's powerhouses, said the Blazing Sun Great Holy. Shan Yunxing refused decisively. No need. We are strong enough to compete with the Gamana universe's powerhouses. By killing the Gamana universe's powerhouses, you can get the universe's favor. In the Central Starfield, many Holy Spirit Warlocks of this universe have taken the initiative to kill the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Most of the Gamana universe's powerhouses are now holed up near the Tier 4 hive, rarely taking large-scale actions. The war situation in the Central Starfield has stabilized. The humans can't do anything to the Gamana universe's powerhouses, and the Gamana universe's powerhouses can't do anything to the humans. Under these circumstances, it doesn't matter whether the Light of Dawn Alliance has the power or not. The Blazing Sun Great Holy frowned, and his face turned cold. The handsome man sitting on the litter stood up and said calmly, I am the sole godson of the Light of Dawn Alliance, Asamiro. Asamiro's eyes radiated brilliant light, and he uttered, The Light of Dawn Alliance is determined to get the branch floating continents of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root. The taboo monarch's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered domineeringly, If you want to fight, then we'll fight you. Yang Feng and the other 5 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council also stared at Asamiro and erupted with fearsome fighting spirit. The Light of Dawn Alliance's several major forces were defeated by the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts in the past. Naturally, the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts will not allow the defeated to stand on their heads. Yang Feng is now a chairman of the Human Supreme Council. If the 2 sides fight to the death, he will stand on the side of the Human Supreme Council and use all his power to defeat or even eradicate the Light of Dawn Alliance. We are all humans. If we fight each other, it will only benefit the other race powerhouses and the Gamana universe's powerhouses who are eyeing us covetously. Let's decide the ownership of the branch floating continents of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root by exchanging pointers. You can choose 5 powerhouses below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank to fight me. As long as one of you can defeat me, then you'll win. If you lose, hand over the 2 branch floating continents to us. Asamiro said calmly. The taboo monarch uttered coldly. If we lose, we'll have to give up the 2 branch floating continents. If you lose, you'll have to pay the same price. Otherwise, this contest will be meaningless. We won't agree to such an unfair wager. This is the key of fate, one of the 36 keys that can guide our world's powerhouses to the gate of fate. According to the legends, the true meaning of the profundity of destiny was hidden behind the gate of destiny. This key of fate is comparable to an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. If you can defeat me, then the key of fate will belong to you. With a smile, ripples appeared around Asamiro, and a bronze key engraved with countless mysterious runes and exuding wisps of fate fluctuations suddenly appeared and flew towards the taboo monarch. When the taboo monarch received the bronze key containing fluctuations of fate, a dignified expression on her face, she released spells that entered the key of fate. The key of fate shone, and a mysterious and unfathomable fate net, which seems to be able to contain everything and control the fate of all life forms, suddenly appeared, and then collapsed and disappeared. An enigmatic gleam in the taboo monarch's beautiful eyes, and she handed the key of fate to the star monarch. This key of fate is real. After the star monarch and the other monarchs examined the key of fate, their eyes shimmered with an enigmatic shade, and they finally returned the key of fate to Asamiro. After all, the Light of Dawn Alliance hasn't fallen out with the Human Supreme Council yet. Naturally, the taboo monarch and them won't leave behind the key of fate that is comparable to an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Once they did that, a war that no one wanted to see would break out between the two human powers because of this matter. The taboo monarch asked, "What do you think?" The star monarch's beautiful eyes shimmered brightly, and she uttered decisively, "It's not enough. The key of fate is indeed comparable to an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. However, that is only true for Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. For us, the two-branch floating continents are our foundation." Chapter 1016. The Key of Fate was a necessary item to guide experts to the Gate of Fate. For warlock emperors who want to break through and promote to eternal sovereigns, these treasures are naturally precious, even more precious than Empyrean-grade secret treasures. However, for the Human Supreme Council, which was in the midst of the great tribulation of the universe, the Key of Destiny was indeed extremely precious, but it was not very practical, and could not be converted into combat power in a short period of time. Yang Feng looked longingly at the Key of Fate, and shook his head slightly. The Keys of Destiny were indeed extremely precious, and there were only 36 of them in the entire universe. But for the current Yang Feng, the branch of the Heaven and Earth Spirit root was more important. How about this Tsangji Plains territory? Asamiro calmly waved his hand, and a map of the Tsangji Plain appeared in the void. The map was the map of the Tsangji Plain before the mutation. A large area on the map had become scarlet, which was the territory of the Breast Dynasty, one of the 3 dynasties of the Western world. Asamiro had actually used the Breast Dynasty, one of the 3 great dynasties of the Western world, as a wager. The territories occupied by human warlocks in the past were fertile lands of the Tsangji Plain. After the world changed, the entire Tsangji Plain continued to expand, and the land increased with every passing second. Even so, the territories of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the 3 dynasties of the Western world are still the most important. After the establishment of the Human Supreme Council, the Great Cloud Dynasty, as well as the Bajor Dynasty and the Catered Dynasty of the Western world, were brought under the control of the Human Supreme Council. The top warlock groups in the Western world were arranged to stay in the Breast Dynasty, which was one of the important reasons why the top warlock groups in the Western world collectively defected to the Light of Dawn Alliance. For Asamiro to take out Breast Dynasty's territory to gamble with the 6 great warlock dynasties, he clearly showed a certain degree of sincerity. If Asamiro lost, the Light of Dawn Alliance would lose its best foothold on the Tsangji Plain. The Taboo King frowned slightly. Then she smiled and asked the 6th chairman, "I think this condition is more suitable. What do you think?" A playful look appeared in the King of Death's eyes as he chuckled. The stakes are slightly unequal. However, he was willing to fight 1 against 5, so the unequal wager could be ignored. "I agree to this condition." The Magic Note King also smiled slightly and said, "I agree." The Star King frowned slightly and looked at the other kings. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I agree as well." A glint flashed across the Thunder Leopard King's eyes, and he said cautiously, "Since Asimilo dares to raise such a condition, he must be extremely powerful. I don't think we should accept his challenge. Our current strength is far above that of the Dawn Alliance. Even if they don't agree, we still have the upper hand." The Dragon God King shook his head slightly and said, "Since Ahamiluo proposed a 1 versus 5 battle, he must be extremely powerful. However, the Human Supreme Council is not weak either. If we don't dare to fight him under such unfair conditions, what will the world think of us? The divine Dragon King gave the Thunder Leopard King a deep look and chuckled. Moreover, Thunder Leopard King, this is a universal calamity. It was the worst of times, and also the best of times. An expert who did not experience wind and rain would never grow into a towering tree. Apart from those heaven and earth variant species that were born powerful, I have never heard of anyone who could advance to the Warlock Emperor realm in obscurity. A contemplative look in his eyes, the Thunder Leopard King hesitated for a while, and then finally nodded and said, "I agree." The Star Monarch uttered, "Since everyone agrees, I agree as well. However, the warlocks of the Star Imperial Court are not good at fighting head-on. Therefore, the 5 participants will be arranged by you." The warlocks of the Star Imperial Court were extremely tyrannical when fighting head-on, but they were still strongest in astrology and sealing. In terms of astrology and sealing, they were indeed the best in the world. That kind of competition with the nature of the arena was not their area of expertise. After the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council reached a consensus, they began to mobilize the strongest quasi-holies under their command. Light of teleportation shone, and 6 strongest quasi-holies, under the command of the 6 chairmen, appeared one after another. The representative of the Taboo dynasty was Osheng. The representative of the Battle Demon sect was naturally Shiryu. The representative of the Time Imperial Court was a young man of medium build, ordinary looks, and a haggard face. The Death dynasty's representative was a man surrounded by a deathly aura. He was all skin and bones, and he looked like a mummy. The representative of the Transcendent Imperial Court was a handsome and domineering young man with 3 eyes, short hair, and a 3-meter-tall sword on his back. The representative of the Magic Note Imperial Court was a young man with a smile on his face, an ordinary build, and a gold warlock robe. These 6 powerhouses with different temperaments were the strongest quasi-holies, subordinated to the 6 major forces. Yang Feng glanced at the other 4 powerhouses and mused, "Except for Osheng, I don't know anyone else." The 6 warlock imperial courts really hid their strength deeply. The Taboo Monarch uttered, "Osheng, this is the Morning Light Alliance's divine son Aximiro. Go swap pointers with him." The Star Monarch waved her jade-like hand, and a silver star flew out from her jade-like hand, forming a silver arena in the void. The Silver Arena is a famous holy grade secret treasure of the Star Imperial Court called the Starry Sky Arena, which can accommodate Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. "Yes, Your Majesty." Osheng's figure fluttered, and he entered the Starry Sky Arena. With a charming smile on his face, Aximiro said, "Ladies and gentlemen, before the start of the match, I have another condition. That is, Empyrean grade secret treasures are not to be used in the match. After all, this is a swap of pointers, not a duel to the death. If a top quasi-holy like Osheng burns his life and activates an Empyrean grade secret treasure, he can even injure, or even seriously injure a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Without the help of an Empyrean grade secret treasure, even if Osheng burns his life, he won't be able to injure a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse." The Taboo Monarch uttered, "No problem." With a smile, Aximiro turned into a stream of light and entered the Starry Sky Arena. "Aximiro, be careful." As soon as Osheng entered the Starry Sky Arena, he silently recited an incantation, and countless runes appeared all over his body. A terrifying draconic might emerge from his body, and he turned into a 50-meter-long black dragon. He opened his mouth without hesitation and spat. A terrifying dragon flame that could easily incinerate the earth and destroy the world swept towards Aximiro, like it covered the sky and covered the sun. Seeing this scene, the Star Monarch exclaimed in admiration, "Primordial dragon fire! Amazing!" The Death Monarch also exclaimed, "Amazing! Osheng is indeed one of the most powerful quasi-holies of the Star Imperial Court. It seems that he is only a step away from advancing to a Holy Spirit Warlock. If he can advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock in the future, he will be a first-class powerhouse, even among Holy Spirit Warlocks." The other chairman nodded in agreement. The eyes of the Time Imperial Court's withered man shimmered with disdain, and he whispered, "To think that the taboo Imperial Court's Oshing only has this much, how disappointing." Strange ripples revolved around the withered man, distorting the perception of powerhouses. The chairmen of the Human Supreme Council are all exceedingly powerful. They can hear the flapping of the wings of a fly thousands of kilometers away, yet they didn't hear his voice. "I said there's light. The world will be filled with light," Aximiro said calmly. In an instant, endless light filled with holy and purifying power spread in all directions with Aximiro as the center. Swept by the light filled with holy and purifying power, the primordial dragon fire that covered the sky and burned everything disappeared at once. Divine judgment. As if the ruler of light, Aximiro pointed at Oshung. Countless rays of light converged in the void and formed a spear of light, which tore through the void and stabbed into Oshung's primordial black dragon avatar. With one strike, Oshung's primordial black dragon avatar was knocked down from the sky and nailed to the ground. Countless rays of light burst out from the primordial black dragon that Oshung had transformed into. The incomparably resplendent light incinerated and purified the black dragon's scales that had astonishing defensive power, burning Oshung's skin and flesh. He was in unbearable pain and mournful howls. The taboo monarch frowned slightly and uttered indifferently, "I admit defeat on his behalf. We lost this fight." Aximiro smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. The all-encompassing light that seemed to be able to purify everything disappeared. Oshung returned to his human form, covered in wounds. He took a deep look at Aximiro, turned into a stream of light, flew out of the starry sky arena, and disappeared. Yang Feng took a deep look at Oshung with a dignified look in his eyes. "What a fearsome fellow. Maybe even sure you may not be his opponent." As the #1 quasi-holy step expert of the taboo Imperial Court, Oshung was definitely not a weakling. For Aximiro to defeat Oshung so easily, it could only mean that he was too tyrannical. The 5 powerhouses who were summoned by the Human Supreme Council stared at Aximiro with a dignified look in their eyes. The Transcendent Imperial Court's powerhouse with 3 eyes looked at Aximiro with apprehension, and then remained silent. Yang Feng asked via voice transmission, What do you think of this fellow? Shiryu's spiritual perception is terrifying, much more powerful than Yang Feng's extraordinary perception. It can point straight to the essence of things. This is the innate ability of heaven and earth variants that are favored by the universe. Chapter 10:17. Shiryu's beautiful eyes shimmered with dignity, and she uttered, "That man Aximiro is very scary. I'm not his opponent at the moment." Yang Feng poured the resources he got from other places into Shiryu and Mykelia, letting them practice cultivation in the heart of Eternity Plain. He didn't prohibit them from traveling the world. After being nurtured by Yang Feng, Shiryu and Mykelia are first-rate powerhouses even in the quasi-holy step. Each of them can defeat Oshung, but now Shiryu has admitted that she is not Aximiro's opponent, which caused a dignified look to flash in Yang Feng's eyes. There was silence in the surroundings. Yang Feng was also silent, unwilling to let Shiryu enter the arena. Shiryu is a heaven and earth variant, a race favored and favored by the universe, and her battle prowess is tyrannical. If there is a glimmer of hope to defeat her opponent, she will never give up. Now that she has the intention to retreat, it proves that Aximiro is far stronger than her. Death Dynasty's Wangbo will fight you." Black gas surged from the man who looks like a mummy, and he appeared in the interstellar arena in an instant. Yang Feng glanced at Wangbo, frowned slightly, and transmitted to the taboo monarch. "Aren't the Death Dynasty's powerhouses restrained by pure light force?" The Death Dynasty's death text delves into the mysteries of life and death. The Death Dynasty has many fearsome corpses, which it uses to fight. The immature death energy would be restrained by the purification light. The taboo monarch uttered with a mysterious smile. The Death Dynasty's death text isn't that simple. With a perfect and enchanting smile on his face, Aximiro uttered full of confidence, "Please make your move." A cold look in his eyes, Wang Bo waved his hand, and a rift opened in the void, and a gold coffin flew out. The gold coffin suddenly opened, revealing a 20-meter-tall Holy Spirit warlock rank evil god with a horn on the head, countless mysterious runes engraved all over his body, and exuding immortal breath. That incomparably terrifying evil god's mere existence caused the void to distort slightly, as if it could not bear its existence. Wang Bo stretched out his hand and pressed down on the evil god. Ripples shone, and he actually entered the evil god's body. The originally lifeless Holy Spirit warlock rank evil god opened his bloodshot eyes and inhaled. The elements within a radius of 1,000 miles formed an incomparably terrifying elemental tide, endlessly surging into the body of that terrifying evil god. Runes suddenly erupted, and a complete and terrifying holy might slowly spread out, suppressing the surroundings. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes flashed with graveness. Amazing! This was the top-ranked half-saint of the Empire of Death. How terrifying! His battle prowess here is comparable to that of a true Holy Spirit warlock. The Star Monarch's beautiful eyes sparkled. Wang Bo is really an amazing guy. The Empire of Death actually has such a secret weapon. A strange light flashed in the Dragon God King's eyes, and he said slowly, "From today onward, the whole world will know his name." The gap between a quasi-holy step powerhouse and a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse is like a natural chasm. No matter what secret treasure Wang Bo uses, as long as he can maintain Holy Spirit warlock rank battle prowess for a period of time, he will be a peerless genius with heaven-defying battle prowess. Wang Bo, who has merged with the evil god, has already surpassed Shi Shui in terms of battle prowess. I said if there is light, then the world is full of light. For the first time, a dignified look in his eyes, Axamiro pointed at the evil god that Wang Bo has merged with and said, boundless light once again covered the entire space, and countless chains of light suddenly appeared, sweeping towards the evil god from all directions. The chains of light contain a terrifying purification force that can easily suppress all kinds of archaic beasts, archgods, and other extraordinary life forms. As long as dark and undead extraordinary life forms are bound by the chains of light, they will be purified into ashes by the purification force. The evil god that Wang Bo has merged with opened its mouth, and a world-shaking sound wave that seems capable of suppressing, destroying everything suddenly erupted. The chains of light suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying sound wave suppressed everything in the starry sky arena. Wherever the sound wave passed, light collapsed and disappeared. The entire starry sky arena shone brightly, and countless runes appeared and frantically extracted star force from the starry sky to maintain the starry sky arena's existence. When Axamiro, who defeated Osheng, was hit by the terrifying sound wave, the magic shields protecting him collapsed, the life force field protecting him shattered, and a copious amount of blood burst out of his wounds and dripped to the ground. Divine judgment. Axamiro's face remained unchanged. He pointed with a finger, and fearsome world force suddenly poured out. A mountain paradise, which seems to be made of the purest light, and is surrounded by countless angels and holy music, suddenly appeared, descended from the sky, and crushed towards Wang Bo's embodiment of the evil god. Shatter. Wang Bo's embodiment of the evil god issued an unruly and crazy roar, rose into the sky, and slammed a tyrannical fist into the mountain paradise projection. Boom! The mountain paradise projection collapsed, the angels died, and the holy music disappeared. As if the world died. Amazing, as expected of the Undying Dynasty's trump card. To be able to force me to use my true strength. Wang Bo is it. I will remember this name. Axamiro's eyes flashed brightly. Countless runes appeared all over his body. A wisp of immortal aura suddenly emerged, and he was enveloped by the light of dawn. The Star Monarch's face flickered, and she exclaimed, "Immortal body, he formed an immortal body." The countenance of the Taboo Lord flickered and she murmured, "Immortal body? This is the Dawn immortal body. He also formed the immortal body that the Dawn Lord once formed. What's going on? Is he going to promote to a warlock emperor with the essence of Dawn? But isn't the Dawn Lord not dead yet?" The Magic Note Monarch's eyes shimmered gravely. It turns out that he formed an immortal body. No wonder he dared to come here and provoke us. The eyes of Wang Bo's embodiment of the evil god flickered with red light, and he took a step forward, crossed the distance of hundreds of kilometers, appeared in front of Aximiro, and sent a palm barreling towards the latter. In the center of the palm of Wang Bo's embodiment of the evil god, a bloody maw full of chrysanthemum-like sharp teeth suddenly grew out and bit towards Aximiro. Even if you fused with an evil god, your use of power is still at the quasi-holy step too weak. Aximiro's slightly arrogant voice came from the dazzling light of dawn, and a resplendent sword of light pierced into the evil god that Wang Bo has fused within an instant. In an instant, endless light of dawn rushed into the evil god, causing the evil god to scream in pain, unable to budge. With a flash of light, Wang Bo was forcibly ejected from the evil god's body like a cannonball and fell to the ground. Covered in purified scars, he passed out. The Death Monarch's face was gloomy, and he uttered decisively, "We admit defeat." Wang Bo is the Death Dynasty's most promising powerhouse to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. With a flash of light, Wang Bo was teleported to in front of the Death Monarch, and then entered a spatial gate and disappeared. Then everyone who wants to fight me now, surrounded by the light of dawn, Aximiro, who looks like an undefeatable god wielding the power of dawn, looked at everyone from the starry sky arena with a seemingly gentle but arrogant smile on his face. The injuries Aximiro has just suffered have already healed by themselves. There was silence in the surroundings. Time Dynasty's Huang Puchen will fight you. The haggard young man of the Time Imperial Court radiated dazzling light, and his haggard face was filled with vigor. He had an extraordinary temperament, and he exuded confidence and domineeringness. He took a step forward, appeared in the starry sky arena, and stood opposite Aximiro. Huang Puchen's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said unhurriedly, "Aximiro, you have fought twice just now. Do you want to take a break? I want to fight with you at your peak." Aximiro uttered with a smile, "No need. Wang Bo has fused with the evil god, so he can only use the evil god's instincts. He only has power, but no combat awareness. He cannot control the true power of a Holy Spirit Warlock. Defeating him is a piece of cake. Huang Puchen, I hope you can cheer me up a little." Huang Puchen's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and a resplendent river of time suddenly appeared around him. The Star Monarch's face fell, and she exclaimed, "Immortal body! Huang Puchen has formed an immortal body, and a time body at that." A dignified look in his eyes, the Death Monarch uttered unhurriedly, "This is a monster cultivated by the Time Dynasty. How fearsome! He is 10 times more fearsome than Wang Bo. Immortal body, and a time body at that. What a fearsome monster!" A queer look in his eyes, the Magic Note Lord stared at Huang Puchen and uttered unhurriedly, "Amazing! Immortal body, time body. Apart from the Time Lord, there are less than 10 people who have formed such an immortal body. In other words, he has also grasped the essence of time, which is the most difficult and terrifying essence to grasp." Chapter 10:18. Immortal body, time body. There are really more and more freaks in this era. Arjimiro's eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and countless rays of light surrounded him, and turned into a resplendent light. This is the light of dawn, the first light that can heal and nourish all things, but it can also destroy all things. Stillness. Huang Puchen pointed at Arjimiro, and the colorless torrent of time, which cannot be seen by existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank, rolled towards Arjimiro. The time within 20 meters of Arjimiro's body instantly stopped. Every speck of dust, life magic energy, and elemental energy, which are invisible to the naked eye, stopped flowing. Huang Puchen strangely appeared in the stillness of space, and sent his palm barreling towards Arjimiro's abdomen, an expressionless face. In the stillness of space, it is difficult for power to flow. The only one who can move is Huang Puchen, who has fused with time, and is shrouded in the torrent of time. The Star Monarch breathed a sigh of relief. He won. The Death Monarch uttered unhurriedly. The Time body is really terrifying. The light of Time profound was indeed the most unimaginably terrifying profound. When fighting such a guy, victory or defeat will be decided in an instant. Against a quasi-holy step powerhouse like Huang Puchen, who is proficient in the essence of time, and has formed the Time body, the Death Monarch is a quasi-holy step powerhouse. If you don't activate a secret treasure to protect yourself in the first place, once time stops, only death awaits you. Time stop. Against powerhouses below the quasi-holy step, this move is naturally effective and can insta-kill the enemy, but you actually used it against an opponent of the same rank, who has also formed the immortal body. You're too arrogant. In the stillness of space, the originally motionless Arjamiro suddenly exuded strange fluctuations of time and pointed at Huang Puchen. In an instant, boundless divine light of dawn bloomed from Arjamiro's fingers and flooded the space. When the light of dawn just flew out, it was caught by the torrent of time and stopped moving. The endless light of dawn gushed out. Its energy level exceeded the limit of the torrent of time in an instant, broke through the torrent of time, and swept towards Huang Puchen. Time stop is one of the most exquisite and terrifying spells. Once an existence was stopped, if they did not grasp the law of time, even their thoughts would be frozen, and they would not be able to resist. However, the more powerful the opponent was, the more difficult it would be to stop the time stop spell. It was also the spell that was most easily broken by pure power. Huang Puchen abruptly leaped up and dodged outwards. Since a part of his body was struck by the terrifying divine light of dawn, the flames of dawn appeared and burned crazily, as if they wanted to burn his entire body. Huang Puchen frowned slightly, pointed at the flame of dawn, and sent a torrent of time towards it. The flame of dawn reversed the flow of time until it no longer existed. The injuries on Huang Puchen's body also disappeared in an instant due to time reversal. Time reversal, the fastest and most frightening recovery spell. It could keep one's body in the best condition to avoid injury at all times. However, the depleted energy would not be regenerated out of thin air. How many more times can you use such a spell? Arjamiro emerged from the light of dawn and appeared behind Huang Puchen. Boundless divine light of dawn suddenly erupted and blasted towards Huang Puchen, carrying karma that was certain to hit its target. A terrifying torrent of time appeared all over Huang Puchen, and the flow of time around him increased by 30 times. Carrying certain karma, he fled into the distance. Arjamiro and Huang Puchen, as the two most formidable geniuses of the human race, each of them has mastered the law of karma and possesses terrifying strength. It's useless. Huang Puchen, you are destined to be defeated by me. This is a fate that you cannot resist and cannot deviate from. A mysterious, magnificent, and mighty voice reverberated in the space, as if it was the voice of destiny. Arjamiro emerged from the light of dawn behind Huang Puchen in an instant, and his snow-white palm tore through Huang Puchen's protective torrent of time and slammed into Huang Puchen. Boundless divine radiance of dawn erupted, knocking Huang Puchen from the sky to the ground with a single strike, blasting a terrifying hole in the ground. Huang Puchen sprayed a large mouthful of blood, and the torrent of time reversed the flow of time around him, and all his injuries healed in an instant. Divine judgment. A dazzling spear of light fell from the sky, sealed the void, and stabbed towards Huang Puchen, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. With a flash of cyan light, the flow of time around Huang Puchen accelerated by 30 times, and he flew 100 kilometers away in a flash. Boom! The dazzling spear of light slammed into the ground, setting off a terrifying mushroom cloud, and a huge bottomless hole with a diameter of 100 kilometers suddenly appeared. If this had happened on Earth, this blow would have blown the entire planet away. The starry sky arena frantically absorbed the energy of the starry sky. Countless starlight shone, attracted from the void, poured into the starry sky arena, and frantically nourished it. Under the nourishment of countless starlight, the huge bottomless hole healed itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's useless. Huang Puchen, you are destined to be defeated by me. This is a fate you can't resist and can't deviate from. That mysterious and majestic voice filled with the aura of destiny suddenly appeared, reverberating in Huang Puchen's ears. It was as if a demonic voice was pouring into his brain, forcibly pouring into it. The mysterious and grand voice, containing terrifying demonic power, shook Huang Puchen's mind, forcing him to divide half of his energy to resist the mysterious voice. With a flash of light, Arjimiro appeared behind Huang Puchen in an instant, slammed his fist into Huang Puchen, and knocked him down from the sky, and slammed him into the ground again. Boom! Boom! Huang Puchen struggled to get up from the ground, and then was slammed into the ground by Arjimiro. He struggled frantically, but he had no chance of winning. The Thunder Leopard King frowned and said decisively, "We admit defeat." Arjimiro's mysterious voice, which contains a trace of the aura of fate, reverberated in the starry sky arena, giving the Thunder Leopard King an ominous premonition. If Huang Puchen continues to suffer such a crushing defeat, the seed of failure may be planted in his mind, and he will never be able to rise again. In the history of human warlocks, there have been many peerless geniuses who have suffered major setbacks when their path was smooth sailing, and then failed to recover from the setback, and could no longer make progress. This kind of psychological reason is the most troublesome, because these geniuses are unwilling to continue to make progress from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how many resources they are given, it will only be a waste. There was a flash of regret in Arjimiro's eyes. In an instant, the light that filled the starry sky arena disappeared. A torrent of time swept out, and Huang Puchen's body recovered at once. He stared at Arjimiro with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "Arjimiro, today's humiliation will be repaid tenfold in the future." With a flash of light, Huang Puchen flew out of the starry sky arena and disappeared. The dragon spirit monarch stared at Arjimiro and said slowly, "What a dreadful guy. His combat experience is too rich, and his skill in using power is far beyond Huang Puchen's. What a monster." The star monarch frowned slightly and said slowly, "He must have gone through countless life and death battles to be able to temper such terrifying combat skills. But how come we've never heard of him?" Arjimiro's combat strength is far above Huang Puchen's. The combat strength he displayed is simply heaven-defying. I'm afraid that even the weakest Holy Spirit warlocks are not his opponent. The 6 warlock dynasties have also arranged many spies in the Sunrise Alliance. Furthermore, they have arranged countless spies in the various planes of the Dawn Dynasty. Arjimiro doesn't have a name in the Dawn Dynasty. As if he just jumped out of a stone, he shone brilliantly and defeated the strongest quasi-holy step powerhouses of the 6 warlock dynasties. This is simply heaven-defying. Gazes fell on Shiryu and the Cyanide monarch recommended by the Transcendent Dynasty. The Cyanide monarch remained silent and lowered his head. Shiryu, expressionless, looks like a beautiful statue. Arjimiro showed a provocative smile and looked at the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council. "Who else wants to fight me? Chairman, you can also come down and fight me. I've been wanting to swap pointers with you chairman since a long time ago. Let's see how capable the chairmen of the Human Supreme Council are." The Taboo Monarch and the other chairmen fell silent. None of them stepped forward. If they are defeated by Arjimiro in the Starry Sky Arena, their reputation in the Human Supreme Council will plummet. Most importantly, none of the 6 chairmen present has the slightest certainty to defeat Arjimiro. The Death Monarch and the other monarchs couldn't help but feel regret in their hearts, regretting that they agreed to this competition. They didn't expect the Dawn Dynasty to be able to cultivate such a heaven-defying powerhouse. The 5 quasi-holy step powerhouses that the 6 warlock dynasties spent a lot of effort to cultivate are not his opponent. It should be noted that Huang Puchen is a fearsome existence who formed the immortal body-time body. He is a peerless powerhouse who is invincible in the same realm and can contend against some weaker Holy Spirit warlocks. Yet such a fearsome existence was defeated by Arjimiro. This is simply unimaginable. The Taboo Monarch's gaze shifted slightly, and then fell on Yang Feng, saying, "Chairman Yang Feng, please help us win this bet." Chapter 1019. The intelligent star monarch guessed a possibility. Yang Feng? Did he also condense an immortal body? The death monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he stared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng? When did he condense an immortal body? In the Taboo Imperial Court's secret realm? The Dragon Divine Monarch and the other two chairmen focused their gazes on Yang Feng, full of curiosity and expectation. Asamiro, I'll fight you. Yang Feng nodded to the Star Monarch, and then appeared in the starry sky arena in an instant. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Asamiro, I'll give you an hour to restore your strength. Huang Puchen is a fearsome powerhouse who has condensed the time body and mastered the essence of time. Although Asamiro has suppressed Huang Puchen with his terrifying fighting skills and rich combat experience, but the power he consumes is astonishing. Even though Asamiro doesn't look injured on the surface, but in fact, he only has 80% of his peak strength left. Chairman Yang Feng, you're really confident. However, I think you'll soon regret your actions. Asamiro took a deep look at Yang Feng, restrained all his arrogance, and decisively took out a vial of top-notch elixir and drank it. A dawn disk inlaid with 36 holy-grade magic crystals suddenly appeared, and Asamiro's figure fluttered, and he flew to the center of the dawn disk. A copious amount of dawn divine light flew out of the dawn disk and entered Asamiro's body, causing his aura to rise and become stronger. The Dragon Divine Monarch smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Chairman Yang Feng, the advantage that Huang Puchen, Wang Bo, and Ocean couldn't fight for has been ruined. In a fight between top peerless geniuses, they will be injured and consume physical strength and soul force, even if they use various secret methods to hide their injuries. But the consumed power and soul force are not so easy to make up for. Asamiro set up such unfavorable conditions in a 1 versus 5 fight, which made the chairman of the Human Supreme Council agree to the slightly unequal wager. But whether it is Huang Puchen or Yang Feng, they both chose to let Asamiro recover his full strength. After all, a good opponent is hard to come by. Even in this cosmic tribulation that was filled with dazzling stars, numerous geniuses and experts, there were still very few experts at the half-saint realm who could condense an immortal body. This kind of chance to exchange pointers was even rarer. After all, if they met in the outside world and fought over treasures, they would definitely try to kill each other. No one would show mercy. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Atop the dawn disk, Asamiro opened his eyes and activated the dawn immortal body. Dazzling divine light shone all over him, and he looked like the incarnation of a dawn god that ruled the world. The Taboo King's expression changed. What a powerful dawn divine radiance. This guy is even stronger than when he fought Huang Puchen. The Death King's expression also changed slightly, and he said slowly, was he hiding his strength just now? What a terrifying monster. When Asamiro defeated Huang Puchen, he had already displayed his terrifying combat strength. But now, the fluctuations of dawn divine radiance he is exuding are even stronger than when he defeated Huang Puchen. This is simply incredible. Chairman Yang Feng, you go first. Surrounded by dazzling dawn divine radiance, Asamiro looked at Yang Feng and revealed an arrogant and confident smile. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then countless mysterious runes appeared all over him, and spatial portals appeared behind him, distorting the space. A river of time surrounds the spatial portals. In the deepest part of the spatial portals there are black stars. In the center of the countless black stars, there is a black hole suspended. The black hole rotated slowly and devoured light, life magic energy, elemental energy and perception. No one can perceive the existence of the black hole. Essence of time. Essence of space. He actually comprehended these two essences. That's amazing. When the Death Monarch and the other 4 chairmen saw the terrifying phenomenon that emerged when Yang Feng operated the space-time devour body, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes flickered with shock. The essence of time and the essence of space are the most difficult essences to comprehend. Even human peerless geniuses find it very difficult to comprehend one of them. Huang Puchen was a genius that the Time Empire had carefully selected from the countless worlds controlled by the Time Empire. He had gone through countless screenings and screenings. He has just grasped the essence of time. Yang Feng, you actually formed an immortal body. That's really amazing. Unfortunately, you are destined to be defeated by me, because this is something that fate has decided, and no one can resist it. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Axamiro's eyes, and he waved his hand. An endless dawn divine radiance enveloped the entire space in an instant. Divine judgment. Axamiro pointed at Yang Feng, and a copious amount of dawn divine light suddenly gathered and formed spears of divine judgment that can purify and penetrate everything, and stabbed towards Yang Feng with karma. It's no use. Axamiro, fate has already been decided. You are bound to be defeated by me. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour sun suddenly appeared and expanded, and fearsome devour force swept in all directions. Air, dust, life magic energy, elemental energy, dawn divine light, spears of divine judgment. Everything was devoured by the devour sun. The starry sky arena, which was originally filled with dazzling light, as if there was only light in this world, suddenly dimmed, and was instantly enveloped by a world of darkness without any light. The great devouring sun descended from the sky, bringing with it a world-destroying might that could devour everything as it crushed towards Axamiro. Amazing, truly amazing. Yang Feng, your strength is really beyond my expectations. A strange light flashed in Axamiro's eyes. Divine light shone all over his body, and the lifelike mountain paradise, which was constructed by the endless divine light of dawn, and had countless flying angels, suddenly appeared and suppressed the devouring sun in the sky. That mountain paradise was like a real world, containing a wisp of imperial might. It was as if that immortal mountain paradise had descended into the divine kingdom of the Lord of Dawn's incarnation, containing terrifying power. The projection of the mountain paradise is more than 100 times stronger than when it was used against Wang Bo. It has reached the point of materializing from illusion, looking like a true incarnation of the mountain paradise. The projection of the mountain paradise collided with the devour sun boom. In an instant, an earth-shattering noise came from the void, and fearsome ripples spread in all directions. The starry sky arena shook and frantically absorbed star force from the countless stars of the Zhangji plain. Runes suddenly emerged and maintained the space in the arena. The mountain paradise collapsed and fell apart. The devouring sun was also directly destroyed by the incomparably terrifying power, collapsing and disappearing. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sounds of hundreds of clashes rang out from within the starry sky arena. An incomparably dazzling white divine light of dawn revolved around a bizarre spatial gate, constantly colliding with it. Every time it collided, hundreds of violent tremors would erupt, and incomparably terrifying shock waves spread in all directions. The white divine radiance of dawn flickered in a peerlessly overbearing manner, and its utilization of energy was exquisite to the extreme. Every single time it blasted onto the weakest point of the spatial door, it caused the spatial door to tremble incessantly and retreat repeatedly. Shock flashed in the eyes of the dragon god monarch, and he uttered unhurriedly, "So strong! For Yang Feng to be able to fight Axamiro to this point, how fearsome!" The star monarch's eyes shimmered gravely, and she uttered unhurriedly, "Amazing! What is Axamiro's origin? His battle prowess is really heaven-defying. Yang Feng has formed the essence of time and space, yet he is still being suppressed. That's incredible." The Thunder Leopard monarch uttered unhurriedly, "Even the former 8 warlock emperors in the quasi-holy steppe were only so. For 2 such freakish powerhouses to be born at once. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse for the human race. If the human race only had 1 warlock emperor rank powerhouse, then all warlocks would support that powerhouse. With everyone working together, they could create an invincible human imperial court. But once 2 warlock emperor rank powerhouses appeared, then the human race would be divided into 2, weak and prone to infighting. The human race might not even be able to compare to the human race with only 1 warlock emperor rank powerhouse." Axamiro's embodiment of white light of dawn cast countless exquisite spell attacks barreling towards Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng was forced to retreat again and again, But it was more daunting than dangerous. The Devour Sun behind him frantically devoured the surrounding energy and restored its power. At the same time, it devoured part of the attack energy released by Axamiro and transformed it into its own power. In the fierce battle, Yang Feng firmly defended his domain within a radius of 10 meters. Furthermore, with Axamiro as his teacher, the usage of power increased frantically at every moment. With every breath of time, Yang Feng became stronger by a fraction, recovering from his disadvantageous position bit by bit. That mysterious distorted space portal kept appearing in the starry sky arena. Axamiro frowned slightly, and the arrogance in his eyes faded. Not good. He's getting stronger and stronger. This feeling is really annoying. This should be the feeling of the old guys I surpassed in the past. Chapter 10:20. I must defeat him. I am the strongest. In this life, I will not lose to anyone. Staring at Yang Feng, Axamiro's eyes shimmered with a fierce glint, and he suddenly rose into the sky. A pure white armor engraved with countless dawn runes suddenly appeared, entered Axamiro's body, and formed a set of white armor. A scepter exuding dazzling divine light, which surpasses ordinary holy grade secret treasures by far, suddenly appeared and fell into Axamiro's hand. When the taboo monarch saw the two secret treasures, her countenance changed dramatically, and she cried out, Dawn armor! Dawn scepter! This is a holy grade secret treasure that the Dawn Lord once used. How could it appear in his hands? The Star Monarch's face flickered, and she clenched her white teeth and cursed. Damn bastard, so this is his final trump card. The Death Monarch gritted her teeth and uttered, no wonder he dared to fight 5 people at once. It turns out that he was hiding such a trump card. Damn it! The Magic Note Monarch said with a bitter smile. Yang Feng's defeat is really unjust. Before the establishment of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn Lord was invincible against many peerless geniuses. He was the strongest Holy Spirit Warlock. The Dawn Armor and the Dawn Scepter are holy grade secret treasures used by the Dawn Lord in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Strengthened by his power, they are one of the most powerful holy grade secret treasures. Although the two secret treasures are still far from being comparable to Empyrean grade secret treasures, but among holy grade secret treasures, they are among the best. Waves of mysterious holy music surrounded Ashamiro's body, and the dazzling divine light of dawn appeared. That domineering holy aura seemed to have a physical form, as it engulfed the entire starry sky arena. This guy is really a formidable enemy. However, it's only interesting to defeat such a strong enemy. Yang Feng looked at Axamiro with a scorching look in his eyes. He clenched the fingers of a hand, and the ruler magic cube in his right hand suddenly shone, and turned into a set of pure black armor covering his body. The ruler magic cube is a weapon Yang Feng created by combining Shizu technology and Warlock civilization. Yang Feng used countless top materials, and the Fabrite Ancestor, a Holy Spirit Warlock, to strengthen the ruler magic cube. It is a first-class secret treasure. Axamiro's eyes shone with divine light, and a mountain paradise constructed of the divine light of dawn, a terrifying star, a blazing sun, and multiple spatial portals appeared behind him. When he saw this, Yang Feng's face changed dramatically. This is an eternal imperishable body. This monster actually knew the eternal indestructible body as well. Moreover, he has even condensed 4 levels of profundities. The eternal indestructible body was a peerless secret art that had been passed down from the Eternal Ones. It was shockingly difficult to cultivate, and almost no one knew about it in the outside world. Even among the pinnacle quasi-holies cultivated by the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, no one has mastered this peerless secret method. For Axamiro to have mastered this peerless secret method, even Yang Feng was moved. Without hesitation, Yang Feng operated the eternal indestructible body, and multiple spatial portals, a surging mysterious torrent of time, a black star containing peerless power, and a black hole suddenly appeared behind him. Give up. Axamiro's eyes shone brightly, And he descended from the sky along with 4 images containing the power to destroy a world, and crushed towards Yangfeng. Boom! The distorted spatial portal surrounding Yangfeng collapsed. The surging mysterious torrent of time was also cut apart by the Dawn Scepter. The Dawn battle armor shone brightly and countless runes appeared to resist the devouring of the black hole. When the pure mountain paradise and the black star collided, the sky fell, the earth cracked and the void shattered. The ruler's magic cube covering Yangfeng shattered inch by inch, and he fell to the ground and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Despite succeeding in his attack, Aximiro didn't stop. He turned into a resplendent divine light and attacked Yangfeng. Boom! Boom! Under Aximiro's all-out attack, Yangfeng was forced to retreat again and again. He vomited blood repeatedly, and numerous injuries appeared all over his body. The countenance of the Star Monarch flickered, and she uttered, "How scary! This fighting style seems to be the Dawn Lord's fighting style. So strong! He's even stronger than the Dawn Lord when he was a quasi-holy." The Dragon God Monarch questioned with an incredulous look on his face. How is this possible? How can he be stronger than the Dawn Lord when he was a quasi-holy? Although the Dawn Lord was recognized as the weakest of the 8 warlock emperors. But at the time, he was also a peerless genius who was invincible in the same rank and suppressed countless supreme geniuses. The Dragon God Monarch naturally believes that someone can surpass the Dawn Lord in his youth. The Star Monarch flicked her wrist, and an image crystal suddenly appeared and released resplendent light. A resplendent 3-dimensional screen of light formed in the void. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding a boundless domineering aura, was fighting against a terrifying demon god that was over 10,000 meters tall and had 1,000 demonic eyes on its body. The Death Monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered unhurriedly, "The decisive battle between the Dawn Lord and the thousand-eyed Transcendent Monarch." In the light screen, the Dawn Lord was also shining brightly. Behind him was Mountain Paradise and the dazzling stars. He was like an invincible god fighting against the thousand-eyed Demon King. The 2 strongest experts of that era fought each other, and in the end, the King of Dawn forcefully suppressed and killed the thousand-eyed Demon God King. The Star Monarch uttered, "This is the decisive battle between the Dawn Lord and the thousand-eyed Transcendent Monarch. After this battle, the Dawn Lord will advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock." The Taboo Monarch smiled helplessly. Indeed, Aximiro has already surpassed the Dawn Lord in his youth. How terrifying! The faces of the other 5 chairmen darkened slightly, and they stared at the arena. Aximiro is a peerless genius of the Western world. Once he promotes to a new warlock emperor, the Western world will naturally flourish. He will overwhelm the Eastern world's human warlocks. Under Aximiro's frenzied attacks, Yangfeng was covered in wounds, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and the mysterious energy he obtained from the wall of reflection was stimulated, transforming him and making him stronger. The mysterious energy Yangfeng obtained from the wall of reflection has been lurking in his body. Now that he is fighting the fearsome powerhouse Aximiro, his potential is stimulated, and the mysterious energy is stimulated. Be defeated. No longer as calm as before, Aximiro bellowed and slammed the Dawn Scepter containing the power of destruction towards Yangfeng. "You're the one who's going to be defeated." The ruler magic cube in Yangfeng's right hand formed a black shield. Time and spatial fluctuations enveloped the shield and blocked in front of the Dawn Scepter. When the Dawn Scepter's strike slammed into the black shield, it was deflected aside by the black shield's distortion force. Yangfeng suddenly accelerated time by 40 times, his eyes shone brightly, and a fist enveloped by a spatial portal, a black star, a black hole, and a torrent of time slammed into Aximiro. Boom! It was as if stars had collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering sound. The Dawn armor caved in, and along with the sound of bones breaking, Aximiro spewed out a mouthful of blood. Boom! 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 Tremendous vibrations sounded, and the acceleration of time around Yangfeng increased from 40-fold to 41-fold, 42-fold, and finally to 50-fold. Afterimages, which even glorious sun warlocks can barely see with spells, revolved around Asamiro and attacked him without stopping. The dawn armor Asamiro wore caved in continuously, and then recovered, offsetting more than 50% of Yongfeng's attack power. However, the remaining 50% of power still blasted Asamiro until he vomited blood repeatedly. The black hole suspended in the void devoured all the life magic energy and elemental energy around Asamiro, leaving him no room to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to repair himself. You dare to hurt me? Yongfeng, you dare to hurt me? Do you know who I am? You dare to hurt me? Do you want your family to be exterminated? Eyes shot with blood. Asamiro's eyes flickered with the dignity of a superior being offended by a subordinate, and he roared wildly while vomiting blood. Who are you? Tell me. His face expressionless, Yongfeng didn't show the slightest mercy and slammed a blow into Asamiro. A peerlessly domineering and terrifying voice came out of Asamiro's mouth, shaking the void. I am the King of Dawn, the 8th Warlock Emperor, the ruler of the human race. I order you to kneel. The taboo monarch's face fell. The Dawn Lord. He's actually the Dawn Lord. The dragon god monarch's face fell, and he exclaimed, he's the Dawn Lord? He's so young? The star monarch's face fell, and she thought of a possibility. The Dawn Lord? How is that possible? No, it's possible. He is an existence that the Dawn Lord used various secret methods to transform and reincarnate. No wonder his battle prowess can surpass that of the young Dawn Lord, because he is the Dawn Lord's true body. The Death Monarch's face fell, and she looked confused. The Dawn Lord. He's the Dawn Lord. How is that possible? What do we do? What do we do? The Dawn Lord was the Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, an invincible existence who suppressed countless planes. When such an invincible existence appeared, even the 6 monarchs of the 6 Warlock dynasties were shocked, not knowing what to do. Yongfeng slammed his fist into Asamiro and blasted him to the ground. Even if you are the Dawn Lord, you will be defeated today. Chapter 10:21. A copious amount of dawn light shone, god blood splashed, and Asamiro's immortal body sprayed a copious amount of god blood, and then he recovered in an instant. As if an unreasonable prehistoric fierce beast, Yongfeng accelerated the flow of time by 50 times, appeared around Asamiro at an incredible speed, and punched him over and over again. Asamiro is worthy of being the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord's soul. The dawn scepter in his hand radiates dazzling divine light of dawn and contains terrifying power. From incredible angles, the scepter pierced through the torrent of time protecting Yongfeng and slammed into him. With each of Asamiro's strikes, a large expanse of dawn light shone and blasted Yongfeng's body into pieces, and blood splashed about. A terrifying torrent of time swept past, and Yongfeng reversed the flow of time and instantly recovered to his peak state. Radiating divine light, he barreled towards Asamiro like an invincible god. The 2 most terrifying half-saints of the human race were fighting madly in the Starry Sky Colosseum, causing the Starry Sky Colosseum to tremble incessantly, and forcing the Star Monarch to provide enormous amounts of star energy to maintain the existence of the Starry Sky Colosseum. The Taboo Monarch stared at Asamiro in shock and muttered, "He's the Dawn Lord's true body? For Yongfeng to fight the Dawn Lord's true body to this degree, that's too heaven-defying." The Dragon God Monarch's mind was shaken, and he muttered, "The Dawn Lord? He's the Dawn Lord. Yongfeng is now fighting the Dawn Lord. How is this possible?" The Magic Note Monarch uttered unhurriedly, a look of shock on his face. "The Dawn Lord? This guy, no, he's actually the Dawn Lord? No wonder he's so powerful. No wonder he dares to fight 5 people by himself. That's right. If His Majesty the 8th Warlock Dynasty didn't have this confidence, he wouldn't have been able to defeat countless supreme geniuses and ascend to the throne. The Dawn Lord is an existence equally famous as the Time Lord and the other 6 human warlock emperors. He is recognized as the 8th strongest powerhouse in the history of the Zhangji Plain, At the time of his rise, he was invincible in the same rank. Such a mighty and invincible existence appeared in front of everyone and fought in the starry sky arena. Yet he was suppressed by Yang Feng and was at a complete disadvantage. The 6 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council were all shaken, and their minds were a little chaotic. Killing intent flickered in the Taboo King's eyes as she transmitted. Astral King, can you kill him? The King of Dawn was once an invincible expert who swept through an entire era. He was not a broad-minded being. On the contrary, in his later years, for the sake of longevity, he almost collapsed the 8th Warlock dynasty. Now that Yang Feng has greatly offended the Dawn Lord, the Taboo Monarch naturally harbored killing intent. The human race's 8 Warlock Emperors were all supreme geniuses with heaven-defying cultivation talent and bold vision. However, when they were young, they were naturally wise, powerful, and bold. In their later years, however, their performances were different. The Time Lord and the Taboo Lord had fallen long ago. The Lord of Demonic Gods and the Lord of Stars had mysteriously disappeared. After the Lord of Death entered the Eternal Road, he never came out again. According to legend, the Magic Note Lord fused with an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, fell into a deep sleep, and disappeared. The Golem Lord and the Dawn Lord, on the other hand, were examples of people who couldn't keep their chastity in their later years. In the New World, there are only 6 Warlock dynasties, because the remaining forces of the Golem dynasty were wiped out by many powerhouses when the Golem dynasty collapsed. The remaining forces of the Dawn dynasty were also rejected by the New World's human warlocks, unable to enter the New World. At the thought of the cruelty and madness of the Dawn Lord, the Taboo Monarch shuddered, and killing intent welled up in her heart. The Star Monarch frowned slightly and transmitted, "No. After all, he is the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord's soul." Before entering the Starry Sky Arena, he left behind a secret treasure that controls a passage, so that he can escape at any time. A spatial holy-grade secret treasure like the Starry Sky Arena, so long as its master willed it, it can turn into a huge cage and seal the person inside. Whether it is Axamiro or Yang Feng, they both tampered with the Starry Sky Arena and grasped a passage that can be used to escape at any time. The Star Monarch is naturally aware of this. However, since the Starry Sky Arena is a place for swapping pointers, she naturally can't prevent the other party from leaving a path of retreat. This is also one of the rules of the competition. The mysterious energy of the wall of reflection inside Yang Feng frantically stimulated his potential, making him more and more tyrannical. As if he has become the embodiment of a fearsome existence that controls time and space, he freely traversed the torrent of time and spatial portals, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. All kinds of attacks slammed into Axamiro, causing him to spray blood repeatedly, and his aura to weaken. If it wasn't for the marvelous Dawn battle armor, Axamiro would have been blasted to pieces by Yang Feng already. "Stop!" Accompanied by a frigid roar, a giant hand that looks like it can burn a world to ashes shot towards the Starry Sky Arena. "Blazing Sun Sage, do you want to intervene in the competition?" Shan Yunxing shouted and waved his hand. A golden shield suddenly flew out and floated in the void. It trembled slightly and released countless rays of dazzling divine light. In the city, the Warlock Towers shone brightly, and rays of light entered the gold shield, causing the gold shield to turn into a golden dome that seemed to cover the sky. The terrifying hand that seemed to be able to burn a world slammed into the golden dome of heaven, causing it to tremble and almost collapse. A shocking killing intent came from below and locked on the Blazing Sun Sage. From the killing intent, the Blazing Sun Sage sensed a frightening power threatening his life. In a one-on-one fight, the Blazing Sun Sage can easily defeat all the current Holy Spirit warlocks of the Human Supreme Council. However, the Human Supreme Council's headquarters is filled with killing intent and contains the underlying strength of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. If the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts bring out their underlying strength, it won't be impossible for them to suppress and kill a great Holy Step powerhouse. A gloomy expression on his face, the Blazing Sun Sage stopped attacking and said coldly, "Tell Yang Feng to stop." The taboo monarch uttered with a smile. In that case, Blazing Sun Sage, are you going to concede on Axamiro's behalf? The Blazing Sun Sage frowned slightly and stared at Axamiro, who was in the starry sky arena. If Axamiro was an ordinary quasi-holy, even if he has heaven-defying aptitude, the Blazing Sun Sage would choose to concede without hesitation. However, Axamiro is the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord. He is extremely proud and has boundless potential. He is the true master of the Dawn Alliance. The Blazing Sun Sage cannot make a decision for him. In the first half of his life, the Dawn Lord was a wise and courageous man. But in his later years, he was not a magnanimous person. Accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. The Blazing Sun Sage finds this very tricky. With a flash of dawn, Axamiro disappeared from the starry sky arena and appeared next to the Blazing Sun Sage in the blink of an eye. Axamiro, you actually escaped from the starry sky arena. The mighty Dawn Lord doesn't even have the courage to concede? With a flash of light, Yang Feng flew out of the starry sky arena, returned to the side of the several chairmen, and stared at Axamiro with a cold smile. Yang Feng, I'll remember you. Axamiro took a deep look at Yang Feng, and unabashedly released frigid killing intent in his eyes. The frightening killing intent erupted and enveloped Yang Feng in a flash. Wang Bo and Huang Pu-chun are peerless geniuses of the human race. Axamiro let them go easily because he believes that they pose no threat to him, and that they cannot reach his level. As for Yang Feng, he is the only one who can threaten Axamiro's return to the top, which gave rise to killing intent. Axamiro flicked his finger, and the key of fate flew out and turned into a beam of light before disappearing into the Taboo King's hand. He said coldly, "The people of the Light of Dawn Alliance will leave as agreed. Let's go." Axamiro took a deep look at Yang Feng, then restrained his killing intent, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. The Blazing Sun Great Holy followed closely behind Axamiro, as if he is his guard. Dan Yunqing's eyes flickered a few times, and then he finally shook his head and chose not to attack. Although Axamiro exposed that he is the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord, but he is already a quasi-holy step powerhouse who formed an immortal body. His battle prowess is comparable to that of a Holy Spirit warlock, and he has countless trump cards. Moreover, when he saw that he is not Yang Feng's opponent, he retreated decisively. Even now, he still maintains his terrifying battle prowess. Even if the 6 warlock imperial courts use their underlying strength, it will be easy to defeat the current Axamiro. But to kill him, it will be almost impossible. The taboo monarch's beautiful eyes flashed brightly, and she exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! Yang Feng, you're really amazing. To be able to defeat the Dawn Lord. Even though it's only his reincarnation, but it's still really amazing." The Death Monarch also spoke. "Yang Feng, you're really amazing," the Star Monarch uttered. "Yang Feng, you defeated the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord. From today on, your name will shake the universe. All the top powerhouses in the universe will know your name." At the time, the Dawn Lord was a peerless powerhouse whose might shook the entire universe. After he advanced to a warlock emperor, he was virtually invincible. He was only defeated once, and that was by an ancient and tyrannical warlock emperor rank powerhouse. As the 8th warlock emperor of the human race, the Dawn Lord's fame enveloped the entire universe. All the top powerhouses in the universe know his name. Since Yang Feng defeated the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord, he is destined to become famous in the universe. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.